It's Sunday, March 16th, 2025. It's a beautiful day outside, probably somewhere outside in the world, depending on where you are. And we're here rise to occasion along with Hedonis, Speediest Chief, House Stark for a $300 cash prize Open Great League tournament in a brand new meta. We saw a glimpse of it yesterday with some of us same folks here and Adequins putting on a show with his stream, and we're back to get more looks at this new Open Great League meta. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Let's start with my fellow co-casters here. How are we all doing today? Speediest, let's start with you.
Dude, I'm feeling so good. You're right. It is actually a really nice day. There were some storms that came through the southeastern U.S. yesterday, so I hope everybody is safe if you live in that area. But yeah, it's a beautiful day today. I'm ready for some more action because yesterday we saw Z Wireless take his clay doll and actually win a stack tournament against our India regional qualifier champion, Master Mahir. So it's a very, very intense tournament. Like you said, brand new meta. Will we see more Swalot? I don't know. Only time will tell. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'm really excited to be joined by these other two fellas as well. As you saw yesterday on the Inadequins channel, we had Hedonis and we also had House Stark. But Hedonis, it looks like he's pointing it at Stark. How are you feeling, Alex?
I'm feeling great. I think this is one of the best metas we've had yet. After seeing yesterday's success with Claydol, I'm excited to see if Claydol can repeat that success, or something like Swalot, something like Talonflame, something like Azure Drapion core. You never know. You never know. So this should be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see how the battles go. These guys are great. Hey, Donis, how are you feeling coming off your really nice performance in Vancouver?
Well, although I missed my coffee in the morning, I'm feeling pretty good, and he's right next to me, who took me down in the finals. But I'm feeling great today. Just as all you guys had said, it was a great tournament yesterday, and there's a lot of talk about Swalot. I believe we got a little bit of a glimpse on Dracoviz about like how many people were using Swalot. It seemed to fluctuate a lot, which likely attributed to SS Thorn's run yesterday with the Swalmeister.
Although Z's Wireless came out on top and won the tournament, I think it was the Swalot that stole our hearts from SS Thorn. The kid had some amazing play with that. The sludge from Swalot was another pick that I don't think we were really expecting. Is there any sort of predictions you guys have for this tournament? We saw a little bit of a variety in the meta. Stark, I'll put you on the spot a little bit. Any particular picks you are watching out for here on this day number 2 tournament?
Yeah, I think something like a Lysopod Steelix core could have a huge impact again, because they both do have really good matchups into Swalot and honestly the rest of the meta. Those Pokemon have such good synergy, and I could see a lot of interesting pairings with those. Obviously, Credilli is going to be kind of a threat for both of them, having the ability to resist Thunderfang and having the Rock Tomb to hit the Golisopod for super effective damage. So I'm interested to see how the dynamics play within those key Pokemon, and I'm very excited to see Credilli. I think Credilli is going to be a huge player in this tournament as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hey Donis, what about you? We saw Credilli was one of the highest usage yesterday, along with Drapion. What do you think we'll see that? Do you think we'll see Credilli maintain that high usage and be super successful, or do you think people will start to like figure it out? What are your thoughts on this grass rock Pokemon?
Well, sorry, Rise. I was just super excited to be talking right now. Well, we saw also at the India qualifiers that Credilli found its way at the top of the usage chart. I believe it was somewhere at like 68%. So kind of the new reigning Drapion in our meta here. And on the topic of steel types, House Stark obviously mentioning the Steelix, but I believe Jox put in his prediction for top 4 Pokemon yesterday, Melmetal, which I would really enjoy to see some more Melmetal usage. I mean, the double Iron Bash, the pacing is very, very nice there. And then, of course, you have an array of other charge moves that you can pair with it, like Superpower, Rock Slide, or Thunderbolt. Personally, I'm going to be running Melmetal in a tournament that I had signed up for that's coming up, and I'm pairing it with the Rock Slide just for that coverage against Talonflame.
Yeah, I saw someone in one of the qualifiers running Melmetal, right? They got top 4 as well.
Vibasist, I think.
Vibasist, insane. And the more, it's sometimes picks you don't even think of, but then you look at it and you're like, oh, dang, this thing kind of can hit everything in this current meta. Speedy, you got two plushies sitting next to you, and that Pokemon also got a buff. Do you think we're gonna be seeing some of Blastoise, some of that starter today, or do you think he's I don't want to lead you. I don't want to guide you in any one direction.
Yeah, come on, Rise.
I'll just openly ask, what are your thoughts on the Blastoise?
All right, so yeah, a little subtle cue here in the background to what I think is going to be successful today. Blastoise, really great coverage with rollout. We saw yesterday a lot of Lapras mirror matches. I think we're going to see a ton of those as time goes on. We also saw 2 Ice Beam Laprases, and I think that when you look at water types like Lapras, like Blastoise, you need something to break up some of that RPS, those long mirror matchups. So having Skull Bash Blastoise, I think is going to be a huge boon. We saw a Skull Bash from Blastoise land into a Alolan Sandslash yesterday, and it did about half of the HP from that Pokemon. So it's still really an impactful Pokemon. I think that the rollout with the rock typing is good in the Lapras mirror match. The Skull Bash is going to help it a lot. 2 other Pokemon I wanted to mention. The first is that Alolan Sandslash. This is something we didn't see coming, but with the absence of counter users, the absence of fighters, and fewer Mud Slappers, Sandslash looked like a menace yesterday, and I'm really expecting to see it here today. And the last thing I wanted to mention was Guzzlord. I think that's a meta staple. I think we're going to see a ton of Guzzlords. It finished 2nd and 3rd yesterday, and I think that the usage is only going to go up from here.
And in addition to that, I think the Skull Bash versus Ice Beam debate will probably be a continued happenstance in this season for that coverage or that hard-hitting neutral move that buffs the defense. And I see Pokemon Master Arnav in the chat saying in the Indian qualifiers, he felt like Credilli had play for him in every single battle. That's what I noticed. I noticed that dang thing in every sort of neutral matchup. We were seeing counter swapping it into Drapion. So I was most impressed with how strong neutrally that Credilli is going to be, and I think we're going to hopefully see more of it today. But we are, I think, getting ready for our first match, and we're going to get a look at the teams to start things off. And I think Haydonis and I are going to kick off the casting for this tournament here as we get started shortly. But Stark and Speedy, we will see you guys in a short while. And hey, Donis, we take a look. We got winners round 3 is what we're starting with. And it's going to be the Mega Junko from, I want to say Poland, if I'm not mistaken. Chat can correct me. Against Stud Muffins, who has really come on the scene this season as a really consistent player in North America.
Yeah, as you said, Stud Muffins has had a list of great performances this season, both getting a top cut in San Antonio and Vancouver regional championships, which were the 2 last North American regional championships. But as you called out, the Alolan Sandslash, we see it here on the Mega Junko's team. It looks like, as you said, also has a lot of play. Most teams are opting to be, it seems, 3 times weak into Ice-type damage, as typically you're getting the Ice-type damage from the charge moves of Lapras or even yesterday that we saw from Z's Wireless having the Claydol with the Ice Beam. But having that fast attack pressure in the form of Powder Snow really seems to be putting in the work here against Claydol, against Cradily, against Jumpluff, and I guess not even though it's not super effective against Drapion, you're still going to be resisting those Poison Stings back with the Steel type typing.
Primeape as well, something that we've seen a little bit more frequently than Annihilate lately. I think with the introduction of these Psywave users, we might be seeing less Annihilate as well as the Ghost, but Primeape with that pure fighting typing, the ability to not take super effective from Ghost, and I'm looking at it against the Mega Junko here, and this thing to me, if I was the Mega Junko, I'd be a little bit scared of that Primeape because other than the Clodsire, really, it has play against everything, and I think he's going to have to try and manage it from Stud Muffins. Otherwise, that Primeape might go a little bit crazy here.
Yeah, and I mean, it really does also boil down to what moveset Primeape is opting to run. Of course, we know the Rage Fist is likely they're going to be on the Primeape, but also Primeape has access to Close Combat and Ice Punch. And I've seen a few trainers opt to run the Cross Chop instead, just for that higher or faster pacing fighting type charge attack damage, as well as not the non-debuffing move. And with Karate Chop, you're just pacing to those Cross Chops so quickly. So it will really boil down to what moveset Stud Muffins is opting to run. But I do think that the Primeape even has win conditions if it can get ahead on energy and just start Rage Fisting its way through that Clodsire.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's so spammy. And I do want to correct myself. The Mega Junko, I've been informed from chat, is actually French, not Polish. My mistake, chat. Thank you for informing me. We got to put some respect on his name because I know he's a really terrific trainer. And he is opting for that Jellicent as well. A pick that I think is going to be pretty clever with the ability to resist every charge attack coming from Lapras. And also with the buffed Hex, of course, pacing a little bit faster. And here we go. Let's get things started here in the This is the Best cash prize tournament. It's a tough lead for Stud Muffins. Primeape into that Clodsire. And we move over into the secondary matchup where Guzzlord is where it wants to be against the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, Drapions not really a response that you want to be bringing into a Clodsire. Of course, if you're up a little bit of a Poison Stings when the Clodsire swaps in, it could be okay. But it's even more devastating when you're met with the Guzzlord here, which is completely going to wall all the energy that Drapion is building up. But actually, throwing up the Protect Shield, maybe trying to fight for Switch here, doesn't want the Primeape to be locked in on that Clodsire. But then again, the Primeape is going to need those shields to get through that matchup. So it's an interesting trade-off here.
This is really bold from Stud Muffins, actually opting to put up Protect Shields for his Drapion. Going to try and flip this matchup. Feels like he needs the alignment to give himself a chance, but maybe he said it's not going to happen for Drapion here. Now is going to let it go down and is going to get a nice farm potentially with the Primeape. So at least has a bit of an energy head start he can try to maneuver with. Going to immediately pivot into the Claydol. In comes Lapras, and hey, Donis, I'm intrigued right now because I would think this is favorable for the Lapras, but with that Rock Tomb coverage, I don't know how this matchup plays out, honestly.
Yeah, and I like the Protect Shield going up here on the side of Stud Muffin. Gonna go ahead and be able to debuff the next sparkling area that's coming through, and on top of that, Claydol is already so bulky. So I'd anticipate after this Rock Tomb, potentially there's a farm down opportunity in play here for Claydol, and I'm not really sure how this Clodsire is going to be able to muster through the Claydol, with the Claydol resisting those Poison Stings coming through because of the ground typing on Claydol. So Sparkling Aria coming through here, I don't believe it's going to be doing too much, probably putting it in the middle of the yellow there. Yep, of course, because of that Rock Tomb debuff. And Stud Muffin just going for the full farm down, and he could potentially get another debuff from the Scorching Sands if he opts to throw it, and that he does.
This is such a tough call if you're Mega Junko. You do not want to get Rock Tomb beta, but you know that Scorching Sands is gonna be threatening, and it connects. Doesn't do maybe as much as you'd hope, but it got the attack drop as well. And now Clodsire going to be forced to fire off an Earthquake. The problem is, if you're the Mega Junko, I think you're approaching close combat range. Maybe you don't even need to go for close combat. Maybe just go for double Rage Fist if you're Stud.
Yeah, I was going to say double Rage Fist. The close combat could be a little bit scary if the Mega Junko ended up queuing up that charge attack, but no, Mega Junko did not end up doing that. So this first close combat's going to come through and go actually unshielded and give the game to Stud Muffin there. But yeah, as I said, that could have been pretty devastating if there was a little bit of a charge attack priority there, but of course there was not. And we also got Stud Muffin's moveset reveal on the Primeape there, of the choice being close combat.
What a clutch win to start things off. Had a tough lead, tough counter swap, was able to grab a shield advantage and then close out with the Primeape in the end. Clodsire having to eat that Scorching Sands from the Claydol, and I mean that could very well be a scenario we see play out this season multiple times with that Lapras counter swapping into Claydol, but with that Rock Tomb Scorching Sands coverage, not only was it able to defeat the Lapras, got off that Scorching Sands against the Claydol, or against the Clodsire rather, and that connecting, it's so tough because if you're in the shoes of Mega Junko, the last thing you want to do is shield a Rock Tomb bait, and maybe that was what he was thinking. But at the same time, I think maybe would have been better off shielding no matter what, because there's nothing that really threatens you from the Primeape as much as that potential Scorching Sands that connected.
Yeah, but it's so hard there because then the Stud Muffin could just build up to another Rock Tomb, and knowing that the Claydol is going to be able to take the Sparkling Aria as well. And then also in the beginning of the matchup, that was a very, very interesting play, as we had mentioned. Bringing in the Drapion to the Clodsire, of course, that's not ideal in itself, but then being met with the Guzzlord, that was even less ideal. So it kind of seemed like Stud Muffin's back was pinned against the wall, but at the end of the game, just utilizing that Claydol to be able to take out both the Lapras and also the Clodsire there at the end. Speedy, what are your thoughts on the Jelly Meister? We didn't see it game one, but Do you think it has some play into game 2?
The Jellymeister. I don't have time to think right now, because we're locked in for game 2. And this
man.
time Stud Muffins gets the Claydol where it wants to be. Claydol's been controversial since the buff. Some people say it's great. Some people say not so much. I know Z's Wireless is a Claydol believer. He won a tournament yesterday with this thing. And now we're actually going to see Primeape as the counter swap into Lapras. However, you're taking super effective sideways. I don't know how comfortable this is for Primeape.
Yeah, not entirely too comfortable. The health is just dwindling here by the second from these super effective Psywave damage. Mega Junko does have a choice here whether he's going to throw up his first Protect Shield to shield the close combat, and he correctly does. But that just means that he's likely going to go ahead and invest a second Protect Shield and opting to farm down all the way with the Lapras. Maybe I would have liked to see a play from Stud Muffin where baiting the Rage Fist and potentially farming down and coming out super boosted, because now it seems like this game is slightly in Mega Junko's favor with having all that energy into Claydol, and it can go, well, it could go into both the Claydol or the Drapion. Super effective, as we know, into the Claydol, but then also just going to chunk away at that Drapion.
Lots of energy on that farm down, and Lapras now, you go down to Protect Shield, but you're hoping to maybe get one back nearly at the double Sparkling Aria. Stud Muffin's going to elect the first one to go through onto the Drapion, but look at that, going to get to a second Sparkling Aria before Drapion can even reach a charge attack. Now, if you're Stud Muffins, you might be forced to put up the Protect Shield, and that is what he does.
Yeah, I'm curious if this Drapion, or sorry, excuse me, if this Claydol is going to be able to win the game on its back, because that kind of seems like that's the position that the Stud Muffins has found himself in. Of course, I'd expect the Mega Junko to bring in the Guzzlord here to wall the energy of the Drapion, but then Stud Muffin just quickly responds with the Claydol, maybe getting the Rock Tomb debuff off before the Brutal Swing, but no. So this Brutal Swing is going to come in at full damage here. Not entirely what Stud Muffins, I'm sure, would want. And I don't think that one Rock Tomb plus the remaining Mud Slaps is going to be enough to take out this Guzzlord. So Guzzlord potentially being able to reach another Brutal Swing, and then it will be on the back of Drapion to clean up with the Aqua Tails against the Clodsire.
Quick reaction, getting that Brutal Swing off before the Rock Tomb seems really pivotal here for the Mega Junko, and he is going to knock this out. I don't know if there's any play here, really, if you're Stud Muffins. Maybe the only win condition is if you get off multiple Aqua Tails, but no, there's just no way here. You have not enough energy, and I think the Mega Junko is looking poised here with his Clodsire to even up this series 1-1.
Poised here with the Poison Sludge Bomb coming through and taking out that Drapion and taking game number 1. So I do want to call out a play, I guess, earlier on in that game. It was an interesting decision, but also a difficult one to throw those close combats onto the Primeape. And we saw the Mega Junko even thinking, like, is this going to be a Rage Fist bait? The Primeape always goes for the Rage Fist bait. But then Stud Muffin building up to 2 close combats and Mega Junko successfully shielding both. That just allowed his Lapras to farm down all the way. And we saw how that energy was very impactful towards the end of the game. Even though Stud Muffin came out up a shield from that scenario with Primeape and Lapras, the Mega Junko was able to get those shields, that remaining shield right back on that Drapion, which, I mean, then allowed the Guzzlord to connect those 2 Brutal Swings onto the Claydol.
I feel like in this first matchup of the day, we're fittingly seeing some like new meta type matchups that we're learning as we go along. And we saw Claydol defeat Lapras in game 1. We were seeing Lapras defeat Primeape in game 2. And we're kind of learning in these situations, like what's a good counter swap and what's not. But we're seeing like the true flexibility right away in this new meta with some of these decisions. And that was some great shielding calls as well by the Mega Junko in game 2 with Stud Muffins going for the close combat. It's a tough call, right? Because, you know, if they call your Rage Fist, like, you're probably just going to have to go down Protect Shield and lose that matchup. But so I think Stud Muffins went with like the safer plays, and Mega Junko was able to capitalize on that and flip the alignment.
Yeah, and it really is a question. Do you want a favorable lead in this meta? We saw how Stud Muffins was able to lead the Claydol into the Clodsire, and then of course the Mega Junko responding with his Lapras. And even though Stud Muffins seemingly had a favorable swap of the Primeape into the Lapras having access to that Psywave just so cleanly chipped away at that Primeape. So it also in game 1, I mean, the Mega Junko had that lead Clodsire into the Primeape, I believe it was, and responded with Drapion, and then Mega Junko responded right away with Guzzlord. So it's really interesting that these trainers are seemingly getting the alignment that they want, but just coming in late on energy seems to open up a lot of play for either of the trainers.
Absolutely. And we haven't seen the Jump Bluff make an appearance yet, right? Maybe has too much to worry about with the Sand Slash and the Clodsire. But here we go. Game number 3, and it's a positive lead for the Mega Junko. Going to be that Guzzlord into Claydol. Are we going to see a pivot? No, actually going to play this out, Haydonis.
Speedy, Rise, if this Claydol makes it out of this leading matchup, it seems like it's going to go ahead and be able to rampage its way through the rest of the team. We see the Sand Slash and Clodsire, both of which are taking super effective damage from the Mud Slaps. And actually, the Mega Junko allows the first Rock Tomb to go off, which will debuff this Brutal Swing. So pretty interesting play here. This Brutal Swing, I'd expect it to go unshielded, the first one, and potentially the Stud Muffin trying to maybe just get, or the Mega Junko trying to even out the shields here by throwing the second one. But no, Stud Muffins quickly responds with the Drapion here, potentially trying to catch that Brutal Swing, to which the Mega Junko goes ahead and responds with his Alolan Sand Slash. But the Claydol is still alive in the lead, which, as we said, this is going to be very, very impactful for the rest of the game, damage output-wise from the Mud Slaps.
This is a matchup I feel like we've seen in previous iterations of the meta, where Drapion can fight back, of course, against this Steel type with that hard-hitting crunch, and does flip this matchup. Mega Junko not fighting too hard for the alignment, but now this Drapion is still really healthy. This is not comfortable, especially when you don't have the Dragon Claw to hit it for neutral. You got to throw resisted energy here. And Drapion is going to withstand this Sludge Bomb, might even reach a crunch. Actually, no, going to bank the energy. A quick swap into Claydol here, putting the pressure on the Guzzlord.
Yeah, and Mega Junko throwing up his final Protect Shield of the game, not wanting, knowing that his Clodsire cannot Poison Sting down this Claydol from the health that it was at before these Dragon Tails, but getting a full farm down here and down both of your shields, just quickly fishing for that swap. But this is where Primeape really shines, being up 2 shields against whatever Pokemon. It's going to be able to Rage Fist its way through, and it's going to be very devastating here at the end of the game. And on top of that, this Aqua Tail is going to go through, but now Clodsire actually gets the farm down on the Drapion. So could the energy come into play here in threatening the shields from Primeape?
If this Drapion reaches another Aqua Tail, which it is going to, I think this might seal the deal for Stud Muffin. Still has 2 shields to hide behind with the Primeape, and the switch timer is now up. The Clodsire is within close combat range, so I think might even opt for that close combat just to make sure you get rid of it, and then you still have a Protect Shield to hide behind for that small remaining amount of health on the Guzzlord. Here we go. Primeape overfarming a ton, and then gonna unleash the close combat. This is resisted, of course, but this should knock out the Clodsire. Primeape looking to take this match here for Stud Muffins.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to karate chop its way through the remainder of this Guzzlord's health. Even though the Guzzlord did have charge moves ready to load, Stud Muffin ready to use, Stud Muffin still had that shield remaining and would be able to shield up either the Brutal Swing or the Sludge Bomb. I do want to call attention to that play a little bit earlier in the game against the Alolan Sandslash and the Drapion. Seemingly favorable for the Alolan Sandslash because of that Steel typing resisting the Poison Stings. However, Stud Muffins was able to get the crunch debuff on to the Alolan Sandslash off the first crunch, which allowed the second crunch to knock out, and the Mega Junko left it unshielded. So the Alolan Sandslash was essentially just in the game and out the game. I don't think it did any charge attacks there, which allowed Stud Muffins to leave the matchup with energy and expend that, as we saw later in the match, on the Clodsire, but also threaten the Guzzlord as well a little bit.
We saw Zweilous, another Pokemon that he had success with yesterday, was that Alolan Sandslash, and maybe it's really interesting, right? With these new meta updates, Pokemon getting new moves, buffed moves, but sometimes it's what becomes popular in the meta allows for these hidden buffs for certain Pokemon. Things like the Guzzlord targeting more ghosts and dark types, things like the Alolan Sandslash as well, resisting those Sidewave users. So although we're seeing a lot of these new Pokemon with the buffs like Cradily, Claydol, we're seeing other Pokemon enter the meta as these kind of get their resurgence, right? With maybe preferred typings and matchups based on what else has been buffed.
And actually, although this Pokemon did not see play in this set, the Superior looks pretty interesting on the side of Mecha Junko. Of course, most trainers are opting to run that Cradily, being the favorable grass type, with that gaining access to the Rock Tomb, which we've seen to be particularly impactful, both even on Claydol and then obviously the Cradily, and then having access to that super hard-hitting grass type charge attack of Grass Knot. But Superior, it seems to have a favorable matchup against the Cradily, taking neutral damage, or Cradily taking neutral damage from opposing grass types because of the rock duality typing as well. And then of course against Lapras and against Claydol and even against Primeape, it seemed to actually have a lot of play into this matchup. Going to be able to fully resist that Sparkling Aria, whereas the Cradily, because of that rock typing, takes neutral damage because of the grass.
Absolutely. And I think in that last game, there was a moment where the trainer tried to wait and maybe the game didn't visually update, which is personally one of my biggest pet peeves, a little bit of a bug that happens in the game. So I think we're just going to wait a moment to get confirmation that there's no sort of review going on here. But overall, a great match. I was really impressed by that game one to start things off, where Stud Muffins overcame the tough lead and the counter swap in order to sweep with the Primeape. And one thing about Primeape, or maybe Annihilate, is I feel like in this new meta with all these ghosts and Psywave users, people might be less willing to run these two Pokemon, Primeape and Annihilate. And maybe if you're not respecting them, it's gonna open up the play for them even more. So it seems like Primeape and Annihilate could still be some successful sort of meta breakers in this current meta if people aren't respecting them as much.
Yeah, and I think that's actually what the Mega Junko was probably anticipating. We saw that Stud Muffins was able to bring that Primeape safely into all 3 games. And of course, because it has many targets on the Mega Junko's team, we have the Lapras, we have the Sandslash, we have the Guzzlord, and even, I would argue, the Jelly Meister, because of that quick pacing on the Primeape. 1, 2, 3, 4 Rage Fist, which is going to be doing that super effective damage. And then of course, always the 2 shield scenarios. It doesn't even seem like Primeape has bad matchups besides a charm user, because it can take anything to the 2 shield scenarios and just come out insanely boosted, which can threaten the rest of the team if you do not have an adequate answer to it. Speaking of Jelly Meister, you dodged the question a little bit there earlier as we were heading into game number 2, but although we didn't see the Jelly Meister see any play in this set here, what are your thoughts on it with the newly buffed Hex?
I've always been a fan of the Jelly Meister. Sometimes when K-God was streaming, I know it was kind of his nemesis. It was his arch foe, the Jelly Meister, but it's always been, I've always enjoyed it as a Pokemon. I ran it back in Knoxville a season ago when it wasn't really a staple in the meta, but I thought it was like a good Pokemon to kind of break apart maybe Azumarill and Dugong. And yeah, Jellicent now with that little added pacing, I think it's 5 and then always 4 for Shadow Ball. Chat can correct me. And then like 4 and then always 3 for Surfer. Maybe it's like 4-3. Maybe no, it's actually 4-3-4-3, I think. So I'm still learning these new counts myself, but it's really spammy. And it's really easy to lose track of the Jelly, especially in this sort of flexible meta. So I like it a lot. I mean, if you look at it against Stud Muffin's team, it really has play against everything, although you don't want to see the Drapion or the Cradily necessarily. Even against those Pokemon, right? Like if you get a head start, if you get a farm down, I'm sure you can make those matchups uncomfortable. So that sheer power of Surf plus Shadow Ball with relative fast pacing is going to be enough to put on a lot of pressure, I think.
Yeah, Jellicent was kind of one of those ghost types that was left behind when all those other ghost types were gaining access to that buffed Astonish a couple seasons ago. Not really seen as much love, but as you said, you brought it to the tournament and had some good success. I believe you paired it with Abomasnow at the time as well, which also, interestingly enough, seems to have a lot of play here into this new meta as well. It seems like ice types are going to be the typing that goes a little bit unrespected, and therefore I think over time trainers will respond to it a little bit better. As we see Stud Muffin's team, that Cradily, Jumpluff, and Claydol all taking super effective damage from ice typing. So I would expect to see ice types on the rise on the rise just a little bit. And speaking, I guess, of this matchup, it was ruled that there would be no rematch for game number 3.
No rematch there. And yeah, I just want to reiterate the one turn lag we know has been just a real issue in this game, in the state of the game. And also my biggest pet peeve is the game not visually updating, because one turn lag is super annoying. But the thing that annoys me even more with the game not visually updating when you stop tapping is you're essentially punishing like high level players that are trying to avoid the catch from happening. And it's really frustrating because you almost are forced to throw sometimes. Otherwise, you can't rely on the game not visually updating. So I understand the frustration there. If that's what Mega Junko was arguing for, but unfortunately, might be ruled state of the game if that's indeed what the dispute was. So it looks like Stud Muffins gets the win there officially in that round. And I think our next matchup that we're going to be taking a look at is going to be two big names. One trainer has really had a lot of success in the play Pokemon circuit, and one trainer, probably one of the biggest names you could say in terms of the Pokemon Go PvP community in general. But let's see what Speedy and House Stark have to think about that last match before we get into our next one.
Yo, man, that was awesome. I really liked seeing Primate being able to close up matchups there in the end. We didn't see that really yesterday. I think the Primate was kind of like bench pressure, you could argue, for the teams that it was on, but it looked really, really powerful there. And Clodsire still sticking around. I don't know if the mud wall is legit or not. Stark, I don't know if you agree, but Clodsire has kind of wedged its way back into the meta lately after we thought it was basically out.
Yeah, that's the thing about Clodsire. It has incredible bulk, really good coverage, defensive typing that is very unique. So it's hard to kind of like push something like that out of the meta. But I will say I did love seeing Claydol do a lot of work there. Also the Shadow Dropion being able to force shields, take that knockout from that Alolan Sandslash. That was huge. Yeah, I loved seeing Guzzlord also just have a huge impact in those battles. It's fun. I think a lot of these Pokemon are very unique, and they're able to maneuver around all these different types of matchups, having really versatile coverage.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I highlighted in yesterday's tournament was it seemed like so many games were decided by how you handle certain swaps. And I think we saw in those first two games the swap and like the advantage that was taken from it was kind of the key in who came out the winner. So what are your guys' thoughts on like when there's a new meta? How much time are you spending? Stark, Haydonis, like Speedy, like how much time are you spending like trying to learn these new matchups? Are you guys more of a like look at PV poke and try to figure these stuff out, or are you kind of just like get in there in the Go Battle League and trying to play things out, get some reps in? Hey Donis, let's start with you.
Well, maybe a little bit controversial, but I play definitely by feel. Well, besides like obviously knowing the counts to the moves, but for individual matchups, I kind of like to go in without, this is going to sound really strange, but I like to go in without that hard knowledge just because I don't think that everything always plays out that way. Like if I were to swap in, I don't know, like a turn late into a matchup, I'm like, okay, I can win this matchup. And then that one turn made all the difference there. Like I don't want to play off that. I'd rather play with how I think in the context of the game, both like what the other two Pokemon that are being ran, and then also just like how late I come into a matchup, how much energy my Pokemon have, how much energy their Pokemon have. I think it can really fluctuate a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Stark, I know you are such a technical player, have had success in all different formats. How about you? Like when there's a new meta like this, how much time do you spend like looking at it, or are you kind of more of a feel? I feel like I'm kind of both. Like I go off of feel, but also like look at the simulations and stuff. How much time are you spending like looking at at PvPoke versus just like going out there and testing out these new Pokemon?
Yeah, I kind of fluctuate between the two. I love just going out there, like Hidan is saying, just like battling, not having any knowledge because it's fun, right? You get to learn the matchups on the fly. You get to understand like how does Lapras do into Shadow Dropion? How does Cordilli do into Alolan Sandslash? Like you're learning all these different matchups on the fly, and you're able to learn and kind of go from there. But then at the same time, you have to have a little bit of a base of knowledge after you've tried them out. And if something's not working, you kind of look at the simulations. You say, okay, well, should my Galarian Weezing be running Brutal Swing or Overheat, right? Should my Claydol be running Scorching Sands or Shadow Ball or Ice Beam or the other 55 energy move? And I think there's like a lot of fun playing around, learning these things on the fly. But I think at the end of the day, you need to have a little bit of both, like you're saying, Rise.
And Speedy, I hate to not let you get a chance to answer the question, but I think we're going to come back to you guys shortly.
I've got lots of thoughts too. So after these games, I'll give you my thoughts. But let's go.
I can't wait to hear them, honestly. But before we get to a little bit of teaser, we're going to take a look at our next two teams. We'll get back with Speedy and Stark shortly. But up next, we have a matchup between the one, the only, the great, the powerful Sophtoph, and of course, the runner-up from the North American International Championships, Ashtonash. Two very talented trainers here. Hey, Donis, yeah, I'm just going to ask you, like, anything in particular stand out to you at first glance looking at these teams?
Well, besides the two gauntlet of names here, Sophtoph and Ashtonash, as you said, two very accomplished trainers, I do want to call out the Marowak on Astonish Ash's team, because it is
Astonish
a
Ash.
User.
That could be a cool nickname.
Ash.
Astonish Ash.
We see in the last meta that Marowak was the primary Mudslap user, and now we've kind of seen that shift towards Claydol because Claydol gained access to that Rock Tomb, which is that debuffing charge attack. So interesting that Astonish Ash chooses to keep Marowak on his team, and I'm curious maybe kind of what discrepancies that Marowak and Claydol have in their respective matchups. And then of course both trainers opting to run the Dusclops, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, Rise.
Dude, the Dusclops, I had to like look up the counts before the match, and I wrote down in my notes like before the match like the Dusclops counts to try and like memorize the counts, because that thing is so dang spammy. But I believe it's 3-3-3-2 for Shadow Punch, and 4 then always 3 for Ice Punch, and then it's like 4 then 2 for Ice Punch plus Shadow Punch. So it's something that definitely takes the hang of like keeping track of counts. Sophtoph opting for Togetic as a flyer. This thing with the buffed Psyshock, usually running Fairy Wind, Psyshock, Dazzling Gleam now, and that combination can be quite deadly. Another Pokemon that can be a little bit hard to keep track of counts with these new move combinations. And Togetic, how does it look? Let's see, against Ashtonash's team. I mean, has a lot of play, honestly, right? I mean, you're only really afraid of the Drapion, kind of, but and Dusclops with maybe the Ice Punch coverage. And of course, I'm sure Cradily with that Rock Tomb is going to be punishing. So I could see Togetic, an obscure pick from Soph, having a lot of play in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you as well with the Togetic. I mean, even against Drapion, which seemingly is the hardest answer, it has that access to Fairy Wind and Dazzling Gleam. But we're hopping into game number 1 here. I missed the opposing Pokemon on Ashtonash's side, but it seems like we got Lapras into Cradily. Very interesting matchup. We're going to be doing neutral damage with the Sparkling Arias here. And of course, Ashtonash likely opting to throw the Rock Tomb to debuff the Lapras and doing super effective damage here. So it also seems like it's a swap in here.
Yes, we will only have one point of view for this particular match here, as Sophtoph fighting back with this Lapras. Ice Beam connects onto the Cradily, and no shields have been expended. Is there any way Soph can reach the Sparkling Aria? Not quite. And Shadow Kanto Marowak gets the energy lead. We know how dangerous this Pokemon can be up energy. And so faced with the decision here early on, do you protect shield the potential rock slide? No, gonna let it go. And that's gonna do just over half health. Togetic takes it quite well, but this looks tough for Soph because now you are behind energy in the mirror in this Shadow Drapion square off.
Yeah, with Ashtonash's Drapion coming in at a little bit of an advantage here, I believe Soph probably likely opting to play the one shield scenario as she knows if she takes it to the twos, the second or whatever Aqua Tail we're on will be enough to ensure the knockout. And of course, Ashtonash is outpacing Soph to her Aqua Tail there. And we saw the super effective rock slide damage coming through, but thankfully for Sophtoph on the side of the Togetic not being debuffed, which could come into play here at the end of the game as well.
The Drapion firing off another Aqua Tail was forced to use a Protect Shield and gonna get a shield matched here. I don't know if you can afford to take another Aqua Tail after these additional Poison Stings, so Soph is gonna put up the final Protect Shield here. And we see the Marowak come in. Does this open up a window of opportunity? However, the Aqua Tail, you have to presume, is going to be Protect Shielded. The problem here, if you're Soph, actually connects. Interesting. Ooh. And Togetic going to get to this Psyshock here. If you're Ashtonash, do you simply just Protect Shield to get off the Rock Slide?
Yeah, I think Ashtonash is one Mud Slap away from reaching the Rock Slide, whereas Soph is two. Oh, no, excuse me. Ashtonash is already at the Rock Slide, and Soph was still two Psyshocks away. So I believe one more Mud Slap here on the side of Marowak is going to be able to clean up this game for Ashtonash. Excuse me again. Two Mud Slaps coming through to clean up the game for Ashtonash. And I'm curious maybe if Soph will continue to lean on the Togetic into these future games. As we know, it's not going to be debuffed because Marowak does not have access to that newly buffed Rock Tomb, whereas Claydol does. So perhaps making Togetic a little bit more, maybe a little bit better of a matchup there. And notably, neither trainers opted to bring in their Dusclops, which I'd say that Dusclops looks pretty good into the side of Ashtonash here.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to hit Cradily with those super effective ice punches as well as the jump bluff, and man, really close end game there. Unfortunately, the Marowak's head start with that energy lead farming down the Lapras seemed to really play the difference, and it's tough for Soph because you couldn't really afford to give up switch advantage there, right? If you switch out and don't allow that farm down on the Lapras, then you risk your Drapion getting locked in against that Kanto Marowak in the end game. So tough situation there. We'll see if Sophtoph can make the necessary adjustments against such a strong, proven battler in Ashtonash. That Shadow Kanto Marowak, we know how dangerous it can be, and against a team like Soph's, I mean, I've been there. The Marowak energy just goes everywhere, so gonna have to find a way to handle that thing.
Yeah, and on both sides, Drapion seems to have a lot of play for both of these trainers. I mean, the Drapion has a lot of targets to hit on Ashtonash's team, mostly wanting to avoid the Marowak with the super effective Mud Slap damage. But even then, if Soph can maybe manage a scenario where she can come in with energy up on the Drapion and threaten those shields from the Marowak, there could be could be pretty favorable for Soph. But then, of course, Ashtonash also, the Marowak threatens that Togetic. It threatens the Dusclops. It threatens even the Lapras. So maybe Soph tries to lean on a harder answer to that Drapion, as we see that was the Pokemon that was able to close out the game for Ashtonash. So maybe she leans more on the Gastrodon or even Guzzlord, both of which seem to have decent play into Ashtonash's team.
During the Sacramento cast, the co-casters, I think DeFi specifically, came up with this joke that Sophtoph was my coach. I didn't really get it. If I was coaching Sophtoph right now, you know what I would like to see? I would like to see maybe a Togetic safe swap and try to lure out that Drapion and maybe open up the Dusclops in the back. I feel like that could be a potential strategy. However, you don't know necessarily if Togetic will lure out that Drapion, so that could be a flaw in the strategy. It could lure out something like the Cradily or the Dusclops as well. But I feel like if you can lure out that Drapion, the Togetic just has a lot of merit here in this matchup. Here we go. We got both perspectives now, and it's gonna be a gray lead for Soph this time. Guzzlord into Drapion.
Yeah, Soph adjusting to the Guzzlord and correctly calling the Dropion in the lead here and getting the favorable matchup. Now, Ashtonash will probably try to bank up a lot of energy and swap out for a later endgame, but no, actually opts to the crunch, maybe fishing for that debuff where the second crunch will threaten a shield right back from Sophtoph. Soph going ahead and continuing to build up her energy here on the Guzzlord. Yet to throw in, and actually lets a second crunch connect. So now potentially this opens up a door for Ashtonash to do one more Poison Sting and do a quick swap to the jump left and catch. Or no, just responding right away with the jump left there.
No debuff on the crunch, and Soph being so patient, farming up a ton of energy, gets off a brutal swing for some chip and is going to be able to bank one charge attack with the Guzzlord, although Guzzlord really low after eating those fairy winds. Now, this is that double flying jump bluff, and Soph is going to have to respect the acrobatics here. A nice bait from Ashtonash. Is there any way Soph can get rid of this jump bluff before another acrobatic's going to fire off the crunch and is going to grab the protect shield?
Yeah, I like Soph's play here of just building up energy, making sure she has insurance into the remainder of this game. Ashtonash actually going ahead and baiting another aerial ace onto the side of Sophtoph. She has a decision to make and correctly throws up the protect shield. Now does Soph actually just opt to throw Aqua Tail here? But no, Ashtonash responds right away into the Dropion to soak up this Aqua Tail damage here. And now Ashtonash has a choice to make. Do they call that, try to get up some energy on Cradily here? Or will that not be enough to, I guess Dropion's not even in Rock Tomb range, so probably likely to opt in to bring back in that jump left and maybe unload an Aerialist. No, excuse me, actually bringing in that Cradily here, now opening the door for Soph to unload one crunch here and making her Lapras have a little bit of a safer matchup in the back, being lower.
This is really interesting because I don't think you're quite in Rock Tomb range. So is Drapion going to be able to withstand this, get off another crunch? But then if Ashtonash invests the final protect shield, that's still a lot of health to deal with on the Drapion. This Rock Tomb 100% debuff going to make this crunch hurt a little bit less, and it is going to connect, and this could be very helpful for Soph. And we see the simultaneous swap as well. And how well has Soph been able to manage tracking this jump bluff's energy? Acrobatics is going to hurt. Is there any way you can get the side wave down? I don't know. You might be forced to throw energy here if you're Sophtoph.
Yeah, Soph might be forced to throw energy here, or at least come out with two Sparkling Arias. As we know, the Cradily is so close to reaching that Grass Knot, which will definitely, or Rock Tomb even, will definitely ensure the knockout on Lapras. Interesting that Ashtonash actually chooses to invest his final Protect Shield here, hoping to reach for the Acrobatics, and does successfully get it. Soph cannot respond with the Guzzlord here, as one Fairy Wind will be enough to ensure the knockout. So likely we're going to see the Dropion come back in to ensure the knockout on the jump left, and then win the charge attack priority tie against the Cradily.
Oh man, this is so tough. And Soph maybe would have rather come in right away, but this Bullet Seed down is going to be close, but not before the Aqua Tail. This is going to knock out the Cradily, and I think one Poison Sting might be all you need to knock out the jump bluff.
Yeah, that was really close. Waiting out that timer just allowed Ashtonash to respond with the Cradily, and maybe Ashtonash, if he opted to throw that charge attack from Cradily onto that Drapion, the game could have been over, because then the jump left would be able to register that one Fairy Wind damage before the Dragon Tail was going to be able to come through. So maybe we would have liked to see a throw there at the end from Ashtonash on the Cradily. But now both trainers have some interesting decisions to make. So Soph rightly corrected or adjusted to the Guzzlord and was met by the Drapion on Ashtonash's side. So now Ashtonash is likely thinking, well, certainly doesn't want that to happen again. And Soph was playing a little bit soft to the Primeape here, calling the bluff on Ashtonash's side, and maybe thinking that the Togetic was enough to scare it away for game number 2. So maybe Ashtonash adjusts to the Primeape this time. As we know, Soph ran the Guzzlord and then the Lapras, which are both taking super effective Karate Chop damage. And I would argue that the Drapion matchup isn't entirely too good either, especially if Ashtonash were to lead that Primeape.
I think the counter argument for that end game is if you fire off a Rock Tomb there at the low Drapion, then maybe as long as Guzzlord is able to withstand one Bullet Seed, I think Guzzlord had a move stored still. So then Guzzlord would have been able to knock out the jump bluff with that attack. So a really close end game. I think it's about as close as it gets. I think if Soph maybe came in with that Drapion right away, getting that one Sting would have helped. But honestly, no, maybe like the fairy wind, maybe Soph was afraid that the fairy wind would put you lower and was actually hoping that could have been like 1,000 IQ play that I wasn't thinking of. But crazy game 2. And we should be in store for a treat for game number 3. I agree with what you said about the Primate, right? A little bit scary, but maybe some of these picks from Soph have kind of lured Ashtonash away from bringing it, because it's only like really good target is probably the Guzzlord. And even that, right, you kind of have to fire off the close combat. Otherwise, if that gets shielded, things start to get a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, and I would like to see maybe, well, Ashtonash adjusted to that jump left in game number 2. And looking at Soph's team, jump left looks quite safe into all of Soph's team and can likely muster up a couple shields there, or at least get up on energy and yeah, get the shields, or just be particularly impactful in letting those acrobatics go through. As we know, acrobatics is a particularly impactful and threatening move onto all of her Pokemon. So nonetheless, we're going into game number 3 here. It's the Marowak into the Drapion.
Ooh, a tough lead for Sophtoph here. Will she be able to overcome? Safe swap Lapras. We're seeing Ashtonash stay in momentarily before... Oh, actually going to stay in and fight the bundle. This is surprising to me, Haydonis. He has a Cradily in the back, but has elected to chip first before making a swap out. Now we're going to see the swap out into the Cradily, and we know how bulky this thing is, so going to be able to withstand an Ice Beam if he wants. And yeah, Ashtonash electing to take this Ice Beam. It's going to do a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, Ashtonash likely just wanted to get that Bone Club through just so he can ensure that this Rock Tomb would be enough to threaten the knockout on the Lapras. Rock Tomb coming up here. Soph has a decision to make. Will she shield? Will she not shield? And Soph ends up throwing the first Protect Shield of the game. Is going to continue to build up a little bit here. And actually, if Ashtonash goes ahead and shield the Sparkling Aria, there could be play for Soph to go ahead and farm down the Cradily, which the energy is going to be particularly impactful on the rest of the team. It's going to threaten the Drapion into getting low into the yellow, of course being double debuffed, and can also threaten a shield back on the Marowak. But what's looking great for Soph is that her Drapion does not have to face off against this Marowak for the remainder of the game.
Well, I think it may, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you are going to get the Poison Sting down here, which could be really nice for Sophtoph, because now you have the opportunity, assuming Marowak comes in, you throw after one Sting, you probably swap into the Guzzlord. Ashtonash going to take this Aqua Tail, and suddenly this Guzzlord might cause some issues for Ashtonash, because he has a Drapion of his own in the back. And yeah, he's going to fire off the Bone Club, but the Dragon Tail that snuck through, it should be enough to knock out this Marowak. Soph going to allow the Bone Club to connect. And now you have a chipped Guzzlord and your own Drapion against his Drapion.
Yeah, both trainers having one shield remaining on the field here. It's going to be interesting if Soph, potentially Ashtonash still has some play here in shielding a potential crunch, or sorry, excuse me. Well, still has a shield left to shield a remaining Dragon Claw, and then Soph has some decisions to make: shielding crunch, shielding or not shielding the crunch. Ashtonash actually throwing the crunch here. Maybe if Ashtonash is able to get the debuff, can Poison Sting down here? No debuff. Dragon Claw coming through, and this should be enough to take out Ashtonash. Likely not throwing up his final Protect Shield. I believe the Drapion has just a little bit too much health to be able to carry her through the rest of the game. And of course, Soph taking game number 3 here.
I think way too much health on Soph's Drapion, and despite an unfortunate lead of Drapion into Kanto Marowak, Soph able to overcome and pull off a 2-1 victory. Very impressive. Sophtoph not only taking out the Torian, one of the top ranked players in North America this season, but also taking down Ashtonash, a regular in terms of his top performances in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. So keep an eye out on this unknown battler. Just kidding, not very unknown to us, but Sophtoph, some really impressive plays, and she is going to be moving on to winners round 4.
Yeah, and Soph ran the same team back with Guzzlord, Lapras, and Drapion. Of course, bringing Drapion in the lead this time as opposed to the Guzzlord. And like we had called out just before this match had begun, interesting that Ashtonash did not feel comfortable enough to lean on that Primate. Maybe there was a little bit too much pressure from the Dusclops matchup, maybe a little bit too much pressure from that Togetic matchup. Nonetheless, Soph going ahead and taking that game number 3, and incredibly clean plays as well, not having a favorable lead and recognizing that our Lapras looks generally pretty safe into the team of Ashtonash, and knowing that Ashtonash, I guess, believing that Ashtonash is not going to go ahead and respond with that Primate. And even if he were to do that, Lapras would still be able to chunk away on the Primeape with that side wave damage.
Agreed with the Lapras as an effective safe swap, and even though it wasn't able to beat the Cradily necessarily, the fact that you landed the Ice Beam got it into a manageable Poison Sting downrange for Drapion without having to eat a Rock Tomb made it a really comfortable situation for Soph. Perhaps Ashtonash is wishing maybe he instant counter swapped his Cradily as opposed to doing the Bone Club first, creating that sort of desync in the alignment. But overall, just really well managed and maneuvered from Sophtoph, and we'll see what she has in store for the remainder of this tournament. But Ashtonash, don't count him out by any means. Definitely a phenomenal trainer, very more than capable of making a loser's bracket run here.
Yeah, and with this matchup concluded, let's go ahead and bring in our other co-casters here to get their thoughts. And as we took a little bit of a break from Speedy's opinion here, now we get to finally resume and see what Speedy thinks about the team building process here into a new meta.
Dude, production said bring the boys back in. The boys are back in town, Adonis. All right. And we got to talk about some of our opinions. A few of the picks I'm not certain about on those teams that we just saw. I don't know how I feel about Dusclops or Togetic, but if you want me to answer the matchups question, I can do that. Is that what you want me to talk about?
That's what I meant to say.
I've been waiting. The whole time during that match, I was waiting for this.
I know, with those unknown battlers, or at least one of the unknown battlers that we saw on stream, right? So before the matches, we talk about matchup knowledge. I think it's so critical to go into PvPoke and actually look at these matchups in detail. What I mean is, a lot of people just run the sim and they're like, oh, Cradily beats Drapion in the ones. Okay, homework's done. And then they don't actually look deeper into the matchup. So it really like grinds my gears when somebody match will say, oh, well, Cradily wins this in the ones. Oh, Cradily just got chipped by a Sparkling Aria before it came in. Drapion's got 2 Poison Stings. How does that change this matchup? Like, what does that actually affect in the broader sense of this? So back when I was having my most success in grassroots, I would definitely look at the margins of victory. How far behind can you be in a matchup? Can you allow 3 Poison Stings to come through before you switch? Do you have to switch instantly? How important is it for you to manage your energy and throw on good timing? Seeing the margins. If it's a 1-turn difference in the matchup, it's not a win. Like, I don't care, because I don't care how you talk about it unless it's in the lead and you see those 2 Pokemon, even shields, even energy, all conditions, preserved. But as soon as the game starts, that 1 turn or that 1 move that could flip a matchup, that comes into play. So I really feel like people don't do their due diligence when they study these matchups. And to your points, hey Donis and Alex, I think you probably like study that based on feel as you work through these matchups. But for me, I have to be really calculated. I have to know how many turns I can wait to switch, how many turns I need to farm before I swap. And taking the guessing game is one of the biggest things. Taking the guessing game out of PvP is one of the biggest steps to success continuously. I think the best trainers don't guess about matchups. They don't guess about energy counts. They know, and they know within margins. So I think that's like super important for really taking your gameplay to the next level. I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I really like everything you said there, Speedy. And one thing that I like connected with is how we look at the simulations and stuff, but how often do matchups really play out like an exact simulation? And in preparation for Vancouver, not to make this about me, but it is my channel, I guess. But I literally the night before, I was debating whether swapping Shadow Steelix for regular Steelix, because if you look at the sims, the regular like picks up way more matchups in every shield scenario with that added bulk. And I was asking people like Emmy Weedle about it, and they were like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, how often are you really like playing out an entire matchup with Steelix? How often are you like debuffing something and then switching, or like saving 2 shields for it in the back? So that kind of convinced me, like, although the simulations, quote unquote, were telling me the regular was strictly better, it was the shadow that seemed like it just felt better. It felt more oppressive. It felt like it was more threatening. And that's what I ended up going with. So I like everything that you had to say there.
For sure. Appreciate you, Rise.
And then I guess even for Oh, I was gonna say even for me, like bringing between like the Shadow Dusclops and the regular Dusclops, I mean they sim fairly similar, but then it was just getting that feel off of playing with them. Shadow Dusclops just felt infinitely better because I know Dusclops is already a bulky Pokemon, so getting that additional damage, it really came into play in a lot of the matchups there. But I think we have our next teams ready, so we're ready to move over there to our next matchup.
Take it away, fellas.
All right, the one, the only House Stark, man. How are you feeling?
I feel like I'm with the one and only Mr. Speediest Chief. Today we have some phenomenal battlers on stream here. We've got Elim versus Dre Flames, two players that have been around for a while. These are definitely some masters of battling.
You know, they say you can count on two things in life, death and taxes. You can count on three things, and that the third thing is Dre Flames playing a fire-type Pokemon. He's got Typhlosion on his team here. As we know, Incinerate, Thunder Punch, Blast Burn. I remember talking with you, Stark. I believe it was Worlds. You took a Typhlosion onto stream, and I asked you if it's a good Pokemon, and you said no. Is it a good Pokemon in this current meta, especially with the Gastrodon and the Cradily with Rock Tomb and the Lapras on the other side?
I would say it has a lot of play in the meta because despite Cradily having Rock Tomb, you can get some shields up and land some big blast burns against a lot of different types of Pokemon. And that Thunder Punch was buffed last season, so it does have a lot of play, especially into that Lapras and Talonflame. However, I will say that Gastrodon is going to be a problem.
Exactly right. I think the Butt Slap is still very, very effective. It's the only thing in my mind that's really keeping Shadow Drapion and Galarian Weezing at bay. We don't see the latter of the two here in the Galarian Weezing, but we do see a Shadow Drapion shared by both teams. But look at the variety as well. Between the Shadow Annihilape and the Shadow Drapion, those are the only two shared picks in this entire selection of 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, we also do see that Lapras as well, but what's fun is that they both have a water, a ground, a grass, and a fire that are all shared between, like the typings are very shared between the two, but they're completely different. I love seeing the Diggersby. I think it still has a ton of play in this meta. The Shadow Jump Bluff is probably going to have the double flying moveset, as well as the Talonflame having a double flying moveset, so it just depends which flying type moveset do you like better.
Looking at the teams a little more closely, I feel like whenever you decide to bring one of the fire types, whether it's Elim's Talonflame or Dre Flame's Typhlosion, you really have to be concerned not only about Mud Slappers and water types, but also that Aqua Tail on the Shadow Drapion. It just feels so constrictive, throwing an Incinerate and just watching the Scorpion just gather so much energy. And you have to shield all the Aqua Tails, especially if you're the Shadow Typhlosion. So do you think we see either of the fire types in this game number one?
I think the Talonflame has a ton of play into Dre Flames' team. The only Pokemon that I think that hard counters it is going to be that Typhlosion because it's able to resist the fire type damage and hit back with super effective Thunder Punches. But are we even going to see the Typhlosion because that Gastrodon is waiting in the wings?
Couple of trends from yesterday. We saw only Ice Punch Annihilate. We did not see Close Combat Annihilate on the stream as far as I recall. We also saw a mixture of Talonflame movesets. Stark, do you think that we should be seeing Flame Charge Fly or should we be seeing Fly Brave Bird? I mean, what do you think is the best set?
Honestly, there's play for both. I think in this meta, having something like that Flame Charge is helpful for Pokemon like Steelix, especially, or any kind of Corviknight, which I think is actually has a ton of play in this meta, as well as if you see any other Steel types like an Alolan Sandslash. But I think here we're ready to go. We've got the Annihilate versus the Drapion, both Shadow.
Yeah, very nice lead here for Elim as he's able to line up the counter user against the Shadow Drapion. Going to deal a lot of damage. Another Ice Punch user as well. Going to go for the crunch here, but as you look at the back line for Dre Flames, does he really have a good switch opportunity or is he just going to stay in here?
I think he could switch out because Lapras isn't that bad into the Annihilate, but actually we see the Annihilate counter swap. And this Annihilate on Elim's side has a ton of residual energy and is going to be able to fire off multiple Rage Fists.
Yeah, we see the first shield on the first Rage Fist, and then the pivot into the Talonflame. Now, if you're going to try to find a good spot for Talonflame, you have to pick your opportunities here. We see the double fly moveset revealed as well. This is the first Rage Fist, I believe, from Dre Flames, and it's not going to do too much damage.
Yeah, Talonflame's going to be able to take one, throw one Incinerate, and then go for the fly, but actually not even going for the Incinerate, just throwing the fly immediately, assuming that Dre Flames is not going to shield, and this fly is going to knock out the Shadow Annihilate.
Two options in the back. Dre Flames has that Shadow Drapion with a bit of residual energy, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Lapras 1488 CP coming in here with the side waves. This is a Skull Bash Lapras, Alex. Let's go.
I love Skull Bash Lapras. I think it has a ton of play in this meta. We're going to see probably a Brave Bird coming through here. Is Lapras going to shield? It is going to shield, and that's going to make it a lot easier to farm down, but I expect a pivot, and we do see a pivot into that Shadow Annihilate. The Sparkling R is getting fired off. Are we going to see a shield from the Shadow Annihilate?
I think we do. And if you look at the team composition, I'm kind of realizing this after we've started our game. Shadow Annihilate for Elim looks monstrous in this matchup. There's a Drapion, there's a Diggersby, there's a Lapras, all going to deal some really meaningful counter damage. Up energy, you can beat the opposing Annihilate, and that Typhlosion really struggles. Getting to the Sparkling Arya at the last second, though, is huge for Dre Flames.
Yeah, Lapras showing its bulk, and we actually see a huge undercharge here. Is this still going to knock out? It's not going to knock out. So now expecting to get a Poison Sting down to get a huge amount of energy on this Shadow Drapion. That's massive.
Absolutely massive. But all of that wind in the sails gets taken out when that Shadow Drapion from Elim appears on the other side. I mean, you could have hoped for something, I don't know, maybe a Dust Noir or a pure Ghost type that you could just crunch out of existence, but you're not going to get your wish with that Shadow Drapion. So Elim, fantastic team composition, fantastic energy management, and just really kind of finding the weak points in this team from Dre Flames and just absolutely putting his boot on the neck of this team composition.
Yeah, and I think understanding that Shadow Annihilate has such a good matchup into everything that Dre Flames had, other than a jump bluff, and then bringing the Shadow Drapion and the Talonflame to kind of cover that one pick. Fantastic team composition like you were talking about. I mean, Elim has been doing this for such a long time. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's never going to let up and give his opponent any extra opportunities.
In order for Dre Flames to get back into this series, it almost feels like he needs to take these shields down earlier. I think that throwing the crunch into the Shadow Annihilate from Elim and then swapping his own Annihilate was just kind of like an awkward position to be in. It didn't really feel like he was getting any momentum. I'm thinking for game 2, he's got to bring out that Typhlosion. He's got to start pressuring shields early and maybe try to ramp up his own Shadow Annihilate.
Yeah, and I think if you bring that Shadow Typhlosion, you have to bring the Shadow Jump Bluff. Not only for the Annihilate, but also for the Gastrodon that might show up. And I do really like Typhlosion in this meta, in this matchup specifically, as long as you can avoid that Gastrodon. Although I guess that Shadow Drapion is also problematic for it. So it's going to be tricky, but if Dre Flames can figure out or maneuver his way through this matchup with those two Pokemon, maybe something like the Shadow Drapion could kind of work as a neutral pivot.
Speaking of that Gastrodon, looking at Dre Flames' team, outside of that Shadow Jump Bluff, there really are no hard checks to it. So I think the Gastrodon looks incredibly neutral into the rest of this squad, and I think it could come at any moment. So for Dre Flames, this is a very difficult position to be in. I know you and I talk about Show 6, Pick 3 team compositions quite a bit. This looks really tough. The more that you delve into this matchup, Dre Flames is in a very tricky position. So the pressure on him to call the lead, to call the swap, to get the right formula in place before the matchup begins is really, really high right now.
Yeah, I kind of really like the team composition that Elim has, because something like the Gastrodon is really neutral into a lot of the team. Something like the Talonflame is really good into a lot of the team. So it's difficult to kind of play around both. But here we actually see the Shadow Annihilate against the non-Shadow Lapras. We see an instant pivot into the Shadow Drapion for Dre Flames. And I'm assuming we see a Crunch Throne? Yes.
Yeah, we are narrowing our perspective, everybody in chat. We are on board now with Dre Flames, so we're going to get a real perspective of what it's like to take on our Toronto regional champion in Elim. We see the Shadow Drapion actually in a fantastic switch and catch by Elim, taking that resisted damage, and now he's in the mirror match.
Yeah, and I think that Annihilate energy is going to have a lot of places to go later in the battle, but we see the Aqua Tail here. It's not quite enough to put it in range of Farm Down, so I believe we're going to have to see another Aqua Tail getting thrown by Dre Flames to get that knockout. We do see a shield being put up, and it is going to allow the Shadow Drapion to hold on a little bit longer, but we see the back-to-back here by Elim.
Yeah, the back-to-back here, because Elim is recognizing that Dre Flames is fighting hard for switch. I think he's tipping his hat to the fact that there is that jump bluff in the back. Got to get the full Poison Sting down, though, and you got to assume that this Crunch Aqua Tail combination has enough coverage to take a shield from just about anything that comes in.
Yeah, agreed. This Crunch is going to be neutral onto any single Pokemon that Elim has. We are going to see the Talonflame show up, and this Aqua Tail is going to be super effective, so really good of understanding by Dre Flames throwing this Aqua Tail is going to be able to throw another one depending on the timing here. And yes, one more Aqua Tail gets thrown off. The Talonflame is probably going to have to shield to be able to get through this matchup.
I agree with you completely. I think that Dre Flames might have been able to get one more Poison Sting in there. Let's see if it makes a difference. Maybe it would have, maybe not. The swap in there from Elim, it does counter down that Shadow Drapion. Now he's got a choice to make. Having taken control of Switch, though, Dre Flames is starting to put himself in a better position.
Yeah, and I think we did see the Ice Punch on that Annihilate, and it is going to be double super effective into this Shadow Jump Bluff. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but it is going to do heavy damage and put it down and deep into the red. It is going to be able to get to this Aerial Ace at least and pressure this Annihilate for a shield.
That was so much heavy damage. In fact, we're going to see an Aerial Ace come through here. This will be enough to KO due to the Shadow variant on the Annihilate. So we do see that final Protect Shield from Elim pop up and a beefy counter down. Dre Flames realizes it, but it might just be a moment too late. Now the Rage Fist is getting queued up here.
Yeah, this is going to do a ton of damage, and it's going to ramp up those counters that are already doing super effective damage. While Lapper's going to be able to Psywave down, no, it's going to have to throw a move. Oh. But no, look at Annihilate getting to another Rage Fist. Counter, the energy was nerfed 2 seasons ago, but it is still able to get to the Rage Fist and KO through both Pokemon in the back.
Very, very tricky matchup there for Dre Flames to navigate. We talked about the team composition, how much pressure Elim's team actually exerted on that team of 6 from Dre Flames. If I'm not mistaken, Alex, we only saw 2 of Elim's 3 Pokemon in that game number 2. I think it was a Shadow Drapion and the Annihilate did all the work.
Well, I think we saw the Talonflame show up just to be able to farm down that Shadow Drapion. But I mean, it still had energy. It still had a lot of health. It was going to be a problem no matter what. Yeah, Elim's team. You look at it. You have the buffing Rage Fist. You have the debuffing Rock Tomb. You have the debuffing Crunch. You have the debuffing Earth Power, and then you have the hard-hitting debuffing yourself, Brave Bird. Tons and tons of play with that team composition. I do see this team actually going places this season, and I could see this being a team plate or a template for a lot of different trainers this season. I'm excited.
A template and also a team plate. I went on to DracoViz and looked at the teams. We actually do see Skull Bash as well. So to your point you were making, Alex, every single Pokemon, 6 out of 6 Pokemon on Elim's team will affect the matchups in terms of buffs or debuffs. That's honestly remarkable when you really think about it. Some of them, yes, have a higher chance than others. Some of them a bit of a lower chance. Some of them are guaranteed. For example, the Skull Bash, the Flame Charge, and the Rage Fist are all, and the Rock Tomb as well is all guaranteed. 4 out of 6 guarantees is not bad, and I feel like the crunches from Drapion debuff me like 69% of the time, if not more.
Yeah, it's a nice amount of time for sure. Being able to get there so quickly. But yeah, Dre Flames, great showing. We didn't see the Typhlosion, but honestly, that Annihilate was just so oppressive from Elim's side.
Such a beast. I mean, you could have suspected Dre Flames would have brought in maybe Talonflame instead of the Typhlosion, but let's hear from the other folks as well. We've got Haydonis and Rise joining us. Rise is currently muted. Haydonis, what do you think about that last matchup?
Heavy damage.
So much.
It was pretty awesome to see that Elim just masterclass plays there. I believe he sniped the Drapion, where Dre Flames was building up all that energy. His back was kind of just against the wall, it seemed like, and Elim was just in a commanding position. Even though we were watching Dre Flames scream, it really seemed like it was Elim's game.
Mm-hmm. Elim always so technical. He said he was taking a break after Toronto. I half believe him. I think he's still one to watch out for. Anytime he competes, he's a threat to win the whole tournament. And Dre, I want to give Dre props though. He beat Dunebug in the round before. Had to go through a bit of a gauntlet with his side of the bracket. When you have to play Dunebug and then, he beat Dilap too, didn't he? He beat Dilap, then Dunebug, and then he had to play Elim. That's pretty big gauntlet for a typical Sunday. So, but nice plays by both.
Wow.
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out to Dre Flames, although it seemed like the Talonflames were really coming down there. But yeah, what Pokemon really stood out for you, Speedy, in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about Pokemon like Guzzlord, which I think are really neutral. We did not see any Guzzlord play in that game, but some of the old, right? I want to reference the Shadow Drapion. I think that if any Pokemon is going to hold over from the past meta, it's going to be the Shadow Drapion. We've seen some folks disagreeing about Azumarill. I know Arceus Aurelius has a very spicy take that Azumarill will not win a Championship Series event this entire season, and that's a bold take because there are 21 tournaments and 6 qualifiers in this third season. It's the most events that we have all year long, and Azumarill has a lot of chances to win. But Shadow Drapion, I think, is going to remain at the top of the usage charts. It's flexible, it's dynamic, it's less bulky than a lot of the XL Pokemon that we've seen as of old. So I think it is more dynamic and more interesting than, for example, Lickitung or Medicham or whatever. But yeah, I think we're going to see more of it.
And it was really interesting looking at Dre Flames' team because I feel like Rise, I think you called it out on chat perfectly. He just slapped on the Lapras in place of Dugong and called it a day. But it seemed like he was still playing a little bit, catering to that old meta as well. And just looking off Dre Flames' team at the bat, I know we no longer have the teams posted up here, but his team also looked like Cradily had a lot of play into it as well, which, as we know, Cradily is now kind of like the reigning top of the meta there, sitting up there right next to Drapion.
Dre Flames' team was Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Drapion, Diggersby, Shadow Jumpluff, Shadow Typhlosion, and Lapras. So I definitely agree. 4 shadows on the team. You always have to respect the spicy shadow gameplay, though.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rice.
I was just gonna say, I think Elim with that Shadow Annihilate as well. It's a Pokemon we're like kind of counting out a little bit in this new meta with the ghosts and the Psywave users, but it put in so much work there. And I remember in his Toronto run, I think he was running regular Annihilate, but the Shadow, that thing is just so scary and can just put so much pressure on always keeping your opponents on the back foot.
Yeah, I think Shadow Annihilate is one of those Pokemon that kind of picked up in usage once people realized the ability to press heavy damage, especially with that Ice Punch now, like we saw against that Jumpluff, being able to basically knock it out from full health without any issues. As long as you can shield it up, Shadow Annihilate is going to be able to run through a lot of different teams.
You make a great point, Alex, because before, when the Shadow Annihilate was not available, that was kind of the trade-off you were making. It's like, can I realistically get to 2 Ice Punches against a Jumpluff, or should I just go for the close combat and kind of pivot the role that I want this Pokemon to play on my team? But now that you see the counter damage, how much it does, the double super effective Ice Punch, absolutely annihilating things like Jumpluff, no pun intended, I do think it's got a ton more flex play. Plus that grass type coverage, I mean, believe it or not, but it is still super effective against Cradily. I know rock typing is not something we study very much. It has its own unique resistances and strengths, but yeah, it doesn't help you against ice types.
Yeah, it even seemed like that counter damage was doing like super effective damage to that Jumpluff at the end there, making its way all the way, punching down the Jumpluff, and Dre Flames just staying in that matchup, allowing it to happen. Like, I'm sure my Jumpluff can hang on, it's a flying type, it's really bulky, but alas, it did not. So definitely opting for the Shadow type damage. It seems to be kind of more of the play on Annihilate, and it can get it even scarier when both Annihilate and Primeape, when they're rage fisting up and just being able to unload even more damage. I think it's particularly even more impactful on Primeape, where Karate Chop isn't really doing a lot of base damage, so getting those rage fists boosted, and on top of being Shadow and pacing to those moves insanely quickly, of course then you're just trading off for the bulk there.
So this is remarkable. I went to PV Poke, right? We all love PV Poke. It looks like in the Shadow versus Shadow matchup, on average, Shadow Annihilate's Ice Punch will deal 75% damage to Jumpluff, and each counter is going to do about 3%. So an Ice Punch plus 5 counters is enough to KO the Jumpluff, which is honestly wild. All right. We have some teams ready to go. Stark, are you ready to go back in?
Let's do it. We'll say bye to the boys, and we'll welcome them back in just a few minutes.
Hold your breath during the transition. Okay, we're good. All right. It's a Satire versus Pyro Panda GBL. Dude, Stark, I'm going to call you out. I think that the Grumpig on the right side is a meme. Is Grumpig going to be good? Is it good in this matchup?
I think it legitimately has play into everything other than the Charge-a-Bug, and I guess the Dropion too. We'll see. We'll see. I do like Grumpig's coverage because it has Ghost and Fighting similar to Annihilate, similar to Dusk Noir. Having the Shadow Ball plus the Dynamic Punch with Psywave, honestly, building up energy rather quickly. It is really good with a shield advantage, and I would say in shield disparity, it will have a lot of play.
Grumpig to me, I think that pure Psychic is not in a very good spot right now. We don't see any defense from Deoxys. We don't hardly see Grumpig. I think that being weak to Dark and Ghost at the same and Bug all at the same time is not a great position to be in. So maybe with the shields up, we could see Grumpig melt through some things with the Psywave. But in terms of the team compositions overall, I don't see that many openings for something like Gliscopod. I'm not sure if you agree or disagree, but I think the Shadow Kanto Marowak for Pyro looks very reliable, only with some very particular threats.
Yeah, definitely. I believe if Pyropan is able to draw out the Jump Bluff with something like that Gliscopod, then it could really open up Shadow Kanto Marowak to be able to sweep the rest of that team, especially with a shield advantage, or if shields are still remaining up in the field. I also really like the Shadow Dropion for Pyropanda. It only really has to worry about that Claydol.
Looking at the Dracoviz teams here, It's a Satire has Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch on the Medicham with Psycho Cut as the fast attack, and they also have Ice Beam on the Claydol. So actually some pretty nice coverage, and the pacing to the Ice Punch with the Psycho Cut is quite fast.
Yeah, and I think Medicham's moveset is going to be the standard because you have the Psychic, the Fighting, and the Ice coverage with that. Ice Beam on Claydol is not something we typically see. It is going to have more play into something like Credilli, as well as the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Guzzlord, being able to hit all three for super effective damage. Does the Lapras also have Ice Beam? Is it going to be triple Ice, or is it Skull Bash?
It does, in fact. Sparkling Aria, Ice Beam for the Lapras.
Yeah, so the triple ice coverage for It's a Satire. He's going to be really good into those three Pokemon. And so I do think we're going to see a lot more Gliscopod because of that, being able to fire back into that Claydol specifically.
All right, Stark. So if I'm putting myself in It's a Satire shoes, I'm thinking Medicham's got a lot of play. I'm thinking Chargebug could also make an appearance. But let's see what they decide to bring. Game number 1 in the Dez is the Best cash prize tournament. Trainers are locked in and also waiting to accept the challenge at the same time. It's Schrodinger's battle here, House Stark. The cat is both in the box and outside the box at the same time.
Yeah. Not sure how that's possible, but here we are, learning new things each day. Thank you, Speedy, for teaching us how that works.
Of course, it's a classic thought experiment. Now, Stark, if you're Pyro Panda, I want you to call out the team of 3 that you're going to bring, and I'm going to pretend that It's a Satire, and I'll call it the team of 3 that I would bring if I was in that trainer's position. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna give you three seconds. You gotta list the team. All right.
All right.
3.
I got the team.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
I would say Shadow Dropion lead with Gliscopod safe switch, and then Shadow Kanto Marowak as the closer.
Dude, rookie mistake. You went first. That means I can perfectly counter your team. No, I'm thinking Medicham lead with Chargebug and Jump Bluff in the back. I think that makes a lot of sense. You have a lot of coverage. And if they are those teams, then we're on the money. We are locked in. Let's go. House Stark.
Okay. Well, we actually see a Chargebug lead into Credilli, so we're both wrong on the leads, but I do think this is actually very neutral. We both have super effective charge move damage with resisted fast attack damage.
This is a really tricky matchup to play out because of the timing as well. We saw a lot of trainers throwing on quote-unquote bad timing yesterday to try to prevent the first Rock Tomb from coming through, but with the 4-turn Volt Switch, it's very difficult. No shield on the first Rock Tomb, and we might see 2 more Volt Switches to throw on good timing here. Actually, no, just 1, ceding extra turns of energy to Pyro Panda.
Yeah, and I think you kind of have to be able to guarantee getting this move off. Chargebug Excessor is going to go through. It's not going to be enough to KO. I don't think this next one is enough either. It's going to be incredibly close, but I think Pyro Panda understands this matchup and is going to let this go.
I think so as well. Super effective bug type damage. Oh, both with a simultaneous switch. Now we see a Medicham versus Shadow Drapion. This is the even energy, even shields matchups that we talked about earlier, Stark.
Yeah, I love this. And we actually see a bait here. This Ice Punch is going to get shielded up, thinking it's Dynamic Punch. It's going to get shielded by that Dropion. And I believe we're going to see a Crunch get fired off here. It does about half of Medicham's remaining HP, so we are going to have to see if Medicham decides to shield. It does not shield. It looks like, yeah, here we're going to see another charge move getting fired off. It's actually the Aqua Tail after the defense drop. It might not be enough to KO, but it is going to pressure shield from that Medicham.
I think if you have the DP loaded, you got to let it fly, Stark. We're going to see the Dynamic Punch get fired off here into the Drapion. The downside, though, I don't think it's a KO, and I don't think Medicham can Psycho Cut down either, so it's actually still in a tough spot.
Yeah, and we are going to see a huge catch from It's a Satire on that Charger Bug. Are we going to see an undercharge? No, just a fully loaded Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out that Charger Bug.
Makes total sense. Do we see a Psy Wave down? I think that's probably the most likely play, but you have to see if you can get there within 5 Poison Stings before the Crunch is ready. Putting it all on the Drip Lapras. Let's see if they get there in time. Drapion taking neutral damage, trying to get to the Crunch.
Oh,
misses
huge farm down. Huge farm down. It's a Satire making all the plays, the catch and the farm down just in time. We are going to see the Rock Tomb get fired off, though. Banking that extra Rock Tomb and switching out, paying huge dividends here for Pyro Panda. The Rock Tomb is not going to get shielded, and now we're going to see Kanto Marowak try to mud slap down this Lapras.
No shield and no swap is available either, so we could see a few different win conditions play out. It's a Satire might look to swap and catch, but I think that Pyro Panda is committed to the Mud Slap Mayhem, going to fire off as many fast attacks as possible. Final shield of the game has to come up here if they want any chance to win this battle.
Yeah, I think the shield is going to come up. Does the Medicham have any energy in the back? It does. It has the Ice Punch, and this is going to be more than enough to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak. We love seeing Medicham gaming, and here we see a huge punch down, and I believe we're going to see a Psycho Cut down of this Cradilly before Cradilly can do anything, having thrown that Rock Tomb into that Lapras.
Psycho Cuts more like paper cuts, but still gets the job done there as It's a Satire is able to take that game 1 over Pyro Panda. Honestly, Stark, that was so fun because it felt like the momentum swung back and forth several times in that matchup. And like you called out earlier, that double ice, that triple ice coverage that we have on the team here for It's a Satire really came in handy. The Ice Punch on Medicham, obviously the clutch charge attack that they needed to win.
Speaking of charge attack, that Charger Bug being able to throw those 2 X's, there's Pyro Panda understanding that matchup really, really well, knowing that after you throw the first Rock Tomb, the 2 X's are not enough to knock out that Cradilly, and being able to bank that extra Rock Tomb towards the end of that game to debuff that Lapras was huge. Although It's a Satire making the 2 huge plays, the farm down with the Lapras, the Psy Wave down on that Shadow Dropion just before he was able to get to that Crunch. And then, of course, the catch on the Charger Bug as well.
So, question for you, Alex. We've seen a few matchups played out so far this weekend. A lot of Rock Tomb, Cradilly hitting the field. I feel like most players are no shielding the first Rock Tomb, but it might be worth it actually to start shielding the first Rock Tomb because it does so much damage. Doubling down on the Charge Bug finds the Grumpig. This looks like an extra small Grumpig. It is puny out there.
Extra small Grumpig, but still being able to exert heavy damage. We see the insta swap out into that Dropion met by this Medicham. I don't know if this is a positive matchup for Medicham.
Yeah, with the Psycho Cuts, you're only dealing that neutral damage. Counter was the same story, but at least Counter hurt a little bit more. Going to throw the Dynamic Punch after baiting Ice Punch in the first game. Does this connect? Yes, it will. Big Dynamic Punch coming through from Medicham, but as we saw in game 1, it's not enough.
It's not enough, and we did see the defense drop on that Medicham from that first Crunch. It was shielded up, so now this second Crunch is going to do even more damage. This is not going to be enough to knock out, but it is going to put it in low range, and we see the Ice Punch getting farmed, getting queued up here.
Yeah, very low health range now for the Medicham. Does land the Ice Punch, actually taking control of switch advantage after a really precarious switching situation, but it's all for this reason, to get a big Psy Wave down on the Grumpig. As we know, Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball is the preferred moveset, and once this Grumpig is loaded up, it's going to be very hard to stop.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of the backline here. The Cradilly is going to have Rock Tombs galore into both of these Pokemon in the back, and we see a Shadow Ball get queued up here. If this Charger Bug lets it go, it's not going to be in range of a farm down, but Grumpig having that extra shield advantage here is going to be huge for this endgame. We do see the Xers are getting queued up here. It is going to be super effective, so we are probably going to see a shield here.
Looking at the rest of the team here from It's a Satire, the only Pokemon that's actually going to resist the Shadow Ball would be the Shadow Drapion. So it's a really good use of energy there. Putting it all on the back of the Cradily, though, this is really interesting because I think this actually gives It's a Satire a little more leverage in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. Being able to farm up energy here and throw on good timing every time, having a 3-turn move into a 4-turn fast move is exactly where you want to be. I don't know if this is going to be enough, though, to knock out the Charge Bug. It's not. And actually banking that energy for later in the game, if it's able to get a shield down here, it's going to be huge for that Charge Bug. And we see the Rock Tomb getting fired off right away. This is the right play always. You always want to debuff the attack of the Pokemon in front of you. And the Rock Tomb is going to do heavy damage as well.
I wonder if the win condition here is to just YOLO the Ice Beam and hope for the no shield, but Pyro Panda, with a very tough decision to make, decides actually to let it through. Sparkling Arya bait goes unchecked. Pyro Panda looked into the abyss and did not blink. Now we're going to see another Sparkling Arya from It's a Satire, but this looks really tough, Alex.
Yeah, I think you have to shield this one and hope that you can build up enough energy to not only knock out the Lapras, but also the Charge Bug in the back. And it's not going to be enough for the double Rock Tomb. So if the Charge Bug has energy in the back, it is going to be enough to knock out the Cradily. I don't remember if it does or not.
No, I don't think the Charge Bug has anything left in the tank. Charge-a-Bus is too far behind. It needed a whole Volt Switch, and Cradily gets the Bullet Seed Rock Tomb combination before it even finishes the fast attack. GG's, Pyro Panda.
Yeah, fantastically done. Both trainers have obviously showed their prowess on the battlefield. I really do like this matchup quite a bit, but I think we see there the differentiation between the Cradily versus the Charge-a-Bug. And I think having the 3-turn fast move versus the 4-turn fast move is huge in that matchup because you can always dictate when you can throw in good timing or force your opponent to throw in bad timing as the Cradily player.
When the camera flips over and chat's no longer watching us, I'm definitely going to sim Spark Charge-a-Bug versus Cradily and see if that changes anything. But right now, Volt Switch, you're right. It seems tricky. It seems very punishing. We talked yesterday a little bit about how the 3-turn Bullet Seed can be punishing against 1- and 2-turn fast attack users. But man, Volt Switch feels like it takes an eternity when you're staring down the barrel of a Rock Tomb coming right at you.
Yeah, it's tough. We did see the Medicham lose, or actually win switch advantage into that Shadow Drapion, but I think it had to invest both shields to do that. I don't think It's a Satire is going to be able to do that again. What is your answer to Shadow Drapion for It's a Satire?
Great question, and we don't have to wait very long for an answer. You could argue it should be the Claydol, but instead we get the Medicham versus Shadow Drapion lead in this game number 3, decisive battle for the winner's side bracket.
Yeah, this is a very neutral matchup, but I believe that the Shadow Drapion has a slight advantage being able to resist the fast attack damage. We do see a bait here, and it is going to get shielded up. Again, It's a Satire really baiting with that Ice Punch in this matchup.
It makes a lot of sense, right? And I really appreciate how It's a Satire is changing up the strategy, baiting Ice Punch game 1, throwing straight Dynamic Punch game 2, going back to the bait strats here in decisive game 3. No defense drop is also huge, but that Shadow Drapion is just so fast, it's going to win that charge attack priority every single time.
Yeah, and these Pokemon actually build up energy at the exact same rate, getting to these charge moves after 4 and 5 fast attacks, respectively. So here we see the Dynamic Punch. We know it's not enough to knock out, but it is going to do a lot of damage, leaving the Drapion very low. And I believe we're going to be able to see a charge attack priority again, depending on if these trainers throw or not. They do, and this Aqua Tail is going to be enough to knock out that Medicham.
Now, here's the consideration for It's a Satire. You know Cradily with Rock Tomb is likely in the back, and both of your remaining Pokemon are weak to it. So I definitely think this is the right strategy. The big question mark, though, is if you can Psywave down a second time, like we saw in game number 1, actually going to go for the Charge-a-Bug instead, willing to risk the charge attack, and actually maybe could have gotten to the crunch, but goes for the Aqua Tail instead.
Yeah, I think it could have gone to the crunch, the Drapion there, but obviously getting a shield there anyway is fine. And now you can just swap it into Cradily, understanding that your Grumpig is probably going to have a better matchup in the back. And this X-Scissor is going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to knock out, obviously.
I think you need 2 X-Scissors and a little bit of fast attack pressure on top of that, but I love throwing them back to back to pressure the shields. I fully anticipate a switch out to avoid getting hit with the Rock Tomb here on the Charge-a-Bug. Lapras is a beefy Pokemon. Do we see the switch out, or are we going to stay in here? Looks like It's a Satire bucks the trend and stays in to take this damage.
Yeah, this is not going to be enough to knock out, but it might put it in range of Psywave down from that Grumpig. Actually, no, we don't see the switch out, and this is going to be enough to knock out the Credilli, I believe, after that one single stage debuff.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
just
right.
barely. Yeah. And now we see the Lapras come in. The Grumpig does have the super effective Dynamic Punch, so I believe Grumpig can actually flip this matchup and win.
Yeah, Grumpig actually resisting the Psywave damage, gets the Dynamic Punch. It looks like at the same time as the Sparkling Aria for the Lapras. And at this point, you need to know your matchups. In the Zero Shields, Alex, quick, does Ice Beam do more damage, or does double Sparkling Aria do more damage?
I think double Sparkling Aria does more damage, but you need 2 charge attacks anyway, so you might as well throw the heavier hitting move just in case it's enough with the a charge attack from the Charge-a-Bug. But I think Grumpig has this game. Grumpig is meta.
Grumpig is meta, question mark. In comes the Charge-a-Bug, but it's got nothing left in the tank, and just like in game number 2, it's too slow to the punch as Pyro Panda takes that decisive game number 3. But what a set by 2 trainers that honestly we don't get to watch very often. That was actually really exciting.
That was a fun set of battles. We did see I think the Dropion really was the key factor for Pyro Panda. Being able to dictate, do you win lead? Do you take shields? Do you win switch? Things like that. And the Medicham was just not quite enough for It's a Satire there. And the Lapras as well. Like the Charge-a-Bug, the Lapras did not have great matchups into the Credilli, and it allowed Pyro Panda to have that shield advantage going into the final frame of that game.
I mean, maybe you could argue that bringing the Claydol for that Shadow Drapion might have changed the outcome of the game, but being ground and psychic is such a tough position to be in against a dark and water type attacker. So I don't know how exactly the simulations go, but that's another matchup that I really need to study. But you're right. I think not having a direct answer to the Shadow Drapion always put It's a Satire a step behind, and then really being betrayed 2 out of 3 games by the pacing of the Charge-a-Bug. I mean, it's really difficult to use a 4-turn fast attack in the current game meta, but some trainers I'm sure are really talented and can figure it out. It's still a work in progress though.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy. I think one of the huge factors of this set that wasn't really mentioned was the fact that the Golisopod dissuaded that Claydol from even showing up to the game. Being able to resist the Mud Slaps and being able to fire back with super effective fast and charge attacks, it basically made the Claydol not able to be used at all, and which allowed that Dropion to safely show up as a lead and a safe switch in all 3 games.
You know what? That's a great point, but I think it's even more impactful than you mentioned, because if you look back at the team, we saw a lot of Lapras gameplay, a lot of Medicham gameplay. What does Golisopod do? It does really well into both of those Pokemon, especially when you are resisting the fighting type damage, resisting the ice type damage, resisting the water type damage. The only thing you can really do is I guess, play Medicham and try to apply pressure. But without Skull Bash on Lapras, that Golisopod looked very, very safe. So maybe this was like a really good kind of Houdini act by not even showing the Golisopod from Pyro Panda, but having it on the bench to force his opponent to play the way he wanted.
Yeah, and these are the types of things that don't really show up in GBL, but do show up in the Show 6 format.
Let's hear from some of the best Show 6 trainers around. Hey, Donis, Rise is muted again. Let's go.
Hey, I got to speak up for myself. I am unmuting within like 0.2 seconds of being brought on. I'm consciously aware of the mutedness.
Hey,
Unbelievable.
maybe.
But
Maybe.
that being
I
said,
definitely am not. So
but yeah, what a great set there. I was looking at like who's coming up on stream, so I was kind of in and out. But what I did see was Grumpig impressed me, and I feel like Grumpig, Stark, one of our good friends, they called the Arrow, was telling me Grumpig is bad. He was like, dude, it's just not good at all. And I was like, I don't know about that, man. I mean, Arrow's known for some of his hot takes on Pokemon. He's not one to hide his opinions. So I don't know if I agree based on what I just saw.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Arrow is he's not on the right psi wavelength when it comes to Grumpig, because Grumpig obviously has psi wave to be able to build up energy. I think it's the best fast attack in the entire game right now, because as a one-turn fast move, being able to do damage and build up energy quickly is unmatched. And then having the best type coverage in the game, in my opinion, offensively, it's such a threat, and it's such a unique Pokemon. Obviously, Speedy talked about how it's a unique or not a great typing off defensively because Psychic is weak to a lot of different types, and it doesn't really resist a ton, but it has a lot of potential. What do you think about that, Hedonis? Like, do you think Grumpig is good?
Well, I was enjoying a peanut butter and jelly sandwich just right now, so I missed a lot of the last matches. But I did see that game number 3, and just like PB&J, it seems like that Charge Bug and Lapras were being paired together to make up for each other's inadequacies. But notably, yeah, the Grumpig, although it did get Psywave this season, which is all the rage for the Lapras, it doesn't really seem like Grumpig's seen a lot of play. So, and it also did receive that Dynamic Punch, which recently was also buffed. I believe it had a energy reduction there. So it was really interesting to see those plays there at the end, especially, I guess, not even from the Grumpig itself, but that Ice Beam coming through on the Grumpig there to close out that game, knowing that 2 Sparkling Arias could not be reached, which as well, that just goes to call out the pacing of Grumpig there. Reaching a Dynamic Punch at the same time that Sparkling Aria is also being reached was pretty notable, I guess.
Yeah, it's only 12 turns, right? 12 turns to the Dynamic Punch and Sparkling Aria. I don't know if you guys do this, but whenever I'm up against a 1-turn fast attack user, I think in terms of 2-turn fast attacks. So when I play Lapras, I'm like, okay, it's 6 counters away from a Sparkling Aria, or 12 turns, right?
Yeah, I think I do the same thing.
Yeah.
And yesterday we saw Metacham with Psycho Cut in one match, and the Psycho Cut Dynamic Punch pacing of 5 every time, like it really reminded me of Mewtwo in a way, of like 5 to every Dynamic Punch, 5 to every Size Strike. I don't know if we'll see much Metacham. I think what was once the main staple of the Great League is now going to be more of like a fringe pick with some play. But it did remind me of like a Great League sort of Mewtwo in that regard, of 5 to every Dynamic Punch.
Nice.
Yeah,
All right.
no, it's a fun Pokemon. I actually think it's pretty good anti-meta because of all the Cordilli and all the Lapras that we see. It's one of the few fighters that doesn't take super effective damage from Psywave, so I think it could have some play either early in the season or later in the season.
All right. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think Hayden and I will take it back over for our next match. We'll see you on the other side. Speediest Chief, salute to you, Stark, as well. And what do we got here? Nickname. I mistakenly said a French player earlier was Polish. Correct me if I'm wrong again, chat, but nickname I'm more confident is Polish. I really hope I'm not wrong again. And Wiggly Woo. Hedonis, Wiggly Woo, a very entertaining streamer, always likes running some spice. And are you seeing what I'm seeing on nickname side?
I am seeing the swallower there. The Swalot. It seems like it has a whole lot of targets on this team of Wiggly Woo. We got the Jumpluff, we have the Drapion, and we have the Primeape. And I believe if you guys were tuning into yesterday's stream, we also saw just how incredibly bulky Swalot was. I was certainly surprised that it was able to take 2 crunches. I believe even debuffed when SS Thorn was able to utilize it and threaten that, I guess, the 0 shield scenario, even the 1 shield scenario, as those mud shots also do add up there. And more notably also on Wiggly Woo's team, of course, my man, the Dusclops is in there regular as well, which it does seem to have a lot, or not entirely too much play into Nickname's team, though, because of that Sableye and Guzzlord, of course, Guzzlord resisting the Hex damage that Dusclops is outputting, and then as well as Sableye dishing out super effective Shadow Claw damage, which is a faster fast attack than that of Hex.
Dude, the Swalot was so impressive yesterday, and it looks to me to have a lot of play against Wiggly Woo's team. Assuming that Sludge Ice Beam combination, you can pretty much hit everything here for neutral or super effective damage. And I wouldn't think the Steelix matchup is really even that bad for Swalot with the super effective mud shots, but we'll see if that plays out. Also, the Mandibuzz for Wiggly Woo. Mandibuzz in like the previous iteration of the meta, I think Air Slash has been the move with Annihilate, with Drapion. However, in this current stage of the meta, I'm more of a Snarl Mandibuzz believer. I think Snarl, if you look at Nickname's team especially, I think you'd prefer Snarl in every single matchup other than the Guzzlord. And the quick energy generation of Snarl to me just seems to be a little bit more effective with less fighters being prevalent. But we'll see what Wiggly Woo's going to opt for, because so far it's been working for him. Winner's round 5.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, Air Slash was typically utilized against those grass types, and although we still have Jumpluff remaining in the meta, a new reigning grass type in this meta is going to be the Cradily, which is taking neutral damage from those air slashes. So although you're doing that neutral damage, you can pace way faster, as you said, with that Snarl fast attack. Even if you're going to be dishing out less damage, you're making it to those Dark Pulses or Foul Play or Aerial Ace way quicker. And then notably the Talonflame, no Jumpluff to be seen on either trainer's side. And the Talonflame actually, sorry, excuse me, Wiggly Woo actually does have that Jumpluff, but the Talonflame on the side of Nickname does look to be like a menace going into this next matchup. It's going to be doing super effective damage to Jumpluff, to Steelix, and can resist the Karate Chops from Primeape, and has a lot of neutral play into Drapion, Mandibuzz, and Dusclops with those Incinerates adding up. But we do see the Guzzlord into the Drapion. Rise, walk us through this matchup.
It's a great lead for Nickname and this Guzzlord. And if you're the Drapion, you can play this out. You can soft lose if you want to, especially if you're able to get a crunch debuff on this first crunch. Depending on how strong the Guzzlord is, you can really start to make things uncomfortable. But there is no debuff to be seen, and is running the Dragon Claw variant, which makes this even more comfortable for Guzzlord. The Dragon Claw going to put you in a position where you should be able to withstand another crunch here and get the Dragon Tail down. So Nickname perfectly comfortable, just going to play out the zero shield scenario here to win this lead matchup.
Yeah, we've seen most trainers opt to drop the Sludge Bomb as a Zoom Roll. Has kind of fallen out of this meta, dropping significantly in usage. So the Dragon Claw obviously coming into more effect and being able to be utilized way better against Drapion, as it's doing the neutral damage, whereas the Brutal Swing and Sludge Bombs were not. Mandibuzz coming in here, maybe looking to fish out a farm down with the Snarl, not doing too much damage, but for what it lacks in damage, just making up for surely in its bulk. It's going to be able to hang on to these 2 Dragon Claws that the Guzzlord was able to make, and should be able to get a full farm down, which this energy looks to be pretty useful in to the remainder of Nickname's team. So maybe Nickname, recognizing this, maybe wants to make a pivot out. No, opting to stay in, maybe trying to fish for this Dragon Claw. But I think, oh no, Wiggly Woo getting nervous, ended up throwing that Aerial Ace. But nonetheless, Wiggly Woo still has a lot of energy to carry him through the remainder of this game.
That is where you see the incredible HP of stat of Guzzlord take place. This Pokemon somehow has something like 260 HP, and it's impossible to farm down sometimes in those scenarios. Took out like 2/3 of health against this Mandibuzz, who does have a lot of energy. So this game is not over yet. I think Nickname has the favorable alignment, but will Primeape be able to pull off the impossible? Rock Tomb coming through. Wiggly Woo already faced with a tough decision. He's putting this all on a 2-shield Primeape, which can be an effective strat, but I don't know if Primeape's going to be able to muscle through both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and Swallow is just pacing to the sludges so quickly. And even though Primeape is getting to the moves even quicker and actually getting boosted, let's not forget that Swallow is an incredibly bulky Pokemon. So even after Primeape is able to double Rage Fist, Nickname can comfortably let this Rage Fist go and then shield up the next 2 and grab both the shields remaining on the Primeape and potentially close out the game with the Grass Knot on the Cradily. So first Sludge coming through here, likely going to go protected by Wiggly Woo. Still wants to put up a fight, still wants to chop his way through this Swallow.
The efficiency of this Sludge is so nice. Only 5 mud shots to get exactly to that Sludge every single time, and will hit with quite a bit of neutral damage against this Primeape. Primeape going for another Rage Fist here, and Nickname suddenly is faced with a difficult decision. Going to put up the Protect Shield, wants to maybe get the final Protect Shield off of this Primeape, which he is going to, elects not to throw first. I don't know about that. Maybe lost track of where exactly the Primeape is, but this is starting to get kind of dicey. Going for the Ice Beam. That's right, shields are down. Going for a harder hitting attack here with the Ice Beam. This is going to connect on a Primeape.
Yeah, so what would usually be a good scenario for the Primeape being up 2 shields at the end, the Swalot was able to meet the Primeape and bulk its way through the remainder of that matchup. So game 1 going to Nickname here. Now I'm curious what kind of readjustments both these trainers would make. Although Nickname was able to get that Guzzlord on the Dropion, it seems like more of a risky Pokemon to bring. Or wait, sorry, excuse me. It was it was the Drapion in the lead, right?
It was the Drapion, yeah, into the
Yes.
Guzzlord. Yeah, nice alignment there from Nickname.
Yeah, and Wiggly still has the Steelix to resist those Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw damage, as well as the Jump Left, which will be doing super effective damage to the Guzzlord, both being effective against the Dark typing and the duality of the Dragon typing as well. And then Primeape, of course, dishing out super effective Karate Chops. So I'm not sure if Nickname will try to rely on the Guzzlord. Maybe he decided to rely on the Guzzlord, anticipating that Drapion seems to be a really flexible pick into his own team. So curious what these readjustments are looking like for both trainers.
I was, again, impressed by the Swala in the back, taking down that Primeape in the 2-shield scenario. Even though Primeape had a little bit of a head start as well, was still able to get it done. I actually forgot that the Protect Shields were down. I was just assuming Primeape was going to make that a little bit more uncomfortable than it actually did. But then I was like, oh, wait, no, Swallow just kind of has this handled pretty easily after taking the first 2 Rage Fists. So Nickname with a nice team composition there, and Wiggly just took so much damage on the Mandibuzz in that secondary matchup, was not able to farm down the Guzzlord in the end. So really able to leverage that Guzzlord, not only taking out the Drapion, but taking out a great chunk of health on the Mandibuzz as well.
Yeah, I might like to see Wiggly actually readjust to the Steelix here. It seems like it has a lot of targets to hit, both in resisting the sideways that the Lapras is going to be dishing out, and also Steelix is going to be dishing out that super effective damage, assuming it is running Thunderfang. And then, of course, resisting the Sludge from Swala, and then also doing neutral damage because of that Steel duality typing of Steelix. The Ice Beam's only going to be doing neutral, and then, like I said, resisting those Dragon Claws from Guzzlord. So Steelix seems to be a pretty good safe swap on the side of Wiggly Let's see what he ends up readjusting to. We see the Mandibuzz this time in the lead, which is met by the Talonflame.
Surprising that we didn't see the Talonflame in game 1. I thought you had a great call out of how safe it looks into Wiggly team. What's your best answer? Maybe the Drapion, maybe the Steelix, I don't even know. But right now we've got a neutral matchup of the Flyers. One, a bulky Flyer, one hits a little bit harder. And we're going to see this Snarl variant of Mandibuzz go for the Dark Pulse. You expect the Talonflame to do 1 Incinerate for proper timing and going to go for the Fly here.
Yeah, we talked about what answers that Wiggly has to respond to this Talonflame, but it really seems like Mandibuzz is going to be one of the best answers, bulking its way through this Incinerate damage and all the charge attack damage that Talonflame's able to dish out. Now Wiggly has a choice to make. Will he let this go down? And he does opt to let it go down, potentially bringing in Primeape, perhaps. He has a lot of choices here to bring in the ends up just bringing in the Steelix, and we do see the charge or the fast attack being Thunderfang. Only 1 Incinerate connecting through. Now I'd imagine that Nickname actually bringing in the Guzzlord, and Wiggly actually does not have Breaking Swipe on his Steelix, so no super effective damage is going to be dealt against this Guzzlord, potentially making it a little bit more of a difficult matchup for Steelix to muscle his way through.
Oh my gosh, we see the counter swap, and it's going to be Swalot once again finding the Primeape. I was at first so impressed making the read, right? Going Guzzlord into the Steelix there, but no, it actually wasn't as much of a read as the fact that they don't actually have Breaking Swipe. So the Guzzlord actually, it's a really positive matchup against the Steelix. And now Swala is going to try and do what it did in game number 1. Going to take not just the first Rage Fist, but the second Rage Fist as well. And these Karate Chops being resisted still are not that threatening for the bulky poison type.
Now, Wiggly does have some choices to make in where he wants to use the remainder of the shields for this matchup. Going to be able to pace to the Rage Fist, I believe, before the Ice Beam is reached. And no, actually, just lets the Sludge come through. Will Wiggly end up utilizing the final Protect Shield here? And that they do. Coming in, throwing the Rage Fist now will surely be enough to threaten the knockout on the Swalot. So I'd imagine that Nickname's going to want to throw up a Protect Shield here and not let this boosted Primeape come back into the Guzzlord. First Protect Shield on the side of Nickname going up, and the second one is soon to follow here with the second Rage Fist. Now Wiggly could potentially make a play where catching a Sludge maybe and baking some energy, forcing Nickname into maybe a peculiar situation where he'll have to manage the energy on his Guzzlord, but no, Nickname correctly calling a time to throw the Sludge on to the Primeape, surely ensuring the knockout.
great patience in an awkward situation, not allowing the catch. And now this Guzzlord, this dragon is going to disrespect this steel type. There is no charge attack pressure. The Thunderfangs are resisted. Crunch puts it quite low, and you can safely just go for another crunch here. If you're the Guzzlord, you are not in jeopardy of getting knocked out by a crunch or a Psychic Fangs. So Guzzlord looking to be the MVP of this matchup, going to knock out the Steelix here, and Nickname able to get the favorable alignment and an impressive 2-0 victory here over Wiggly Woo.
Yeah, Nickname, great job in getting the Swallow, also just a line on the Primeape in both games. Now, one of the good things about Primeape, or sorry, excuse me, one of the good things, well, this also applies to Primeape, but one of the good things about Steelix is how many charge attacks it has access to. One of the bad things about Steelix as well is how many charge attacks it has access to. And we saw particularly in this second game how not opting to bring in the Breaking Swipe or teach the Steelix the Breaking Swipe, it was not able to deal super effective damage to the Guzzlord in any capacity. Actually, every single move that was being thrown from Steelix was resisted. We had the Thunderfang, we had the Crunch, and as well as the Psychic Fangs, all of which, like I said, are resisted. And then, of course, Primeape, running that close combat and Rage Fist instead as well. Primeape, of course, having a lot of access to different charge moves. So it really is an interesting commentary, I guess, on what charge moves these trainers opt to teach their Pokemon. We've also seen the shift in Jump Bluff from acrobatics, or sorry, excuse me, from Energy Ball to acrobatics.
That's a great point, and I think we are gonna go with the boys to see what they think in terms of that matchup. Speedy, you're muted. Unmute yourself, please. Speedy, I think you're muted.
Hey now.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I can't
Let's
hear
get
Speedy.
serious. The Guzzlord, or the Guzzlord was the MVP there. The Steelix charge attack selection. So sometimes you're in situations as a bit of a Steelix enthusiast for like the past week where you feel like you need crunch because you can't hit things like ghost types for any meaningful damage. But when you don't have breaking swipe, you drop the matchups to things like Drapion, you drop the matchup to Goodra, you drop the matchup to Guzzlord, as we've seen. So Speedy, what are your thoughts on Wiggly Woo's selection with the Steelix, and just your general thoughts on the matchup?
Yeah, so I think that the TM issue is a real one. That's the first thought that came to mind for me. I was like, wait, does Wiggly Woo just not have the TMs to get the move that they want? And while I'm discussing this, I'd love for everyone to get their phones and do a charge TM check. And let's see who has the most as I talk about this. But the matchups are interesting. Like you mentioned, having that extra coverage for ghost types, being able to deal a little bit better with something like a Sableye, or if you see the occasional Dusclops, I think it could be really useful. And if it makes sense to your team composition, there's a lot of merit to it. But as we saw actually with your gameplay, Rise, when you took on Dunebug and you had your Thunderfang Breaking Swipe Steelix, Guzzlord had nowhere to go. It had no hope in that matchup. It was absolutely devastating. So when you are building the rest of the team, as Alex and I will talk about a lot this stream, it's really important to kind of consider your coverage, your team, how it all fits together. But at the same time, I mean, having a debuffing move, even if it's going to do neutral damage, might be the better way, especially if you can handle those ghost type targets a little more efficiently. But I'm ready to see how many TMs we have. I'm going to hold up my phone to the screen. Let's see them, guys. How many charge TMs do you have?
Oh boy. I don't know if this is
3. I win.
Wow.
Oh no, Speedy wins. He's got 0.
I have 0.
Zero?
Are we racing to the
19.
bottom, or are we racing to the top here?
I
You
thought
know
we
who
were racing to the
also
top.
had 0? Marto Galde had 0. We was in my Twitch chat recently. He asked if I could give him any charge TMs, and I showed him I had 1. So I'm like, I can give you my 1. But
hey, I'll take it. If you haven't given it to Marto yet, you should pass it over to me. But I think our teams are ready. Let us know how many charge TMs you have in the chat, everybody. We appreciate you all so much for being here. Let's look at a team preview going on.
Yeah, speaking of charge TMs, we're going to find out how these trainers ended up training their Pokemon for this matchup. Now we see a blast from the past, or I guess not too much from the past, because it was just last week that Dugong was reigning. But, you know, Lapras is kind of the new king or queen of this meta, being the primary ice and water typing a Pokemon that you'd opt for. But on the side of Charming Pori, we see Dugong.
Charming trying to prove that it was not Dugong's last dance. Maybe Charming is friends with Mountain Dugong, a fellow Dugong enthusiast, trying to prove Dugong still has play in this meta. And I mean, if you look at Zardy's team, it doesn't look bad at all. I mean, you have play against the Guzzlord, the Clodsire, the Cradily, and pretty neutral, I would say, against Azumarill and Talonflame. Malamar, of course, you want to avoid the superpower, but I mean, if you're ahead energy, that is not that bad of a matchup for the Dugong. So Charming may be onto something. Maybe the Dugong has more play than we think in this updated Lapras meta.
Yeah, and we also see Azumarill on both sides as well, which, you know, I think on the 2Ds in Zardy's name is fitting because he doubled down on the Azumarill pick, whereas everyone was kind of anticipating Azumarill to fall out of the meta, but no, we see it here on both trainers' teams. Also, we see Malamar on both trainers' teams as well. Of course, having access to that Psywave and kind of serving that role of being a primary fighter damage output, given that it has access to the superpower. So on the side of Zardy, I actually think that his Malamar could see a lot of neutral play into this matchup, and Malamar, surprisingly enough, also has win scenarios in the 2-shield scenario against Azumarill. So even if Charming Pori were able to respond with the Azumarill, maybe it's not entirely favorable, but of course that kind of goes back to our commentary earlier about the matchups and how not everything is as linear as it is simulated.
And although Azumarill may be a blast from the past, as we've mentioned, it looks to be pretty good against both sides here. Really, only the Charge-a-Bug is a solid answer for Charming. And then the Clodsire, if it's running the Stone Edge variant, then the Cradle is really the only solid answer. If Clodsire has Sludge Bomb, of course, that makes it a pretty solid answer to the Azumarill as well. But we could be seeing some Azumarill, some very nostalgic Azumarill mirror matches, I may add, in this matchup.
Yeah, there are a lot of things to scare away that Clodsire on the side of Charming, though. We got the Malamar, which is dishing out that super effective damage from Psywave. We have, of course, the Diggersby, which is going to go ahead and resist the Poison Sting, and assuming it's running Sludge Bomb as well, resist the Sludge Bomb. And then even Azumarill being able to do super effective damage with the Bubble and Ice Beam. And then, of course, Dugong dishing out that super effective damage with the Ice Shards and what I'd assume to be an Icy Wind charge attack as well. But let's not forget as well, strong picks on Zardy's team. The Talonflame seems to have neutral play into a lot, even though you're going to be dishing, I guess, super effective damage out of the Charger Bag onto the Talonflame because of that flying typing that the Talonflame holds. Talonflame's dishing that super effective damage right back because of the bug typing on the Charger Bug, and then of course having pacing to the moves fairly quick, running shields on the Diggersby and Malamar, and even the Dugong. But we see the Dugong led into the Cradily.
Here we go. If it wasn't for the Cradily, I would think we are in the old meta right now, because this is a lot of Pokemon we've seen the last few iterations. And here we go, staying in, electing to let the Rock Tomb go through before a potential debuff. Interesting play from Charming. Maybe feels like even with a debuff, it would two-shot anyway, so not worth expending the Protect Shield. But here we go, Icy Wind coming through. Cradily gonna slightly outpace Dugong to this next charge attack.
Yeah, maybe that's telling of kind of the plan that Charming Pori here has. Maybe he wants to throw up this Protect Shield and continue to farm a little bit and then try to catch maybe the next Rock Tomb onto one of the Pokemon in the back, or just try to get a return on the shield investment here. And now Charming Pori has a choice to make here. Actually ends up banking all the energy, not opting to throw the Icy Wind, which would permanently debuff, at least for the sake of this, permanently debuff the Azumarill for 50 seconds into this matchup. So interesting choice there by Charming Pori, instead trying to fish for a debuff, not by the attack, but in the defense fall that Crunch has.
And a terrific read as well, right? Because you know, once the Cradily is out of the picture, your Azumarill is likely going to have a positive matchup in the back. I think you had a great call out, Haydonis. That Clodsire looks awfully tough to bring against Charming's team, and maybe they were thinking the same thing. Azumarill in the back, looking like it's destined for a positive matchup, and you're just going to try your best to limit what this Azumarill can do to your Drapion. Is there any way you reach another charge attack? I think would have potentially. So going to force Zardy to throw an Ice Beam here.
No, Charming has some decisions to make. I'd likely think that they'd bring in the Azumarill here and just start to ramp up on some energy. We know that they're trying to compensate for being down a shield here. Talonflame actually going ahead and responding very, very quickly. Zardy not wanting the Azumarill to get up on too much energy and make this matchup a little less polarizing on the Talonflame side. So first Ice Beam coming through here does go protected by Zardy, expending his first shield of the game, and now they're matched on shields.
Talonflame up a protect shield. Oh, and we see a combo play into the Dugong here. Gonna unleash this icy wind. Talonflame now forced the decision, going to not expend that final protect shield. And we're gonna see the fly come through, has double fly back to back. So Charming is going to elect to let this go. And I think this is a smart play. Now you come back in with the Azumarill, of course, and we are going to see a charge attack coming through. Will we see a protect shield from Charming? They're going to let it go. They feel like they know they can take a Brave Bird. Not sure if they can take a Grass Knot as well from the Cradily, but there is still a decent amount of health on this opposing Azumarill from Zardy.
Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of choices to make here in the end game, because let's not forget that Zardy, I believe, is very close to a move on Cradily. Zardy actually looking to invest his final Protect Shield here in the Azumarill, and this could open up a lot of play for Charming as well, being able to overfarm and potentially knowing that their Azumarill is going to go ahead and win CMP against Zardy's. Maybe even getting a bubble farm down here, but I think that would be a little bit too ambitious. Opting to throw the Ice Beam right away when Zardy's able to reach this Ice Beam. And now Zardy having complete energy dry on his Talonflame and a little bit of energy on the Cradily. Will he be able to make it to a move before the Azumarill is able to reach an Ice Beam?
I think the switch timer is going to come up. He's not going to get to the move in time, but he's going to try to catch. Oh, we saw Charming wait for a good 2-3 seconds there, allowed 2 bullet seeds, but the catch is not going to happen. Ice Beam connects, and I don't think Talon has any energy, so it is going to get bubbled down here. What patience. That was a little scary, wasn't it, Adonis? They were waiting a whole lot of time to avoid that catch.
Yeah, I was a little nervous there. I was like, is there some latency going on where they're not able to, I guess the game wasn't updated or something, but very, very disciplined waiting that, like you said, there was 2 bullet seeds that went through there, not even just one, 2 bullet seeds going through, ensuring that Zardy was going to throw 1 more bullet seed so he could throw right at the beginning of that turn or in the middle of that turn there. So now it's kind of the question of what readjustments are going to make. Both trainers brought the Azumarill, and actually Charming opting to run a blast from the past there with the Dugong Azumarill Drapion line. I can't even tell you how many times I opted to run that in the Vancouver Regional Championship. And then Zardy, of course, having to make some readjustments now. I do think that the Talonflame and the Azumarill are a great call, and honestly the Cradily as well. That was a great team composition from Zardy, but Charming was just able to outplay there as well. So maybe we see a readjustment. Potentially we could see a Clodsire, like you said, even though it doesn't look particularly strong into Charming's team. Charming did just bring the Azumarill and the Drapion.
The patience on display. It would have been crazy if after waiting like 3+ turns, if the catch still happened. That would have been brutal for Charming, but got it done. And beautiful overfarm as well. If Charming wasn't keeping track of the energy as well, would not have been able to outpace the Cradily in the end there. And I once again just want to say, I think it was a great call swapping that Drapion into the Azumarill and saving their own Azumarill for that Talonflame in the back, especially when you know the Talonflame looks pretty dang good against your team. You know it's probably coming, right? So a great team read there. And I'll be interested, hey Donis, if they bring the Charge-a-Bug for game 2, because I like what you said a lot. The Clodsire looks difficult to bring against Charming's team, and that's really all that Charge-a-Bug is afraid of, has play against everything else. So maybe they'll just keep it as some sort of bench pressure. Maybe they'll let the bug free and see what it can do. Here we go. Game number 2. And
oh boy.
Okay, Malamar Mir. This feels like some sort of restricted GBL Cup we're in.
Yeah, this is going to be a long matchup. Of course, both trainers resisting the side waves to the max because of the Psychic and Dark typing. Now it's curious how these trainers are going to opt to play this matchup out, actually swapping out on full energy and allowing Charming to kind of dictate what they want to respond with, actually saving the Drapion in the back, which could be a saving grace for Cradily. As we know, Cradily probably wants to see maybe the Drapion over the Dugong.
Think if you're Charming, you like where you're at currently. Zardy tried to catch the foul play on Azumarill, thinking that Charming would probably throw once you get to 2 charge attacks, but Charming was patient. They did not feel like they were threatened. And honestly, since foul play got that adjustment right, it probably does not do enough damage to 2-shot the Malamar in the mirror match, since the Psywaves do so little. So now we see this classic Dugong Azumarill matchup play out. A couple of Icy Wind debuffs going to let you tank this play rough a lot better. But because Azumarill started a ways ahead, it looks like it's going to be able to maybe threaten to knock out Dugong here in the Zero Shield.
Yeah, this matchup's always interesting just because you're throwing resisted Icy Winds into the Azumarill. But Zardy actually responding with all that energy that he had banked up on the Malamar. And now Charming has a choice. Do they respond with their own Malamar this time? And yes, bringing in the foul play and unloading it right away. Now the foul play, now Charming is technically ahead on energy because Zardy just had expended it and got that shield returned back from the Dugong. So both trainers having some choices to make. Zardy not quite, after throwing this foul play, not going to be quite at the next charge attack. So Charming now has the opportunity to threaten a shield on the side of Zardy.
Charming going for the superpower hits a little bit harder than the foul play now, and superpower going to connect and going to get the knockout on the opposing Malamar. Still has a nice chunk of health here. Going to come in with the Azumarill is Zardy to be able to absorb this damage. And because you are debuffed, this superpower is going to do even less damage to Azumarill, who is approaching an Ice Beam here and going to actually save the Ice Beam and swap into Cradily.
Yeah, and the good saving grace here for this Cradily is that the superpower is going to be doing less damage, so Zardy actually opting to let it go. Now, Charming has a couple decisions to make here on whether to swap back into the Drapion or the Dugong. I don't believe that the Dugong is in Bullet Seed downrange before reaching the next Icy Wind after this one, especially given that the Icy Wind is going to go ahead and debuff the attack from Cradily. So Zardy likely trying to farm up a little bit more energy and then throw the move before the next Icy Wind is reached, and Rock Tomb going off right now.
I like the swap in from Charming. Get off that debuff, force a shield, and you also force energy from the Cradily. It couldn't even get the Bullet Seed down, and this Drapion looks really poised to potentially sweep here in the endgame. I don't know if Zardy has enough fighting power left with the Cradily, with the Azumarill. Azumarill does have energy, but you are just going to get so significantly outpaced here by the Drapion. Ice Beam going to draw that final Protect Shield. Drapion probably going to look to overfarm here.
Now, Charming has a choice to make. Do they farm this Azumarill all the way down and come out with 2 crunches for this Cradily, or do they throw a charge move and Charming opting to throw this Aqua Tail? Zardy not investing the Protect Shield here into the Azumarill. I believe these bubbles did just the work that they needed to do in getting the Drapion into Rock Tomb range, but Cradily is dry on energy, and I believe Charming is 3 Poison Stings away from the next Aqua Tail after this Protect Shielded one. So now will Charming be able to reach the final Aqua Tail here and take out this Cradily? Final Bullet Seed sneak in through there on unconventional timing, and because of the debuff from Rock Tomb, will this Aqua Tail be enough to take out? And I believe that it will, and Charming is going to go ahead and take this series 2-0.
Really impressive stuff from Charming. Felt in control in that series against Zardy. Zardy, a multiple-time regional champion from Brazil, so no slouch by any means. And Charming was able to take them down in 2 pretty confident battles there. So really impressive stuff. Loved the energy management across the board, and just never felt like they were panicking. Almost to a fault, right, in that first game when they waited so long in the end, but just always felt so patient and in control throughout that match.
Yeah, and it was really interesting that bench pressure, like you had called out, of the Clodsire being enough to keep the Charger Bug on the bench, because we see how much play Charger Bug seemingly has into all of Zardy's team. And Zardy even brought, again, 3 things that were weak and actually opted to drop the Talonflame in game number 2, which would have made it more favorable for Charger Bug. So having the super effective X-Scissor on the Malamar, having the super effective Volt Switch damage and discharge damage on the Azumarill, and then of course the super effective X-Scissors being unloaded on the Cradily. It was an interesting choice to leave it on the bench there.
Absolutely. And let's see what Speedy and how Stark have to think about that matchup. Stark, I'll start with you this time. How did you feel about Charming's play in that matchup? And were you or were you not surprised that they did not bring the Charger Bug?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was a little surprised not to see the Charger Book, but having to rely on the Dugong, I think, made it a little bit easier because there was no hard answer for that Dugong on Zardy's team. And being able to pressure the Credilli a little bit more with the fast attacks as well as the charge attacks, I think played a lot into why the Dugong was preferred over the Charger Bug, at least in my opinion.
Speedy, did you get nervous at all when Charming decided to wait about like 15 seconds to avoid a game-winning catch there?
Just like Charming, I was not nervous whatsoever. What I was nervous about is when we flipped back over to the 4cam scene and I was muted at the time. So I had to unmute myself before you called me out again.
Yeah, you weren't there to remind him this time.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes I need a little help. To House Stark's point, I think that Ice was actually very, very good in terms of offensive typing back in the max out season meta. In Dual Destiny was also very, very good to have Ice type pressure. We've seen this a little bit like in supplementary fashion with Ice Punch Metacham or Ice Beam Lapras so far, but having that fast attack Ice Shard pressure on Dugong, like Stark said, was so valuable in that matchup. And I feel like a lot of people thought that Vancouver Fortaleza was Dugong's last dance. So seeing it here was actually very, very tricky and something that Zardy probably wasn't exactly ready for. But I will say that it looks like Charming Pori competed at EUIC this year. 3 Pokemon that they brought on their EUIC team, they brought here to the practice tournament today, or the cash prize tournament, I should say. They brought the Dugong, Azumarill, and Shadow Drapion, just switching out the other 3 pieces for the Malamar, the Diggersby, and I believe it was the Charge Bug. So a little bit of again, we're kind of like borrowing from the past, but also building on something new for this meta. And I think it's even more proof that this meta is exciting and dynamic, that you can still use those older picks. You're not forced into playing things that are meta viable and meta relevant because they just became that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know what you mean, bro. And
Thanks, Rise.
I think it's like nostalgic. We're seeing the old timers, the Azumarill, the LeBron James of Pokemon Go history, and we're seeing these new kids on the block that are entering the scene. And we'll see if we have some variety in the next matchup coming up. We got 2 more big names facing off, and I think Speedy and Stark, it's your guys' turn to swap and take it over. So best of luck.
All right.
All right. Let's go. Yo, Stark, I got to lead in with this, man. Corviknight. You mentioned this Pokemon earlier. You said it had a lot of play in this meta. What are you talking about? What is bro cooking, and is he actually onto something?
So the one thing I really like about Corviknight is it's able to pressure the poison types as well as the fighting types and the grass types, especially Credilli, because it's able to hit back with super effective Iron Heads, which honestly, there's not a lot of steel type pressure whatsoever in the entire meta. Like someone mentioned Melmetal earlier, but being able to resist grass, resist poison, resist ground, it's like such a unique defensive typing that's very oppressive.
I might be mistaken. Are you going to double resist or triple resist bug type damage? Because you're flying and steel, right?
Yeah, so you double resist bug, but you would also double resist poison and only single resist ground because the steel subtyping.
I see. I think Corviknight could have a lot of flex play. What I've seen from successful Corviknight players is they actually switch it in and try to get an energy lead. Very rarely do you see Corviknight succeed in even shield, even energy matchups, because the sand attack is just super underwhelming. Granted, against fighters, it can be a little bit tough, especially when all that counter damage is coming through. But as you see on the right side of the screen, it's actually a Primeape here from Ilsemi, and I'm really excited to see him battle as well. I remember first seeing Ilsemi battle in Go Battle League Arena. Very, very talented Go Battle League leaderboarder. Really anticipating this matchup quite a bit. And the Glycopods on both sides are interesting, but rocking the Swallower as well. There's a lot to talk about with these teams.
Yeah, I think Ilsemi's Glycopod has a little bit more play into Abanov's team than the other way around, because there's no hard check to that Glycopod on Abanov's team, whereas Semi has that Blastoise and that Swalot, which I think actually will have some play into that Glycopod, as well as like the Talonflame. Obviously, they're kind of threatening each other.
Something that looks really safe for Abhinav, in my opinion, especially once you remove the Cradily, is going to be that Quagsire. I think Quagsire, with the Stone Edge asset for the Glycopod and Talonflame, is devastating. You can even Stone Edge your fellow Water type in Blastoise, and then the Aqua Tail is going to spam just as quick as the Close Combat does for the Primeape. So I think there's a lot of flex play there. We might even see a strategy, perhaps, where Abhinav is able to lure out the Cradily, farm it down with Corviknight, like you mentioned, a really, really strong steel type attacker, and then unleash his Quagsire in the back. I mean, that could be a potential game plan here.
Definitely. We see that energy is going to go everywhere. Obviously, that Cradle is going to be a little bit problematic, but having the it brings me back to the old grassroots days. The Quagsire and Corviknight is the new Swampert Skarmory, so we're going to see a little bit of synergy there.
And with no Mudslapper on the team there, Shadow Drapion looks like a very potent safe switch as well. So Abhinav could even rock the Steel Mudboy combo with the Drapion safe switch, which is the dark type safe swap we used to get with Sableye. So there's a lot of opportunity here. The only two, again, the variety, the only two shared Pokemon I see are Cradily and Glycopod. Everything else is unique.
Yeah, and I think it's going to make for some very interesting battles. We do see your boy on Semi's team, the one on your left,
the
one that blasts,
the big man Blastoise. All right, if you haven't heard the song, you need to listen to it. It's an anthem. Does Blastoise have a lot of play in this matchup? I think that the Corviknight matchup is probably not that bad because Corviknight's forced into throwing the Sky Attacks there, and you're dealing a lot of rollout Hydro Cannon damage. Glycopod also a little bit tricky. I think you want Skull Bash Blastoise for the Glycopod, if I'm not mistaken, but. Outside of that, what do you think, Stark? Will we see Big Man Blastoise in this game, number one?
If you can avoid the Cradily, it's got a ton of play. I mean, I think it's tricky that the Quagsire matchup is very finicky because they resist the rollout damage, but you resist the Aqua Tail damage, and everything else is neutral. And it's like, who's going to throw what, where, and why? And then the Clodsire matchup, I think, is a positive one for Blastoise because I believe 2 Hydro Cannons are enough to knock out, even with the resisted rollouts. So it's going to be really tricky. What I like about this meta in general is that the flying type Pokemon don't have a lot of flying type fast move damage, but they all have flying type coverage as charge moves. So if you can protect your bugs and your grasses with those shields, you can really fight back against the flyers.
Looking at the team in a little more detail, I'm not exactly sure about Abhinav's moveset. I'm going to see what I can find in terms of the Dracoviz team list, because if that is a Stone Edge Clodsire, he's actually rocking double Stone Edge, and it is. So he's got Stone Edge Quagsire, Stone Edge Clodsire, and Rock Tomb Cradily on his team. And if the shields go down, I think these Stone Edgers go to town here against the likes of Glycopod and Talonflame.
Yeah, and that's very similar to the flying type coverage. All the rock type coverage is all charge attack pressure in this meta. So we're going to see people having to shield big flying type charge attacks and big rock type charge attacks on both sides. Honestly, we see the Brave Bird and the Rock Tomb on Semi's side, and then, like you said, double Stone Edge plus the Rock Tomb plus the Sky Attack. So this is going to be a very interesting battle. Which Pokemon do you think is going to have the most play for Semi?
I'm thinking in terms of team composition. The Pokemon with the least amount of play, the more that I look at this, is going to be that Talonflame. I think we're basically going to see a 5 versus 6 here. El Semi is going to leave the Firebird on the field. Glycopod lead in game number 1 from Abhinav into Primeape. I think this is generally pretty good for Abhinav.
Yeah, and it seems like we have the double water charge, the double water moves in the back for Semi into that Glycopod. This is going to be really tricky because this Glycopod doesn't really have a hard check on Semi's team of 3.
First Rage Fist does connect from that Primeape, trying to ramp up to the second one, but instead choosing to switch now into his own Glycopod into the mirror match.
Yeah, and this energy is going to do, it's going to go everywhere into Semi's team. We probably are going to see that switch into that Shadow Drapion. We are going to see the Aqua Jet. I believe it hits a little bit harder than that X-Scissor, and both are going to be neutral here. I believe it's going to do a little bit more than half.
Definitely a key matchup knowledge indicator here, which charge attack you decide to throw. But this is a battle kind of the bug versus the poison dark type. Another crunch coming through here from the Shadow Drapion. If this connects, it is going to KO the Glycopod, giving up switch advantage here, probably opting for some kind of farm.
Yeah, and I think it's going to have to be the Primeape because Primeape's hard-hitting charge attacks are going to go everywhere into Abhinav's team. going for the karate chop down, you might have to shield twice because this Aqua Tail is going to do a ton of damage. Primeape is not bulky whatsoever, but actually opting to let it go.
Yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of the regular Primeape instead of a Shadow. I think the Shadow probably would need to shield there. Going to go ahead and throw the Rage Fist. Primeape looking for the knockout here against that Shadow Drapion, but it doesn't have much health to kind of line up what's in the back. So we're going to see that Shadow Drapion go down and the instant pivot into Big Man Blastoise. Let's go.
Speedy's favorite moment of the entire stream is this Blastoise now on stream. Are we going to see a shield here? No, letting the Exeter go through. This is going to be fine because now Blastoise is going to be able to ramp up some energy and threaten this Clodsire with heavy-hitting, super effective Hydro Cannons.
Rollout is not going to be doing much damage in the meantime, though. Hydro Cannon coming through from the Blastoise will deal quite a bit to the Clodsire, maybe trying to measure out the damage there. And even though Rollout is not going to make much of an impact, I do think after the additional fast attack pressure, it will be within second Hydro Cannon range. Should coming up here from the Blastoise.
Yeah, and this is where Sludge Bomb would be a little bit better for that Clodsire because it would be able to pace a little bit faster to those charge attacks. Although I do think that with having two shields here, it should be okay for the Clodsire to be able to shore up this matchup.
Picture perfect timing there, avoiding the switch timer coming up. Going to throw a single rollout and convert that into a third Hydro Cannon, force away that final Protect Shield from Abhinav. At this point, the switch timer is up for Abhinav as well as it is for Elsemi. Both trainers with their finger on the trigger waiting for the swap, but here comes a Stone Edge.
Yeah, and this is going to definitely be shielded up. I believe Blastoise is one rollout away, and I believe the Clodsire is just barely in range of a knockout from this Hydro Cannon, and no switch out from Abhinav. Just going to be able to take this Hydro Cannon and put everything on the back of his Golisopod.
It's going to be a race. We have the Gliscod coming in here. There's a Primeape in the back. Primeape only needs a couple of karate chops, but it's got such low health. Do we see a swap? Do we see a catch? Shadow Blastoise looking for a big charge attack. Gets to the Hydro Cannon at the last second. And like you said, Stark, Big Man Blastoise, best part of the show, and he's proving it right here.
Yeah, throwing these Hydro Cannons left and right. Got two cannons and I think threw four in that game total. So really putting pressure on Abhinav's team. There's no water resist other than that Golisopod. And honestly, that's just taking super effective damage from rollout. So Blastoise is going to have a lot of play.
Now, after a matchup like this, if you're in the team selection position as Abhinav, your eyes probably go straight to your Cradily, and you think, I need an answer for this Blastoise. Golisopod can probably get the job done depending on shielding scenarios, but something really clever that Ilsemi also did was build up that additional energy to get close to the Skull Bash. So even if he was in a situation where a healthy Golisopod came in, he could just Skull Bash it and equalize the playing field right then and there. So going to game number 2, it seems like Cradily is an obvious choice here. Do you think Abhinav brings it?
Going to be tricky. I mean, Semi was kind of expecting that Cradily, which is why they brought out the Primeape in the lead and they had that double water in the back to kind of counter that the Cradily backline, just in case it showed up. So if we do see the Cradily, I would expect Semi to bring something similar, kind of preparing for that Cradily. But I think you kind of have to, right? What other answer is there for that Blastoise?
No Corviknight also in game number 1. Would Corviknight have really helped though? We saw the Golisopod, the Primeape, and the Blastoise. Blastoise did, I would argue, the majority of the work, but no Corviknight. One thing we did get right, Stark, is that we did see the Shadow Drapion safe switch.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe answer from Abhinav because there is no hard answer, although that Swalot kind of does answer it because of that fast attack pressure and resisting the poison things. But I think we might see Corviknight in this game for Abhinav because it's able to get a shield from everything on Semi's side other than maybe that Talonflame. But like you talked about, Talonflame might not show up to this matchup because of all the rock type and water type pressure on Abhinav's team.
I feel like it's safe, right? You know, we talk a lot about bench pressure and reading the team overall. And if there are too many threats to something and it's too risky to bring, then just selecting that one Pokemon could really put you behind in the whole matchup. Game number 2 kicking off, though. We've got Golisopod versus that Primeape. I believe this is the same lead we had in battle number 1, but our backline for Abhinav is slightly different.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Rage Fist get fired off just like last game. We're going to see if Semi's going to be able to play this out the exact same way or a little bit differently. No, we are going to see it played out the exact same way. In comes the Drapion this time, though, and saving that energy on Abhinav's side, that Golisopod energy could go a lot of different places on Semi's team.
Glycopod saves the energy for a rainy day. Shadow Drapion gonna absorb that Aqua Jet, no problem. Gonna need another charge stack to get the KO. Meanwhile, a Shadow Crunch is going to take a bite out of this Glycopod. Gonna let this one through as well. Elsemi is confident he can get to another charge stack before he gets Poison Sting down.
Yeah, and that Drapion is very hungry, looking to fire off another move here, but Glycopod is going to win that charge attack priority, having slightly more attack, and is he just going to pressure this knockout, and is going to be able to pick up that knockout against that Drapion.
Quagsire is the shift here in strategy, but the Glycopod comes back onto the field. Abhinav unwilling to reveal his third Pokemon this early in the matchup, and then the Blastoise comes in to a weakened Glycopod. Going to throw this Stab X Scissor into the Blastoise. Let's see how much damage this does.
Yeah, and Semi might have this idea of, what if I can farm down this entire Glycopod, maybe shield one time on the Blastoise and get heavy hitting Hydro Cannons into everything on Abhinav's team.
Second X Scissor connects. Blastoise shrugs it off, but now it's deep into the red. In comes the Quagsire. Quagsire paired up against this Primeape. The pacing, like we talked about, is very close, but Primeape does have a slight edge. It is a little bit behind, though, due to the switch. So we see the first shield from that Primeape. I think this whole game is going to come down to this matchup right here.
Yeah, and it depends if we're going to see a Rage Fist or a close combat here, and Abhinav's going to have to make a decision. Does he want to save this beautiful, shiny Quagsire, or does he call it? He's going to make the call.
Insane call there from Abhinav to not get hit by the close combat, instead correctly calling the Rage Fist. Is it me, or is the saturation of the screen a little bit high? I've never known Quagsire to be that pink.
Well, it's beautiful no matter what it is. I love this shiny, but we see another Rage Fist coming through here. This isn't going to quite knock out, but it is going to put pressure on this
Another no shield. Abhinav is insane, and he's unable to get to that Aqua Tail, so that might have been a devastating mistake, because now Blastoise comes in with the rollout, throws a Hydro Cannon to start pushing away these shields, but Abhinav has to realize he's running out of HP, and he's running out really fast.
Yeah, what a strange play to make, throwing the X Scissor right away, knowing that Blastoise does not have any more shields, and this is going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Blastoise, but is it enough?
Wait, Primeape switched out. It cleared all of its buffs. Now it's starting back at level 1. It's going to go ahead and throw the Rage Fist into the Glycopod here. Still a Protect Shield remaining. Can Abhinav get back to his timer and bail out of this negative matchup?
This is going to be really, really close. Primeape has so much energy. It's going to be able to knock out here, but does the Quagsire have the Aqua Tail to be able to pick up that last second knockout? This Rage Fist is going to come through. It's going to knock out, and Quagsire comes back. It doesn't have the move, and 1 is enough.
One mud shot away. Primeape able to close the door here on Abhinav and his Quagsire. No Corviknight in either of those games. No Cradily to answer the Blastoise. And it seemed like Abhinav had no answer for the combination of Glycopod, Blastoise, and Primeape.
That was such a close game. I had to put on my glasses to kind of see exactly how much HP was left on that Quagsire to be able to hang on, but it wasn't enough. The shiny boost, just not enough there.
Not enough to win the battle. As we predicted, Alex, no Talonflame in that series. I think it was definitely too risky to bring. I know a lot of trainers who maybe only play in Go Battle League and watch Rise's Go Battle League streams might not think about the Show 6 format in a lot of detail, but I think that these are really important considerations you make when you look at an overall team composition. You look for threats, you look for opportunities, and I think Elsemi did a great job of minimizing threats and making the most of those chances that he got.
Absolutely, and I think Abhinav maybe over-prepared for that Talonflame, bringing water coverage on all 3 Pokemon in that battle. And in the first game, had the Clodsire instead of the Quagsire, having that extra Stone Edge coverage just in case that Talonflame showed up, but it never showed up. And you know, Semi was able to take advantage with that Blastoise. I think Blastoise was incredibly safe, and Primeape putting in work despite not really finding any of its targets.
Mm-hmm. When you look at Blastoise, you see a Pokemon that's going to deal some rollout damage, which is resisted by the fighters. It doesn't do much to ground types either, but that rock and water type coverage is honestly tremendous. But let's hear what our co-casters and friends had to say. Haydonis and Rise. Haydonis, what do you think? Oh, go ahead, Rise. I'm sorry.
No, Haydonis, go ahead. I was just going to say I'm unmuted.
Wow, the first time he lets me win something here. I mean, we saw the Blastoise. I guess for the first time. I don't think we've seen it yet today. Any trainers utilize it, which is pretty interesting because you'd think that with the rollout, with gaining access to rollout, it'd be a little bit more favorable to run, especially with that pacing to the Hydro Cannons being 4 and then 3 all of the Hydro Cannons to follow, unless you're in an insanely long matchup and it resets to 4 again. But yeah, and we see it. We saw how Semi was able to utilize it to his advantage in both of the games. I believe he ended up bringing up the Blastoise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
I think that Primeape is the truth, dude. I feel like Primeape has increasingly found more usage in the last few tournaments we've seen. And in Vancouver, we saw a bit of a fall off already in Annihilate, and more Primeape was seen. And I think the more people are using this very dangerous Pokemon, the more success it's having. Also, Z's Wireless, right, had a Primeape on his team for the runner-up at EUIC. So I feel like it's one of those Pokemon, maybe similar to Morpeko in a way, where it just has so much strength and potential, but sometimes you're like little bit afraid of bringing it because, it requires Protect Shields. But the Primeape, I think, is legit, dude. I think Primeape could be seeing a lot more play this season.
Stark and I talked about counter damage and how it can threaten Corviknight in shields up scenarios, but after 2 Rage Fists, those Primeape Karate Chops start to look like counters, right? And it's only 16 turns to the double boosted Rage Fist. So if you're looking at something like Annihilate that needs 24 turns, it's such a longer life cycle to get ramped up and ready to go. And Primeape can always threaten the close combat at any moment. So it was honestly a miracle that Abhinav called those 2 Rage Fist baits against his Quagsire.
Yeah, but it didn't even matter. That's how strong Primeape is, and I think it's very skill based, and I think we're going to see more of that coming up. But I think we're ready for the next matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Let's see what we've got to break down. We're going to see Elim returning to the stream, this time taking on the Grumpig Master. We've got Pyro Panda slotted up here on the right side of your screen. So I see we're kind of like ping-ponging back and forth looking at these teams, looking for matchups. Chat, go ahead and type who you think is going to be more successful. Is Elim going to take this one, or is Pyro Panda going to come in with the Grumpig and Psywave his way through the Toronto Regional Champion?
Well, at first glance, I think that the Guzzlord has a ton of play into Elim's team. Being able to resist Psywave, all of the Dropion's charge attacks, the Incinerate damage, and the Bullet Seed damage. The only real threat is going to be that Annihilate.
And when you see something like that, you look for direct counters and you look for soft counters. I think the only direct counter on the team, to your point, is the Shadow Annihilate. The softest counter outside of that is arguably the Gastrodon, because those 3-turn fast attacks deal a lot of damage in kind. The pacing is relatively similar, and connecting an Earth Power means that Gastrodon can likely win that matchup in the long run, but it is still pretty competitive. So if you kind of slot Elim into Shadow Annihilate Gastrodon gameplay, what looks really good? Golisopod. So we might have a Guzzlord Golisopod, a duo here attacking Elim, especially if he's going to be afraid to bring that Talonflame or that Annihilate.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to stop that Golisopod. I think Elim's going to have to probably rely on the Credilli because there's no real hard check for that Pokemon, and the Shadow Dropion might see some play as well, just in case the Grumpig shows up and it has some play into that Golisopod as well. I'm interested. I think, yeah.
Go ahead. No, you go.
No, I was just going to say, I'm excited for these battles. It's going to be really close.
This is so fascinating because in the last game, there was no Mudslap presence on one of the teams, so Shadow Drapion was a great safe swap. Chat, check us. Let us know if you see a Shadow Drapion safe switch from Elim. I think the odds, honestly, are very low because if that Kanto Marowak does make an appearance, it'll be super, super punishing. So we're going to see if either of these trainers make their Mudslap or safe switch. For example, if Elim safe swaps the Gastrodon, worst case is that you get met by something like Golisopod or Cradily, and it's like GG's, right? So we might see that Pokemon in the lead or as a closer, but I really doubt it'll be the safe swap.
What I could see is Elim utilizing the Credilli as a safe switch because, again, there's no hard answer. And if you can get into an energy advantage into something like the Guzzlord, you can always outpace to the Rock Tomb before they get to any type of charge attack. So despite Guzzlord normally being able to counter that Credilli, having the energy advantage could make some of these matchups a little bit more playable.
I agree. Looks like we only have one screen. We're on board here with Pyro Panda. We get the Golisopod that we talked about, and look at this core we called out, Alex. We've got Guzzlord and Golisopod on this team, and the Cradily safe switch that you called out is also on the field.
Yeah, but this is going to be really tough for Elim because this Glycopod just threatens so much on Elim's team. No shield, and now immediately swapping into the Grumpig. The Grumpig is not going to have to shield this, and is going to be able to fight back with the Dynamic Punch.
I want to remind everybody in chat, there is a delay on the stream. So these trainers likely were not listening to us when they made these team selections. This is just all organic gameplay. Going to throw the Dynamic Punch on. Great timing there, allowing that Bolt Seed to come through, but cutting off this potential Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and having Psywave it's really difficult to time those fast attacks to be able to throw an optimal timing, but really well done there by Pyro Panda. The Dropion comes in and is going to have to take one of these Dynamic Punches at the very least.
Grumpig Dynamic Punch, neutral, non-stab damage into the Shadow Drapion. It's going to connect. If a shield doesn't come up, it does actually connect. A little bit less than damage than a Medicham would probably do, but I think that Pyro Panda is content to let this go. Honestly, Alex, it seems like he's really relying on Glycopod Guzzlord core.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Seeing this back line, we know that the Annihilate is there. We know that the Glycopod is going to be able to answer this Annihilate. Annihilate is going to have to throw this Rage Fist and try to start boosting up very quickly.
The equation here is if you can survive the Rage Fist damage and also the counters afterwards. Honestly, this might have been a huge miscalculation. I think Pyro Panda likely should have shielded there because now the Glycopod is on the ropes against the Annihilate.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for Pyro Panda. I mean, throwing this is always the right play, but now that Guzzlord is going to be really threatened by these fast attacks from the Annihilate. Although it is very low, having the boosted counters is going to allow this Annihilate to be able to do heavy damage here. I think one more Dragon Tail is going to be enough to knock out the Annihilate before it does too much work, though.
It's either going to be one Dragon Tail or 1 HP survive, and it turns out to be the former. Guzzlord does get the better of the Annihilate, and we had a real scare there before the Shadow Drapion returned to the field. Looks like it's going to be likely a crunch coming through here from the Shadow Drapion. You want to go for the same type attack bonus move, even if it is resisted when both of your attacks are resisted. And the triple Dragon Tail combo comes through, and that is a GG's game one.
Yeah, like you called out. I mean, the Glycopod Guzzlord core looks incredibly good into Elim's team. There's no answer for it. I mean, you have to really just call the lead right, and Elim was not able to call the lead right. And obviously, the Credilli safe switch they called out earlier, being really good, it doesn't really work when there's a Dynamic Punch user with that Grumpig on the back line for Pyro Panda as well.
Exactly. Just so many obstacles. And as we look at the rest of the team in more detail, this Lapras from Elim is running Skull Bash. So you don't even have Ice Punch coverage for something like the Guzzlord, which is really, really tough considering all the Psy Waves will be resisted. Dark, put yourself in the driver's seat. You are Elim. You're down a game. How do you try to respond in this game number 2? Because Pyro Panda looked really, really oppressive in that game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I think something like maybe the oh boy. Right? Yeah, I mean, maybe the Dropion lead instead. Just try to call the lead and go with something neutral.
Oh, actually pivoting to the Lapras now. Elim is in a Psywave mirror match. The difference here is that Grumpig is going to resist all of the Psywave damage. So he makes the instant pivot into the Drapion. We actually do see a Drapion safe switch, so I wasn't expecting one, but that's what we get. Pulling out the Guzzlord and a Dragon Tail also comes down onto the Shadow Drapion. This is looking pretty difficult.
Yeah, this is a dire situation. We're on dire straits for Elim, but I do think the Guzzlord is going to be able to throw this Dragon Claw here. Actually throwing the charge attack with the Dropion first. I believe this is going to be an Aqua Tail. No, it's a Crunch.
Likely to go for one more Dragon Tail. Now that the Dragon Claws are double, he's got one in each pincer. Going to go ahead and throw off this first Dragon Claw to pick up the KO against Elim's Shadow Drapion if he chooses not to shield it. I highly doubt that he will. Shadow Drapion goes down.
Now you can't really Psywave down a Guzzlord because it has such a high HP stat. So if we do see the Lapras come in, this might take a long time.
Going to come now in with the Lapras as predicted, but the Psywaves just tickling the Ultra Beast here on the field. Crunch coming through from the Guzzlord. Going to take a chunk out of that Lapras and maybe drop the defense as it does. And now the Dragon Tails are even more impactful, forcing Elim to switch out and go into that Shadow Annihilate.
I mean, that was a really fantastic farm down and able to bank all that extra energy on the Lapras, but unfortunately, this Annihilate is just not in a good position, and I believe Elim is throwing this Rage Fist, but is Pyro Panda going to make the same mistake as before? No, going to shield up the Rage Fist this time.
This team composition from Pyro Panda is more and more fascinating the longer that I look at it. Against Elim's squad, it feels almost hopeless. Aqua Jet getting fired off here, one of the big winners from the new season update. Golisopod looking to rip through this Annihilate.
Yeah, and Golisopod is probably the biggest addition of this update, at least in terms of success so far in these bigger tournaments. It just has incredible coverage and really good defensive typing.
Pacing is also very, very quick as we see another X-Scissor get queued up here from the Golisopod from Pyro Panda. There's still a remaining Pokemon in the back. The Grumpig has not even seen the field, but it comes out here to fry that Lapras and win this game number 2. Looking at this team, Alex, I really feel like Lapras might have fit into the Psywave slot that Grumpig is currently occupying, but at the risk of being too weak to counter and fighters, I do think that the Grumpig makes a lot of sense with this team composition. So I'm not a Grumpig lover, but I might be a Grump believer here pretty soon.
Yeah, and what I love about this team from Pyro Panda is you have the Guzzlord and you have the Shadow Kanto Marowak to dissuade that Drapion from just being super, super safe into the team. You can't just leave the Drapion or safe swap it without thinking about, oh, well, what if this or this shows up? I have to have an answer for everything. And it's so difficult from Elim's side to have an answer for that Drapion, or for the Guzzlord and the Golisopod as well. Like you talked about, that core looks very good.
I also really appreciate the distribution of approach here. And what I mean is that you've got a oppressive fast attack in Psywave Grumpig that does get to those charge attacks relatively quickly. You've got a charge attack oriented Shadow Drapion to pressure shields. You've got 2 3-turn fast attack users in the Pokemon you mentioned, Guzzlord and Shadow Kanto Marowak, that are going to consistently apply HP pressure and make your opponent think twice about shielding an attack early on in the game. And then you've got Cradily, which can debuff, which provides great coverage, and Golisopod to really dissuade any mud slappers, any water types from trying to wreak havoc on your team. So this team is honestly really, really well balanced. And if I had to pick one team that we've seen so far to actually bring myself into a tournament, it would probably be Panda's team.
Yeah, it's a very unique kind of team, and I love the fact that Golisopod has now broken the meta and has broken into the fold of what the meta really encapsulates. And I love it. I think it's awesome.
Let's
see. Yeah, go for it.
I was just going to say, let's check in with our host with the most and Haydonis as well and see what they have to say. I want to hear from Haydonis first, though. I want to hear what Donuts has to say.
Oh, wow. Oh, about what? Just like about the matchup?
What do you think about this team from Pyro Panda? The Golisopod, Guzzlord, bringing back the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Cradily, the Grumpig. What do you think?
I was like, I could have talked about anything right now, the weather, like literally anything. But you know, the Grumpig seemed to be the favorable pick. When I was looking at the teams before the matchup had begun, I was like, man, ABA style team would be really, really good on the side of Pyro Panda in ABA 2, the is strong against the Annihilate, and that he did bringing the Grumpig in the front or in the back, and then also having the Golisopod. I believe he changed between the two games there. And then obviously Elim just continuously relying on that Annihilate. I'm not sure if that was the correct play. Seeing even just game 1 that Pyro Panda was not afraid to lean on that Grumpig and was not afraid also to lean on the Golisopod.
I'm curious what Rise has to say, because Golisopod was the key to success in Fortaleza and Vancouver, and people thought when Dugong left it wouldn't have any targets, but Annihilate really struggles in that matchup, like Haydonis was saying.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Pyro Panda and how he played that, and I just thought it was a really clean performance all around to take down such a great player in Elim. And the pod, the energy seems to go everywhere. If there wasn't something like an Azumarill or a Toxapex, the bug water coverage, there's not a whole lot of things that resist both, and it's really easy pacing, right? 5 every time. I don't know if you guys saw Nighttime Clasher's interview during that tournament where he talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 debuff with the Scorching Sands, but it's even easier with the Golisopod. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and get off some efficient damage there. So yeah, I think Pyro Panda with the Grumpig and the Golisopod, showing that maybe the pod is God, as Home Slice Henry likes to say.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed is Golisopod is taking the role of the Feraligatr. Oh. In that now you have the Shadow Claw water type coverage user. It's a dual typing rather than just single typing. And then you also have the ability to resist ground and fighting, which I think are incredibly useful in these metas.
And with the newly buffed Aqua Jet as well, doing similar, comparable damage output to Hydro Cannon as well. I guess not as much like base damage, but being a really cheap and efficient move, and seems to be working out really well for the Golisopod. And as you mentioned, of course, resisting that fighting type damage coming through and resisting that ground type damage coming through as well.
Yeah, to Hedonist's point, I think if you can two-shot something with water-type charge attacks, you can get the job done either way. And like you said, not quite as hard-hitting as Hydro Cannon is. Probably not as many farm-down opportunities for Golisopod, but as Rise and you other gentlemen have said, that typing allows it to stay in matchups for quite a while. It could be such a nuisance.
Ricardo and I were talking about it a little bit before our respective tournaments, and we made the comparison. It'd be like if Araquanid actually had good moves. That's like what Golisopod is.
Yeah.
Speaking of moving, I think we have got some brand new teams to review. Let's go ahead and take a look at who we have coming up on stream.
Fresh off of a phenomenal win is the Panda. Pyro Panda GBL against Nickname, who we saw a little bit earlier. And that Golisopod Grumpig really were a lot for Elim to deal with, and wasn't able to utilize the Annihilate as well as he did in some previous matchups. We do see a Shadow Sableye on the side of Nickname. I don't remember, Hedonis, if we've seen whether he's running Power Gem or Dazzling Gleam, and that could honestly be a critical part of how effective the Shadow Sableye is in this matchup.
Yeah, we have yet to actually see Nickname utilize his Shadow Sableye. I would actually like to see Pyro Panda continue to lean on his Grumpig going into this matchup. Of course, there are the hard hitters against the Grumpig, like Shadow Sableye, and also the Guzzlord. But Grumpig still has access to Dynamic Punch, which could do which will be doing super effective damage output onto the Guzzlord, and looks pretty neutral into the remainder of Nickname's team. Even Swallow dishing out super effective damage from the Psywaves, looking neutral into the Talonflame with Psywave and Shadow Ball damage. Of course, having Psywave and that the Dynamic Punch for the Cradily and Dynamic Punch for the Lapras. I could definitely see a Pyro Panda leaning on his Grumpig again. I would like to see Pyro Panda also pair it with something that has good fast attack pressure as well, like the Marowak. It seems like that can really put in pressure against the Shadow Sableye, and then of course against that Swallow, which sure enough, I think Nickname will probably opt to bring as well.
Both the Guzzlord and the Golisopod to me look very safe for Pyro Panda. There's not really anything to hard check them. I guess the opposing Guzzlord might be the best answer for the Golisopod, but you don't really want to eat an X's, or that's going to hurt. And really, what is the best answer for the Guzzlord? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's the Cradily, maybe it's the Lapras if you have Ice Beam, but like there is not a great response for Nickname. So he's gonna have to get creative and maybe try to tag team to handle that Guzzlord of Pyro Panda.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. That what you had just said, pairing that Guzzlord with the other two of Grumpig and Marowak, that seems like Pyro Panda has a great team to run into the side of Nickname. Because yeah, like you said, the Guzzlord goes very, very unchecked. I mean, you'd think that Lapras would have a favorable matchup there, but dealing resisted damage with those Psywaves, and of course, because of the Dragon typing on Guzzlord as well, that Sparkling Aria is going to go ahead and be resisted. So I can definitely see Nickname trying to maybe lean on that Sableye, not in the context of the Guzzlord that we were just talking about, but of course because I think Pyro Panda is going to lean on that Grumpig, and then as well as dishing out good damage to the Shadow Drapion. And even though Marowak's going to be doing big damage, although not super effective damage, just big damage with those Mud Slaps, Sableye is going to be dishing out big damage right back, and also outpacing the Marowak with the newly buffed or reworked Foul Play. So we see Golisopod into the Swallow.
I would presume this is favorable for Golisopod because he resists the mud shots. However, if two Sludges knocks out, maybe it's not so favorable because we know how bulky this Swallow is. If two Aqua Jets is not enough and two Sludges is enough, then the resisted fast attack damage might not even matter. Let's gauge how much this Aqua Jet does. Does not look like it will be enough to two-shot. Now let's gauge how much the Sludge does. We're learning matchups on the fly. Welcome to the classroom, everybody. Sludge is going to do a little bit more in respective.
Yeah, so this second Sludge should be enough to ensure the knockout. I believe that was a charge attack priority. So Pyro Panda throwing this Aqua Jet, likely going to go unshielded on the side of Nickname. But Nickname also just queued up the Sludge like I had said. And this should be enough to ensure the knockout on the Golisopod. So Pyro Panda has a couple choices to make. Will he throw up his first Protect Shield? And he does. I would anticipate that Pyro Panda maybe wants to get up on some energy here and then swap. But no, actually Nickname responding with the Guzzlord. Pyro Panda threatening a shield with the X-Scissor, and of course, I don't think Pyro Panda is going to want to bring in the Grumpig here, doing resisted side wave damage, and on top of that, behind on energy, so likely opting to bring back in their own Guzzlord here and chip away at it.
Yes, we talked about Pyro Panda's safe Guzzlord, but maybe failed to see how safe the Guzzlord is from Nickname as well. Going for the Dragon Claw. Nose can survive, but that was a chart attack priority, correct? So we'll be able to get 2 Dragon Claws off here in this mirror match.
Yeah, 2 Dragon Claws going off, and don't forget the one more parting Dragon Tail. No, actually, excuse me, the Dragon Claw coming through here. But if the switch timer is not up on the side of Nickname, this could open the door for Pyro Panda to come in with his Grumpig and get ahead on energy. But no, Nickname actually, the switch timer being up and responding right away with that Shadow Ball. Now, Pyro Panda, I think, has to make a bait here with the Dynamic Punch or do a quick peekaboo play and try to catch. We'll see what's up with Pyro Panda's plays here. He throws the Shadow Ball. Nickname correctly shields it. But now, can Pyro Panda actually get the catch off?
I don't know. And even if they do, well, there's currently double foul play back to back. And even if they get the catch, I would think Shadow Sableye should be able to survive a Shadow Ball from this amount of health. No catch here. Sableye's not going to chance it. Going to knock out the Grumpig here. And Nickname looks to be in a good position. Still has the Sable. All that remains is a very low Golisopod. Sableye's going to get the Shadow Claw down. And a subtle 3-ball flex for Nickname here. Maybe trying to put out the fire of this Pyro Panda.
Yeah, so Nickname going ahead and taking game number 1. We saw that at the end of that game, the Sableye still had a lot of health, so it kind of circulates back to that conversation we were having before, or in the beginning of the game, and kind of how much differently this game could have been if Pyro Panda opted to bring that Shadow Marowak. We saw Nickname opt to lead the Swalot with 2 strong answers for that Grumpig in the back. But what Nickname should have really been fearing was that Marowak, because if Pyro Panda actually led the Marowak, what does Nickname necessarily bring in? Does he bring in the Guzzlord, which the Marowak's going to outpace to that Bone Club? Is he going to bring in the Sableye, where Pyro Panda can get a shield and potentially farm all the way down? So I think Pyro Panda is going to want to readjust his strategy going into the second game, and I really, really, really am a believer that he should do it to the Marowak.
I totally agree with that, and I think when you know you're soft to the Guzzlord, as both of these trainers are, you got to presume it's coming. And with the line of Pyro Panda, the Golisopod, as well as the Grumpig, just did not have any pressure, any fast attack pressure other than his own Guzzlord against the opposing Guzzlord. So just a little bit too soft to it. And when you have no fast attack pressure against something, it just allowed Nickname to put in a little bit too much work with it, and then got the Sableye where it needed to be against that Grumpig. Just got shut down. And, you know, maybe if you're Pyro Panda, you're coming off that matchup against Elim where the Panda, or the, not the Panda, the Pig, put in so much work, and you're like, I got to ride or die with this thing. But unfortunately, that time it met its match against the Sableye.
And I know we're so tired of talking about it, as we have all of today, but Cradily, again, just proving itself a worthy contender. And it looks strong into both of these trainers' teams as well. Even potentially Pyro Panda trying to lean on the Cradily as a Guzzlord response, or even against a Sableye response, because Sableye is going to be threatened by those Grass Knots and threatened by the Rock Tomb as well. Even if Cradily is not doing too much damage with the Bullet Seed, even in neutral scenarios, it's going to add up the charge moves because of that pacing that Bullet Seed has. And then also getting the debuff chance for, or the guaranteed debuff with Rock Tomb onto the Guzzlord. But we're going to see what these trainers opt to do, and we actually do see Nickname lean on Cradily, which is met by the Shadow Drapion on Pyro Panda's side. This may look favorable for Cradily on paper, or just even looking at the typings of this matchup, but Cradily can actually, or sorry, it may look favorable for Drapion, but it can actually, it actually is pretty good on the side of Cradily.
Yeah, we saw this play out many times yesterday, and Cradily was very surprising in its ability to hold its own in this matchup. No crunch debuff is nice for the grass type Pokemon, and it is going to get this 100% Rock Tomb debuff, of course, which should allow it to maybe survive another crunch and get off another Rock Tomb. If your nickname, let's see what he decides to do here. Is he going to opt for the protection? He's thinking about it, but no, he's confident he can hang on and going to fire off the parting Rock Tomb. Now Pyro Panda has a decision. Do you fight for switch advantage or do you let this go?
Well, Pyro Panda did not opt to bring in the Grumpig in this game, so I would imagine that he wouldn't really think that he needs switch advantage here. But responding with the Guzzlord into nicknames, Guzzlord behind a little bit on energy, but it's not going to be particularly impactful in my opinion because these Dragon Tails are still going to add up. And as we saw looking a little bit into that backline, Pyro Panda did adjust to the Marowak. So now nickname actually has a decision to make. Will he go ahead and shield? And that he does. Dragon Tail being snuck through there, and Guzzlord's going to be able to live with half a health and very close to the next charge attack. But the question is, can Pyro Panda actually farm down with Marowak?
You're going to have to take at least one charge attack. And do you use that final protection? It's going to be a tough call. This is an awkward situation for Pyro Panda. Going to go for a charge attack here. It's going to be the crunch. Looks like maybe waited a turn to avoid a potential catch opportunity and not going to use the Protect Shield. And this might be a huge decision here for Pyro Panda because now I think you might be able to reach the double Bone Club before you're threatened by 2 charge attacks from the Swalot.
Yeah, I believe that the Marowak's going to be able to reach 2 Bone Clubs before a move is able to threaten the Marowak because Pyro Panda still has his shield remaining on his side. But let's not forget that Swalot is an incredibly bulky Pokemon. It's packed many surprises with us today, and it seems to be just regurgitating all those surprises throughout the times that we've seen it in those matchups today. So Bone Club coming through here. Will Swalot actually be able to hang on and reach the second Sludge?
Bone Club, barely not enough, but still 2 mud shots off. That Mud Slap is going to knock out first, and I think the oppressive nature of Marowak might be enough on its own. What do you come in with here? You have to come in with Guzzlord, of course. Otherwise, you just get farmed down. Guzzlord does not get the knockout. It's going to be a simultaneous KO. And Drapion says, I'll just keep on holding on to this energy. No need to even throw the Aqua Tail. 1 sting takes out Cradily. And Pyro Panda evens up the series 1 game apiece, putting nickname on the back foot. Wow, what a game number 2 adjustment there for Pyro Panda.
Yeah, opting to not bring the Grumpig in that game because of the Sableye and Guzzlord pressure that was presented in game number 1. But like we had called out before the matchup, that adjustment to the Marowak was just exactly what Pyro Panda needed, and we saw how much pressure it was able to apply throughout the matchup. So now I would anticipate that nickname once again lean on his Cradily, maybe this time as a save swap, and I could even see Talonflame being brought into this upcoming game here, as it seems to have great neutral play apart from the Guzzlord as well.
Cradily able to win the zero shield scenario there against the Drapion for nickname, but the head start, I guess, for Pyro Panda proved to be too much. Or actually, no, wait, Pyro Panda elected to shield to actually keep the Drapion around. So played the 1-0 there. And I like the adjustment, valued the Guzzlord, and made a great call, right? We talked about bringing that Marowak. You called it the Marowak looked to be good against that first line that he saw, but was able to save it in back for the Swalot. If he responds with his Marowak to that Guzzlord, I think it's a completely different result. So a great read and a great adjustment for Pyro Panda. This is kind of like, it's kind of a mind game. It's kind of the battle of how do you handle the opposing Guzzlord in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and we saw that we saw that again, that adjustment to Cradily, and even though nickname was not able to take game number 2, I think that Cradily was able to put in a good amount of work, also just being serving as like a debuffer in the lead matchup. Maybe I could see nickname probably trying to adjust the Cradily as a swap instead, as I think that's where it particularly shines, especially when there's no fighter or ice type fast attacker to meet it on the side of Pyro Panda.
Absolutely. And some similarities with these teams. It seems like both games so far, it's kind of been neutralizing the opposing Guzzlord with your own. And who is going to be able to get some sort of advantage out of that matchup. You know the opponent has something safe. How do you handle it? And both these trainers thinking over for a decisive game 3. We are getting pretty far along in this tournament. A huge game right here. It's going to be Cradily into Guzzlord.
And actually dropping the Marowak, if we take a quick sneak peek into the back there, likely, and it's the mind games at play that Pyro Panda maybe applied enough pressure with the Marowak where Nickname would probably maybe opt to drop the Swalot, and that he did. Nickname actually opting not to bring in the Swalot in game number 3 here, but of course in this lead matchup, getting that Rock Tomb off, and now the Crunch coming through here, gonna be debuffed, and I believe that Nickname's likely just gonna try to build up to another Rock Tomb here, maybe unload it to apply pressure to that Guzzlord and get it low and set up a potential farm down with Psywave Lapras.
Adonis, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how Pyro Panda plans on dealing with this opposing Guzzlord, and maybe they read my mind, answered the question. You got to lure it out here. Otherwise, this thing could go crazy against your back line. But we've seen Drapion hold its own in this matchup. A Crunch debuff could be huge here for Pyro Panda. Do they get it? They do not, and this is going to make things a little bit more comfortable for Guzzlord. Drapion just needs to find a way to chip this thing enough where it's not going to put in too much work against your remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and now a Nickname has a choice to make. Does he want to go ahead and throw up his his first Protect Shield here on this Crunch? Great call actually by Pyro Panda for no shielding, as I believe the shield would be a little bit more telling that he's weak to the Guzzlord in the back. So he's kind of masking the Grumpig back there and protecting it.
Oh.
But actually has the Dragon Claw stored, coming in right away and being able to unload it on the side of Nickname. Nickname throwing up the Protect Shield here, wanting to preserve his own Dragon Tail and trying to look for a quick swap to Lapras there, and actually is able to get it. But Pyro Panda responding right away with the Dynamic Punch there. The Grumpig's going to have a lot of work to put in towards this endgame.
This is really awkward for Pyro Panda because that Guzzlord has enough health where you are not going to be able to Psywave it down. If you're Pyro Panda, you may have to take a Sparkling Aria here and go for the full farm. I'm going to shield the first, but this is so tough because if you expend energy here, then you are not going to be able to farm down. So another Sparkling Aria is off. You know you have to respect the potential crunch of the Guzzlord, so you can't even Protect Shield this. Is there any way Grumpig can do the impossible here?
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a game of catch at the end, just because the Cradily actually still has some health alive, or even utilizing the Cradily as a sponge for the energy of Dynamic Punch. But this does allow Pyro Panda to build up some additional energy, but no, Pyro Panda actually not even going past the second Dynamic Punch here, and Nickname no shielding. Maybe I think he's gonna have to Psywave this down, or it's gonna be good game here. I don't believe that Pyro Panda is gonna be able to make two Dynamic Punches here, and just as Nickname has loaded up his double Dragon Claw.
Double Dragon Claw had the game sealed there. Grumpig was awfully close to the double Dynamic Punch, but I think a really clever play by Nickname. Had no intention of utilizing that Cradily in any way than forcing them to dump some energy. Almost a third Protect Shield, if you will, was the Cradily in that scenario. And Pyro Panda falls just barely to Nickname in a great battle, a battle of who could utilize their Guzzlord better. It ended up being Nickname with maybe just like 4% health remaining on that Guzzlord to sneak away with a win.
Yeah, and that was a great call by Pyro Panda, even if he was the losing person of this game. Just bringing Marowak in game number 2 to scare off the Swalot, and then game number 3 there was no Swalot, and instead the Lapras, which I think Pyro Panda actually correctly called bringing the Drapion, which is strong into the Psywave, of course, and then also the Guzzlord as well, and even the Grumpig being able to dish out that Dynamic Punch damage. So good kind of like handling by Pyro Panda in like scaring off and knowing exactly what Nickname is going to be able to bring, because he went strong into that Lapras, which he was anticipating after his Marowak's dominant performance in game number 2. But nonetheless, Nickname able to come out victorious. Great energy management with that Guzzlord. I feel like it was a game of kind of like swapping and maintaining that energy. How Nickname was just able to utilize that Guzzlord in the middle of the matchup across all 3 games, I believe.
Absolutely. I think I saw someone in the chat say if Pyro Panda was running the Panda, look how good it would look in this matchup. And I tend to agree. Pangoro, we haven't seen much of today, but that it would have had at least 4 very positive matchups. So Pyro Panda with a Panda, I mean, he's not out of it yet, but could you imagine Pyro Panda with the Panda? That seems like an unstoppable force for the next potential tournament. But either way, that was a great series, and Nickname will be the trainer moving on into the winners finals, I believe. So Nickname is going to be in a best of 5 next time we see them come up here on stream.
Yeah, and Nickname continuing to just have a dominant performance. And I mean, the Guzzlord and the Swallow are looking hungry for some more wins, and I am looking hungry to hear the opinions of House Dark and Speediest Chief on this matchup.
You fellas saw the Grumpig do some crazy things. It didn't get as much play in our matchup, but let me know, are we believers in the pig or not?
I think it was actually the detriment to Pyro Panda there, because like you guys mentioned, after game 2, Pyro Panda didn't bring the Grumpig and won that game, and then the 2 games that it was brought to the matchup with the 2 games that Pyro Panda lost. So I'm not saying that it's not a good Pokemon, but I'm just saying it might not have been the right call in this particular matchup.
It almost feels like if you want a more like defense-oriented approach, as the Grumpig, you're going to resist all the Psy waves from the Lapras. Maybe it's a better defensive option, especially if you're anticipating that kind of Pokemon to come in. But at the same time, like it's important to remain aggressive as well. And I like what Haydonis and Rai said about that matchup. The Guzzlord gameplay was really pivotal, and the player that seemed to come out on top was whoever played that Guzzlord a little more aggressively, right? Got a little bit more energy, was able to stay ahead in the matchups, and hopefully win the mirror matchup if it did occur. So that was really fun, and like we talked about, right, we've got a lot of question marks around things like Grumpig, but one of the for sure things I think we can all agree on, chat, is that Guzzlord is going to be a mainstay in this meta. Let us know if you agree or not. I personally think it is.
Absolutely. Thank you, Legends, for your insights, and I think we're ready to move on already to our next match. Things are moving on along quickly. And am I last? Do I lose the salute competition? But now we've got Charming, who I thought was extremely impressive. I don't know a whole lot about Charming, Haydonis, but I thought they played outstanding in their last matchup against Semi, an old timer, a trainer that I haven't heard him competing in a while, but maybe he's got to get his butt back out there at some regional tournaments, because right now he is potentially 1 match away from the winners finals.
Yeah, I believe Semi is trying to gear up for his performance at Atlanta, and it seems like it's paying off quite well, as he's had a very, very good performance here today. And of course, charming the audience his way into the semifinals here right now. And I just want to call out, I guess, early call out on the side of Semi's team. This Blastoise looks phenomenal into every Pokemon of Charming. Of course, we have the rollout damage into the Charge Bug, pacing really nicely to those Hydro Cannons, and then the rollout damage into Dugong, and then having neutral play into both the Drapion, the Malamar, and actually the Azumarill as well. And then, of course, dishing out that super effective damage onto the Diggersby, even if the rollout fast attack damage is resisted.
I think that's a great point there, and I could even see a potential double water strategy from Semi, because if the Blastoise lures out the Charge-a-Bug, there is really no solid answer to the Golisopod. The only other thing would be the Azumarill, of course, but Golisopod does win the 2-shield scenario in that matchup. So I think double water could be a valuable strategy here for Semi. And of course, as we've called out, I mean, all weekend, Cradily looks awfully safe. There are just not a whole lot of things that can hard punish this newly buffed Pokemon in this new stage of the meta. So maybe some like grass double water, but who knows? Semi might try to play maybe a little bit more unpredictable than something like that.
Yeah, that grass double water is a good call out, but let's not forget the Charge-a-Bug on the side of Charming could put in a lot of work into a line like that. So maybe that kind of forces Semi to lean on the Swallow. Maybe that kind of forces Semi to lean on the Talonflame a little bit more. I believe that in maybe the last matchup that Charming had played on stream, the opponent had a Talonflame, and again, it looked quite like neutral into all of Charming's team. Of course, I mean, the Charge Bug's doing super effective damage from the Volt switches as well as the Zoom Roll, but it does dish out good damage back into the Zoom Roll in the form of Fly and Brave Bird, and also good damage from the Incinerates onto the Charge Bug, which we know Incinerate is a very, very hard hitting move. So I'm curious if maybe Semi will try to lean on that Talonflame a little bit more to respond to that Charge Bug pressure, because I'm sure Charming knows that Semi's Blastoise and Golisopod and even Cradily, as you mentioned, look very favorable in this matchup.
And yeah, sometimes I tend to like look at the perspective of one trainer and feel like, how would they play out this matchup, see what's good. But you call out the Charge Bug, and the Charge Bug looks awfully safe for Charming. There's not really anything that I think is gonna hard punish the Charge Bug, and it kind of reminds me of your matchup against Dunebug, where you were able to really utilize that Charge Bug. It was pretty safe in that matchup, and bit of an underrated Pokemon because it doesn't really pack a punch that hard, but it can be awfully safe, and with proper energy management can really be effective. So Charge Bug is potentially going to be the MVP here for Charming if they're able to maybe pull this out against Semi. We'll see how well they're able to utilize that little bug.
I think Semi can also do a mischievous play and maybe trying to get the Charge Bug out with the Primeape, potentially, because we know that Discharge had a damage reduction in this last season update as well. So potentially that Primeape's going to be able to hang on to the Discharge a little bit better, maybe not allowing Charge Bug to get an entire farm down with Volt Switch. And of course, we're familiar with the pacing of Primeape. It gets to those Rage Fists in 1, 2, 3, 4, and boosts the attack. So maybe Semi kind of uses that as fodder to draw out that Charge Bug and set something up like a Blastoise to sweep in the back, or even like the Golisopod to have a lot of play into the back as well. So there's a lot of options from both these trainers. It looks like it's not entirely a linear matchup, and there's going to be a lot of swap outs happening and a lot of energy management to keep track of as well. Maybe even Charming leaning on that Malamar, even because it doesn't seem like there's a resisting force here, and actually there's two super effective targets for that Psywave damage of Swalot and Primeape on the side of Semi. And of course, the pacing on Malamar is so nice, having both the one-turn fast attack to continuously just dish out constant pressure, and then also the charge moves of Superpower and Foul Play just pacing extremely quickly there can even make a bad matchup like, let's say, Golisopod a little bit more favorable as well.
Another great call out, honestly. And the more I look at Charming's perspective, the more safety I see. The Charge Bug looks awfully safe. The Malamar looks pretty safe. If you were to safe swap the Malamar, what's the best answer? I don't know. Maybe the Golisopod, but if you're behind energy, it's probably not so good. And here we go. We're going to see Dugong into a purified Cradily. Hey, Donis, does this Cradily have too much aura for Charming to handle?
Oh, it's got way too much aura, and I think your aura is equally as matched as Cradily. As you called it, the double water line there with the Cradily in the leading position. Semi just trying to get a Rock Tomb off on this Drapion. I would not be surprised if Semi tries to build up a little bit more Bullet Seed energy here to get closer to reaching that Rock Tomb. But no, Semi actually responding with a quick swap here, and now any crunch damage that this Drapion is going to offload is going to be debuffed onto the Golisopod. So kind of offering Golisopod a little bit more play here in this matchup to farm up a little bit extra and come out into the Dugong with energy to unload those X-Scissors and making it a little bit more uncomfortable, as well as the Malamar in the back. Of course, those X-Scissors are doing huge damage, heavy damage.
Energy management critical here in this situation, and going to actually hang on to the energy and swaps a Dugong into a Golisopod. You don't normally see this type of play, but feels like Dugong has enough bulk to withstand some of this energy here better, and maybe is just going to use it as a sponge with the intention of saving Protect Shields for the Malamar. However, you can't really Ice Shard this Golisopod down. I think if you're not going to expend an Icy Wind here, it's going to reach another X-Scissor. So this Dugong is in a tough spot. We actually see the swap out, and now Blastoise is going to come in, and Blastoise is going to try and roll out down while absorbing this energy.
Yeah, and because Charming's not opting to throw that Icy Wind, potentially these 3 rollouts that are going to be able to connect from Blastoise might be enough to ensure the knockout on the Dugong. But no, Dugong hangs on with 1 or 2 HP there, threatening this first Protect Shield from Semi. Semi actually opts not to throw it up. Now this could be very, very dangerous on the side of Malamar, because Malamar can actually go ahead and potentially farm this Blastoise down. But let's not forget that Blastoise does have some energy on it to come into this next matchup, and the Drapion does as well, threatening the first Protect Shield of the game on Semi's side.
Aqua Tail grabs the Protect Shield from Blastoise, and Blastoise gonna be forced to fire off a Hydro Cannon. It's a shame to have to use so much energy on such a low health Pokemon, but you have to against the spammy Drapion in this scenario. Drapion goes down. In comes Malamar, who is still extremely healthy, but there's still a lot of energy to play with on Semi's side, and lets the Hydro Cannon go.
Yeah, I think the real question here is if Semi's going to be able to reach another Hydro Cannon, because if he is, this is going to draw the Protect Shield from the side of Charming, and he's able to barely hang on. Charming is going to be forced to throw up his final Protect Shield of the game into this Hydro Cannon from Blastoise. I'd expect a quick swap from Semi into the Cradily and just trying to bank up and race to that Rock Tomb or Grass Knot here. Charming actually opting to throw the Foul Play, maybe hoping that he can hang on to that Rock Tomb if he did not debuff himself.
Here we go. Cradily going for the Rock Tomb. This is going to be enough to knock out the Malamar here. And in a game of dancing around, it's going to be Cradily waving its head back and forth, getting the knockout, and Semi poised to make a run to the winners finals potentially. He takes a 1-game lead on the back of Cradle. I mean, honestly, on the back of all three of those Pokemon. I feel like they all put in work there. And Blastoise getting to that last Hydro Cannon before going down was absolutely massive.
Yeah, and I'm a little curious about that play in the beginning of swapping out of the Dugong and responding instead with the Drapion on the side of Charming. I think if Charming was able to stay in with that Dugong, perhaps it was looking a little bit more favorable of a matchup. And I mean, I think we saw Charming actually do that before in one of his previous games where he played out the Dugong Cradily matchup. And again, I think debuffing, even though you're going to be debuffed from the Rock Tombs, you're still dishing out that super effective damage with Ice Shard and reaching those Icy Winds, which will debuff the Cradily as well. So maybe a little bit of a readjustment of strategy. I'm not sure necessarily for the team of Charming, but I think it's a strategy readjustment if maybe the trainers were to see the Dugong on the Cradily again.
Absolutely. And there was just so much, I think it's kind of been the staple we've seen today in this new meta is just so much energy management and the ability of these trainers to try and keep track of where they are. Charming, I think, had to go for the farm down there against the Blastoise. That was your only chance to get that farm down, but Blastoise was too bulky. Got to the Hydro Cannon. Here we go. Charjabug now enters the battlefield and is going to try and dance against this this Cradily, but this is kind of awkward timing, right? For Cradily, you have the benefit of being the 3-turn fast attack, and you get to this Rock Tomb on proper timing against this Charjabug.
Yeah, and it seems like the Charjabug has a lot of targets to hit in the back, and actually semi-responding with the Blastoise, allowing all this energy to go into the Blastoise. Of course, it is debuffed, but still going to be dishing out super effective damage and could open up the window for a potential farm down option, or even just for the Malamar and just getting up energy and expending it a little bit later on.
Here we go, Blastoise trying to fight back with this energy. Hydro Cannon, such a strong, such an efficient move. Should be enough to 2-shot here if you get there in time, but very nice counting. Actually, what looks to potentially be a charge attack priority with the Malamar, and Malamar firing off the Foul Play. Semi's going to put up the Protect Shield. He thinks it's valuable enough to get off this Hydro Cannon, worth investing a Protect Shield. Charming going to invest a Protect Shield of their own.
Yeah, and Charming could go ahead and try to farm down this Malabar, but no, a quick swap from Semi. Those disaligned switch timers coming into play here. The Foul Play going to actually be able to go ahead and connect. Now, a real question is, will Charming be able to farm down this Golisopod with his Drapion? But no, actually responding with the Charjabug, utilizing that banked energy. And now the question is, if Semi expends the shield, will he be able to farm down the Charjabug? No, actually opting to let it go. And now Semi has some choices to make here. He could bring in back in the Blastoise and try to get the farm down, but then I think the Volt Switches would be doing equally enough damage to knock out. So coming in and taking the resisted Volt switch damage instead, actually outpacing the Charjabug to a move, but the Charjabug goes ahead and is able to throw it because Semi's trying to go for that optimal timing.
X-Scissor is fired off, and we've talked about how strong Cradily is, but maybe one of its few downfalls, the fact that you have very little fast attack pressure. You're forced to expend a Rock Tomb here on a very low health Pokemon. You can't Bullet Seed down. Charjabug goes down, and here comes the Drapion. Up a Protect Shield. Will it have enough in the tank to close out this game? It's going to have to start by eating a Rock Tomb here and getting attack debuffed.
Ooh. Whoa, that did more damage than I was anticipating. But it's nearly doing half the damage here on the Shadow Drapion, so certainly going to be threatened by the next one. But Semi does have to be mindful of that Malamar quick swap in, and I believe the Malamar also left with some energy there as well, so wanting to make sure that maybe you could farm up some energy and have insurance when the Malamar comes in. But no, actually, Charming throwing up his final Protect Shield of the game. I forgot that the Protect Shield was still in play, and maybe Semi trying to look for a sacrificial swap here, waiting a turn, but no, not getting it. And now Charming is able to bank up 2 Aqua Tails and should be able to unload them back to back, as Semi has no more swaps to pull off in this game. But actually, the Blastoise hangs on, but no, does not reach the Hydro Cannon, and this Drapion is going to be able to unload this crunch, ensuring game number 2 for Charming.
Double debuff. That Aqua Tail did virtually nothing, but still did just enough for the Drapion. Fighting through 2 attack fell debuffs from those Rock Tombs. Drapion still strong enough to hang on for the win, and Charming has evened up this series 1 game apiece. Perhaps the biggest game of the day for both of these trainers, trying to get themselves to the winners finals with a date against Nickname. And they are going to take their time here and really think things over through this line that they're going to pick for game number 3.
And that was a great readjustment on the side of Charming as well to the Charjabug, because Charming did not opt to bring the Charjabug in game number 1, but in game number 2, the Charjabug was brought and saw a lot of play into Semi's team. And we saw just how much work it was able to put in against all of his team, coming in even later in the game to threaten a shield on the side of Golisopod, and utilizing the X-Scissors also to draw shields on the side of the Cradily as well. So now Semi has some choices to make. Does he want to run the same line 3 games in a row, or is he going to be threatened now by that Charjabug, knowing that Charming's not playing around and is actually willing to bring that Charjabug? Maybe we see Semi adjust to perhaps the Talonflame or even the Swalot.
Absolutely, and that was a pretty weird play from Semi in terms of he valued the Cradily so much that he actually swapped his Blastoise into a loaded Charjabug. Maybe he felt like forcing the Charjabug to throw that discharge energy at Blastoise was more valuable, and in preserving the Cradily. So Semi has been going with some maybe ABB strats, trying to lure things out, and we'll see if Charming is able to keep the success like they had in game 2. Maybe not fall for the certain bait out strats from Semi, who's on such a magnificent run in this tournament. I just feel like this is such an entertaining matchup right here, because I feel like both trainers have so many safe picks, and you really don't know what they're gonna pull out for this third battle here.
And that's just telling of a great meta when there's a great amount of safe picks to be able to bring in to either team. It allows for a lot of fluid play, as we've seen both in game number 1 and game number 2, particularly on the side of Charming with the utilization of that Malamar and just banking up energy, swapping out, cashing in on it later, and even Semi as well. But we're going to see what these trainers opt to do. Semi actually readjusting to the Talonflame and catching it probably where he wants to see it most, against the Charjabug.
Hayden, do you prefer to be the Charjabug here or the Talonflame? I prefer to be the Talonflame personally, but it's definitely not the most comfortable for either Pokemon here.
Yeah, definitely not the most comfortable for either Pokemon, but I do agree with you. I would prefer to be the Talonflame, especially because it opens up a lot of windows on the side of Semi and a lot of play. Even though the Charjabug is going to be doing consistent pacing every single time, of course, because Volt Switch is that 4-turn move and that Incinerate is going to be 5. Maybe Semi could have farmed down, but no, actually opts to let it go. And now Charming has a move ready to go on whatever Pokemon Semi decides to bring in. We could see a similar strategy to that of game number 1, where Charming had opted to preserve a little bit of health on the Charjabug and some energy to maybe pull out one more charge attack before the end of the game. I wouldn't be surprised if Semi doesn't opt to throw here and actually just throws up a second Protect Shield and has the Blastoise carry him through the rest of the game, but no, actually saving the Protect Shield. But this could be very, very dangerous for Charming now that Semi has nearly 2 Hydro Cannons loaded, but actually no, doesn't even opt to throw any of the Hydro Cannons here. Wants to come into the Golisopod right away and start working away towards these X-Scissors. But what could be dangerous is that with Semi letting this move go, can the Malamar actually Psywave down or at least get to another move and threaten the shield on Semi to expend that final X-Scissor?
Well, gets the first Protect Shield. I love the aggressive play Charming had of swapping the Malamar, because now you're ahead. You put on the pressure, and you're going to probably force the final Protect Shield here just so you can get off this X-Scissor to knock out the Malamar. And then it's going to be a matter of, with that energy Blastoise has, is it going to be able to close out this game? X-Scissor's definitely going to knock out. The awkward thing is you still have that Charge-a-Bug as a catch opportunity. Semi's got to be really careful here to try and close out this game. First Hydro Cannon's caught onto the Charge-a-Bug.
Oh, and he catches on the Charge-a-Bug, and just because Semi had swapped out quickly back into his Blastoise, I don't believe that his timer is going to be up in time to be able to catch this remaining Aqua Tail on the side of Dropion. Hydro Cannon coming through, but I don't think it's going to be enough, so it's really going to be down to how many Shadow Claws can Golisopod squeeze through, and I do not think it's going to be able to squeeze through enough. Final Aqua Tail of the game coming through here against Semi's Blastoise, going to ensure the knockout.
Aqua Tail connects. A painful loss for Semi here, as the Blastoise had to get the perfect timing in the end to try and knock out that Drapion, but it's going to be a game-winning, potentially a tournament-winning Hydro Cannon catch on the Charge-a-Bug for Charming to move them onto the winners finals against Nickname. Wow, really well played by Semi, and great resilience from Charming after, I believe they lost game 1, right? So after going down game 1, really resilient in keeping themselves calm and coming back for the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, let's not count Semi out just yet, as he has dropped down to the losers bracket and still has that insurance of the losers bracket because he has been performing so well on the winners side. And incredible plays like you had called out with both trainers, particularly at the end there, and most recent in memory, that Charge-a-Bug catch. So it seemed like Semi waited a turn, but because the move pacing was a little bit disaligned, it just allowed for Charming to come in with that Charge-a-Bug and be able to get that catch successfully off there. And unfortunately, I was really excited to see the Blastoise plays, and I believe this is like the only Blastoise that we've seen being played today, and it unfortunately drops to the loser side. So hopefully Semi can continue to push his way through to Blastoise's success. But I don't know if we're going to go over and see what our fellow commentators want to go ahead. Yep, we're going to go ahead and roll over just as Rollout does on Blastoise. We're going to roll over, see what House Stark and Speedy think. What do you guys think about the Blastoise pick?
Speedy, I'm going to let you take the lead on it because you're the Blastoise master, obviously.
You know, during that matchup, I had to have a talk with these two over here and give them a little pep talk and say, you know what, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of gameplay to be had. Semi was really impressive with the Blastoise, but I think what we really saw there was the power of Charge-a-Bug to straddle so many matchups against Cradily, against Blastoise. There didn't seem to be a very good option, and as we saw early on in the series, switching in the Blastoise to soak a discharge, I mean, when you're doing that, you're kind of down bad, right? It's a really tough position to be in. So difficult to maneuver around these teams. And honestly, I don't know if you feel this way as well, Stark, but it almost feels like some of these team compositions are going to like hard counter other team compositions, which does worry me a little bit for the future of this meta, because even such a sick pick like Blastoise can struggle in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about like Ryzen, hey Donis, you guys were talking about how this meta is like so open, like there's so many good picks, there's no dominant Pokemon in the meta, and I think that's the case, but like Speedy was saying, that can open you up to be really weak to a certain thing, whether it be Charge-a-Bug or like we saw in that last matchup, that Guzzlord on both sides.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say is really nice plays there to catch that Hydro Cannon on the Charge-a-Bug. We call that, I don't know if you guys saw the game, the event that's going on today, we call that Catch Mastery. So it was cool to see.
Adonis had the best reaction to that, but go ahead, Rice.
I was just impressed. Sorry, I was impressed by Blastoise play from Semi throughout this tournament so far, and I think Blastoise, the non-shadow, I've seen some like entertaining content with the shadow Blastoise, but I think non-shadow definitely the way to go. Can take advantage of that bulk, because normally you only need like 2 hydro cannons to knock most things out anyway. So the shadow, I tried running it in Go Battle League, and maybe it was just a skill issue on my part, but there was so many times where like the hydro cannon does a bunch, but you like it's still not enough to farm it down, and then you like have to hydro cannon something that's super low. So I think the non-shadow Blastoise will definitely have its role in this upcoming meta in the Play Pokemon Championship Series.
It's not just you, Rise. I struggled with Shadow Blastoise as well.
I went 1-4, bro. I went 1-4 with Shadow Blastoise.
I think the bulk of the regular Blastoise is just particularly nice. I guess I don't know. It's an interesting trade-off because Blastoise seems to be pretty bulky, so you think that the Shadow could be run, but it seems like that bulk is kind of like needed more so for the Blastoise to kind of prove its worth, I guess, in certain matchups.
For sure.
Well, with that being said, we've had some impressive performances from Charming, a newer name that I'm not familiar with. We need to get some scouting, some intel on Charming to see what experience they have, because they seem like quite the seasoned battler. They're going to be going up against Nickname here in the winners finals, best of 5. Speedy and Stark, you guys take it away.
All right, Stark, we are transitioning to a best of 5. As Rise said, we're going to get a little mix up later on in the stream, but for right now, let's focus on the series that we have at hand. Nickname has been so impressive with the Guzzler and the Swallower, as chat has called them, in Guzzlord and Swalot. Meanwhile, Charming Pori, something old, something new. This team has been really, really exciting to watch, but Charjabug seems to be the star.
Yeah, it's cool because you see, like, Charming has these older Pokemon, right? When we call it the season of Might and Mastery, these Pokemon that have probably been mastered by Charming Pori, and then Nickname running them Pokemon that are more like mighty in this meta, right? The Swallower and the Guzzler. So being able to see the dynamics here has been really, really fun to check out. And I think the Dugong, honestly, is looking really, really good until you see that Lapras show up on Nickname's side.
Dude, I'm looking at a different water type. I'm looking at that Azumarill from Charming Pori. You've got the Dark type Sableye, the Dark Dragon Guzzlord. Sorry, it's on this side. You've got the Talonflame, and then you've got the Cradily, and a neutral matchup versus the Lapras. So honestly, I think that this almost necessitates Swalot and Cradily come into these battles. And if you do bring those 2 Pokemon, then what helps you there, as you pointed out, the Dugong, because you're dealing a lot of ice and ground type damage to the Cradily and the Swalot respectively. So if shields are managed correctly, if Charming Pori puts himself in the right position, I think it could have a really good time with the dual water type strategy. It's going to be very hard to stop. So and going to this first game of our winners finals best of 5, what do you expect in terms of Nickname, in terms of countering the double water strategy there from Charming Pori that we are predicting?
Yeah, I mean, I like the Swalot actually quite a bit here, because we're not going to see the Diggersby, as far as I can tell, right? The Cradily is too oppressive. The Talonflame, the Lapras, there's too many good hard checks to that Diggersby. I really like Swalot's ability to play neutrally into a lot of these Pokemon, and even has Ice Beam just in case the Diggersby does show up. And I think we're going to see a lot of that Cradily. In order to counter the Azumarill, there's honestly not much else you can do. And the Dugong, I mean, you might have to bring the Lapras.
Yeah, honestly, Lapras provides an enormous amount of flex play in this matchup for Nickname. And as we take a peek here at the Dracoviz graphics, it is actually going to be running Ice Beam, which I think in this situation, maybe you kind of wish that you had a Skull Bash for the opposing water types, but got to make the most of what you can with what you've got. So Nickname could be leaning more on the Lapras. Even though there is the Azumarill there, it seems, well, actually, never mind. I was going to go the path of Guzzlord, but I looked at the bug type damage from Charjabug, the ice type damage from Dugong, and Azumarill. I don't think we see Guzzlord at all in this series, even though it's going to be really good against the Shadow Drapion and go toe to toe with Malamar and Diggersby.
I'm looking at this Malamar on Charming Pori's side, and it's very interesting because it has play into those 3 that we mentioned that are good against the Azumarill. So you could see like an Azumarill Malamar kind of core here, because Malamar is able to do super effective Psywave damage into that Swalot, and the superpower is very good into both Cradily and the Lapras. But then you have to kind of balance that out between the two Dark types that are going to be able to resist the fast attack pressure and fight back with heavy neutral damage.
Well, yeah, you're about to say heavy damage. You caught yourself there. It looks like the Shadow Sableye is running Dazzling Gleam for nickname as well. Does it really help it in this situation? Maybe this is one of those rare moments where you wish you had Power Gem so you could hit the Charge Bug, hit the Dugong, and deal a bit more neutral damage across the board. But I don't know. If you're not expecting the Guzzlord, then what's stopping you as Charming Bori from just leading the Malamar, either Psy-waving and throwing Foul Play or Superpower and then switching out and then trying to move the pieces around? So at least on paper, I would give Charming Bori the early edge in terms of team composition for this best of 5 in our winners finals. However, there is a lot of gameplay to be had, and Nickname has been very resilient so far in the Dez is the Best Open Great League Cash tournament.
Yeah, I think the game or the match here is definitely in Charming Bori's favor because of that Malamar, because of the ability of Charjabug to be very neutral into a lot of these Pokemon, and Azumarill as well. Having a lot of neutral checks into Nickname's team, it's going to be very difficult for Nickname to kind of find a viable team and a viable strategy to be able to counteract the heavy neutral picks that Charming Bori is able to bring into this matchup.
Let's see what these trainers decide to do. Both players getting locked in here. Everybody in the chat, let us know if you've enjoyed the tournament stream so far. I know that we did get a big raid as well from Marto Galde, so we're so appreciative for all of you being here. We're going to see the Guzzlord lead into the Dugong and a safe switch into the Cradily.
Yeah, and we actually see a quick switch out into the Malamar as well. The Rock Tomb's going to get fired off into this Malamar. No Protect Shield, and this is going to guarantee the debuff into that Malamar.
Now, as you look at this matchup, it gets really interesting because there is the Azumarill in the back, and Charming Bori has seen the Guzzlord in the lead. So maybe forcing switch could be the key to success, but after taking that Rock Tomb debuff, it means the superpower is going to do even less damage.
Yeah, and if so, we do see a shield by that Cradily, maybe thinking that the Rock Tomb here is going to be able to neutralize that attack stat even more so. And the Malamar is thinking about shielding, and at the last second puts up a shield.
You're getting to these charge attacks every, 10 turns, I believe it is, with the Malamar. So great timing there as well by Charming Bori to throw another superpower. But as these superpowers get fired off, the Malamar gets weaker and weaker. Second one is going to lower the attack and defense even further, which forces the switch out into the Dugong, pivoting back. And now we see the Dugong versus the Lapras. How does this affect the outcome, though?
Yeah, I mean, having the energy advantage on this Dugong is probably going to allow the Lapras, or allow the Dugong to at least have some play, but these neutral Psywaves are incredibly powerful. Being able to charge up energy quickly and do damage, the Dugong is not going to be shielding this at all, knowing that there is no Skull Bash on the Lapras of Nickname.
Tremendous amount of leverage still on the side of Charming Bori. We consider that Azumarill has not even been revealed. He's basically playing with 2 Pokemon right now and is really not in any danger of shielding this Sparkling Aria. Like you said, Stark, the Psywaves are doing most of the work here. Sparkling Aria is just kind of like a helping hand.
Yeah, and now Dugong does have double Drogon here. I don't know if it's enough to knock out, but it is going to do some nice neutral damage into this Lapras. It is actually very close to being able to knock out the Lapras with this second drill run.
Looks like the Dugong pulls the trigger on the second drill run back to back, like how Stark stated. Is it enough to knock out? Yes, it actually is not. And we see the pivot. Ice Shard does go into that Cradily, though, which is actually pretty nice. Another Rock Tomb getting fired off here. This is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and Malamar is definitely going to shield us up, knowing that the Azumarill is in the back and not having to worry about the Cradily's damage output will be really nice for it. The foul play is neutral, but I believe it's just enough to be able to knock out the Cradily, not wanting to lower its attack and defense with that superpower and saving that for the end game.
Absurd timing there by Charming Bori to throw enough Psywaves in the midst of those 2 bullet seeds and not panic and pull the trigger. And you know what? That extra energy is going to allow him to get a superpower off as well. So things went from bad to worse here for Nickname, as this chip damage is only the beginning of the downfall of this Guzzlord here in this game number 1.
Yeah, and Azumarill showing up here. The Guzzlord does not have any Sludge Bomb coverage, and this Ice Beam is going to be more than enough to be able to knock out this Dragon and Dark type Guzzlord. The Ice Beam comes out from Azumarill, the masterful, knowing everything about this Pokemon. mastering this Pokemon from Charming Pori, and we love seeing the knockout there into that Guzzlord.
Exactly, right. So well played, masterfully executed, as you said, Stark. That was really, really fun to watch. Nickname, though, you have to admire the commitment and the bravado to look at this team and see the Charjabug, see the Dugong, see the Azumarill, and say, you know what, I'm going to bring Guzzlord anyway, because that's the last thing my opponent is likely to expect. This time, though, it looks like Charming Pori was ready for it in our winners final. So normally, everybody, we would be one game away from deciding our champion, or not our champion, excuse me, our winner of this round. But instead, 3 games is going to be the recipe for success. So going to game number 2, though, Stark, what do you think? I mean, Nickname went to Guzzlord in game 1. Does he have to double down and go back to it in game number 2 and hope for a better lead?
You could bring it back. I may be expecting the Malamar, knowing that it has a good matchup into a lot of Nickname's team, and having a soft check for it in the Guzzlord. Maybe instead of the Guzzlord, you bring either the Sableye if you're worried about the Malamar, or you could bring the Swalot if you're more worried about the Azumarill, which we did see was a little bit problematic for Nickname's team there at the end.
When we were talking about the team previews, we kind of crossed Guzzlord off the list as being too difficult to bring. Something we crossed off for Charming Pori was that Diggersby. And if you're not expecting the Diggersby due to the Lapras, the Cradily, the Talonflame, etc., then maybe the Shadow Sableye is the right pick. It's more flexible than Guzzlord. It can actually hang in there against Azumarill a little while longer, and might give you some more options down the stretch. So Nickname could go for the other Dark type here, and like you said, Malamar and the newly buffed Foul Play on the Sableye means that these Pokemon pace at the same rate to those charge stacks.
Yeah, and not only the newly buffed Foul Play, but also the Dazzling Gleam is able to basically one-shot the Malamar, being a super effective hit into that, and it's able to do heavy damage, as we know, heavy damage, into the Shadow Drapion as well. Having the Shadow Sableye with shields could go a long way, even into the Azumarill matchup.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of flexibility there. Nickname needs to reach deep into that bag in order to take this game number 2, because Charming Pori did not break a sweat in that game number 1. Again, seeing the Guzzlord in the lead, controlling the mid matchup, and being able to place that Azumarill against the Guzzlord. I mean, some games, Alex, you kind of like don't take your breath, or you don't like, release until the end. You're like, okay, I found my win condition, I can take this. But I think in the mid game here, Charming Pori looked at the team sheet, saw no Sludge Bomb on Guzzlord, found the alignment, and said, you know what, I think I've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, and it was pretty surprising to see the Guzzlord like we talked about. But also what I thought was interesting was that Dugong was able to kind of hang with the Lapras, because Lapras doesn't have the Skull Bash. So Lapras isn't able to threaten the Dugong as hard. It was able to hang on with that 1 HP and the Sparkling Aria, but knowing that the Azumarill was in the back, that energy didn't really have anywhere to go.
If I'm going to make a prediction here, I'm going to say Shadow Sableye lead for Nickname. We're going to see the Swalot safe switch and a Cradily in the back. I think that's going to be a winning combination, because especially if you can get ahead in terms of shields, looking at the coverage from Cradily into the 3 Pokemon we expect to see, it actually looks pretty solid.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. That does open you up a little bit to the Diggersby lead, but I don't expect to see that. And I think we both expected no Diggersby to show up in this matchup because of all the different threats on Nickname's side into it.
So if you're Charming Pori and you just saw Nickname take a chance on Guzzlord in game number 1, bringing that Cradily and then having the Lapras as the third, how do you adjust in this game number 2? Would you run back the same team, or would you make a couple of changes?
I think you could run it back, but at the same time, I think maybe something like the Charjabug could make a little bit more sense, because if you're not expecting the Guzzlord, the Volt Switch damage is going to be able to hit everything else for neutral or super effective, other than a Cradily, which you're going to be able to hit with the X-Scissor anyway. So yeah, I could see the Dugong maybe taking a backseat and Charjabug coming through and being able to put some pressure on something like the Cradily or the Lapras.
Mm-hmm. I think that the Azumarill's got such a positive matchup against the dark types, but also a lot of obstacles. I mean, you don't want Sludge, Swalot, or Cradily with Grass Knot to go up shields against you, but our trainers are getting locked in here. A little bit of sending shenanigans, so sorry everyone in chat who's ready for the next game. We will get there just as soon as we possibly can, but I don't know. This really feels like kind of a mix of old and new as well, because as you look at Charming Pori's team, I could have seen this team 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Nickname's team, you would never in probably 100 years see Swalot, Cradily, as well as Lapras on a team of 6. So this is fun, and my heart wants Nickname to win with the new team, but my mind says that Charming Pori's got a really good advantage here.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like we're locking in. Here is game number 2. We have the Charge Bug versus the Talonflame.
We got 2 of the 3 points correct here. We actually have the Cradily and the Shadow Sableye in the back there for Nickname. What's fascinating, though, is seeing that this Charge Bug is staying in the matchup against this Fire-type Incinerate damage. First shield coming up from Charming Pori.
Yeah, and this is going to get shielded up by the Charge Bug. I believe 1 Volt Switch for good timing, and then the Discharge is going to be able to come through and threaten some heavy, super effective damage, and no shield coming up from the Talonflame. Very surprising, but we have seen this before in earlier matchups. It is going to be able to pick up the knockout, and Charge Bug is going to have some energy, but is obviously down a shield. We are going to see the X-Scissor being fired off as neutral damage into the Sableye.
There were really 2 ways you could have played that as Nickname. You could have either double shielded the Talonflame and try to power through, or you could do this and actually bring in that Shadow Sableye and try to get an energy lead. Barely gets the knockout too. That's actually huge because that Charge Bug was closing in on the charge stack there. Now the Dugong comes out, and this gets interesting.
Yeah, and this Dazzling Gleam is going to be able to do some big damage, definitely more than the Foul Play would do, almost half of the Dugong's remaining health, and we see the Cradily switch in here. I believe these Pokemon are going to be able to pace at the exact same time, and Cradily is going to be able to win that Charge Attack priority into that Dugong, and it is going to be enough to knock out if Dugong doesn't shield, so of course the shield is going to show up.
Nickname doing his best job at slingshotting himself back into this series. And I think he's doing great here as we approach the mid game. Icy Wind, not even getting all the bubbles, knowing that it's likely going to be shielded here. Charming Pori makes the pivot, though, into Malamar. We're back in the Squid Game, Stark.
Yeah, so the Squid Game here, this Rock Tomb throwing rocks at a squid. I don't know if it's going to work out, but it is going to at least lower the attack of this Malamar guaranteed, and it is going to be Malamar building up a lot of energy, going maybe for the double up on energy of charge attacks here, and forcing Nickname to put up a shield or at least make a call.
I'm honestly pretty surprised by this shield. I think that we see the Sableye swap in now. Building the double foul plays makes total sense if you're expecting the Sableye to come back. Great timing as well by Charming. Very crispy, hot and ready out of the oven to throw the foul play right before the Sableye had it. And that actually keeps the momentum on his side.
Yeah, and we see here a huge charge attack priority on the side of Charming Pori, really understanding exactly how much energy not only the Sableye had, but also the Cradily at the exact same time, and is able to knock out the Cradily with that huge super effective superpower.
I thought Dugong with Icy Wind was going to be in the end game, but Malamar took the Thanos glove and snapped his fingers, or tentacles, as you might say, to take that game number 2 against Nickname. And that was honestly really tough because I felt like Nickname gave it everything he had. He was actually very close to a win condition there. And if just a couple of things are off, if Charming Pori throws a foul play on bad timing and doesn't get all those side waves that they need, that whole game flips, right? I think that there's still a win condition there for Nickname, but perfect timing. And what's really impressed me about Charming is just that awareness down the stretch. Like you said, perfect energy management, perfect counting, knows exactly when to overcharge. And that's really just taking the guesswork out of competitive PvP.
Yeah, and we saw that the Talonflame was not shielded whatsoever, and I think maybe in the next game, if there is an adjustment from Nickname, it's something else, because if the Talonflame is just going to throw a charge attack and then go down to the Charge Bug, it's not really doing as much as I think something like the Swalot, which we still haven't seen show up into this battle. And it was interesting from Charming Pori not bringing the Azumarill.
Yeah, right. I think that the Azumarill is the premier thing on our minds. But this is the evolution of a series, and now we've clearly identified that Malamar is an issue for Nickname. So the obvious thing seems to be to bring more than one answer. What if Nickname actually went Swalot lead with Double Dark in the back and just safe switched in the Guzzlord? If the Azumarill comes out, whatever, I know I'm going to lose the matchup anyway, and I'm able to return with Swalot and sludge it. And then you clear the runway for the Sableye. That could be potential play, or you bring the Sableye as a safe switch. Is it too predictable, though, to go ABB Poison Double Dark?
We've seen it before. It's definitely a common line, but let's see what the trainers decide to do. It's actually the Cradilly into the Dugong, the double debuff demons.
I was taking a little bit of the low-hanging fruit there, but now we see Cradily kind of perched up there, throwing the Rock Tomb into this Dugong, and we're so used to seeing Dugong throw the Icy Wind first, but Cradily just a little bit faster, and that changes the dimensions of this matchup.
Absolutely. Both of these Pokemon, though, throwing super effective damage into each other, so this is not an elongated matchup despite the debuffs on each side. The Ice Wind is going to come through, does not get shielded, and does not do as much damage because it was already debuffed. And now you could see the Cradilly, if they want to, they could throw an extra Bullet Seed, but actually deciding not to and just throwing as soon as they get to the charge attack.
I think it also changes your mindset when you know you have the charge tech loaded. So if they would have gone up to the 5 Bullet Seeds and the Dugong would have had the Icy Wind there, it would have been a lot more tricky. But Charming Pori actually deciding to shield anyway and apply additional pressure to this Cradilly. I think if the Cradilly shields here, it might be within danger of getting Ice Sharded down.
Definitely, but I believe you can still you can still get off this one last Rock Tomb just before getting knocked out, and now the Dugong is going to let this go. So we see Nickname actually win the lead matchup here, and the Malamar comes in. We know this has been a threat, and we have the Sableye to be able to counter it here.
Malamar gets 2 Psy Waves as it enters the battlefield, which puts it slightly ahead of the Sableye, but there is still the YOLO factor of the Dazzling Gleam that could flip this entire matchup. Foul play coming through. I doubt we see the shield, but actually we do. The final shield of the game for Nickname. Any charge attacks now coming through will be unrestricted.
Yeah, and we see the foul play here getting thrown. The Malamar is going to shield this potential Dazzling Gleam, so really nice bait there from Nickname, and now probably going to build up to a Dazzling Gleam, but actually we see a switch into the Azumarill and the Lapras as a counter swap.
Definitely a pivot point in the matchup. You could argue that maybe Nickname should have gone for the Dazzling Gleam to chip down the Azumarill and then Psy-Wave it all the way down with Lapras to prepare the double Sparkling Aria for the Malamar. That could have been one possible win condition. Instead, opting to save the energy on the Sableye, go into the Water-type matchup, and now he's at risk of taking 2 play roughs, which might actually bring it close to being knocked out.
Yeah, I don't know if 2 play roughs are quite enough to knock it out, but it is incredibly close. And maybe potentially Nickname not wanting to risk desyncing the timers just in case Charming Pori wants to use that Malamar as a catch later on in this battle. We see the Sparkling Area get thrown into the Azumarill. It's not quite enough to knock it out, even with 1 more. But we see actually a catch and a superpower getting thrown. Huge play there from Charming Pori. Going to be able to knock out this Lapras with that superpower.
No way! That was honestly insane, but it's not over yet because the Sableye still has a lot of HP. Debuffed Malamar is going to try its best, but honestly, after the superpower, I don't think the foul play is enough to KO. We might see a foul play connect, Sableye hang on, and a Dazzling Gleam for the win.
Yeah, I think that's actually the play. Really nice call there. The foul play is going to get thrown by the Malamar. The other foul play here from the Sableye is going to be thrown into the Malamar itself. And then I don't think the Azumarill has enough health to be able to survive.
Azumarill did bank a lot of energy, doesn't have enough to get to the Ice Beam in time. We're never going to know because the charge buttons don't show up. Here comes the Dazzling Gleam, and no matter what, if Azumarill needed even a single bubble, it would not have got there in time because Sableye was already there. This is one of the most nuanced things about competitive PvP that so many trainers are still working on to this day, myself included, knowing when you can stack attacks. Stark, we saw the foul play was ready and the Dazzling Gleam at the same time. I thought it was a loose condition to throw the foul play into the Malamar, but Nickname knew he had the Dazzling Gleam stacked on top of that foul play, and it was the game-winning play.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about this new update from this season is both foul play and Dazzling Gleam got their energy reduced. So now, instead of it being, I believe, 45 and 55 energy, or even 60 energy for Dazzling Gleam, you would have never been able to stack both on top of each other, and now you can. So you can stack a Foul Play and a Dazzling Gleam. Nickname knowing exactly what to do with that Sableye and bringing back the game. So now they're still in this.
Well, Sableye having that move honestly takes all of the questions off the board here, because in a official event that might have been a replay style situation, but seeing that the Sableye had the attack and we know it's going to win the charge attack priority tie, there really is no room for a rematch. Nickname cleanly takes that game number 3 away from Charming Pori. And again, pivoting the strategy, not going as degen or as predictable as you and I talked about with the Swalot Double Dark, but still finding really fun win conditions. And I think it all started with that war of attrition between the Cradily and the Dugong in the lead. I mean, that was debuff after debuff, super effective after super effective. It was like the end of Naruto Shippuden, when Sasuke and Naruto are just throwing haymakers at each other, seeing which one's going to fall down first. And looks like Cradily came out on top. So that actually really helped Nickname in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why Cradily, I think, has been probably the biggest winner out of all the Pokemon in this update, despite it only getting one move and it not even really changing the way that energy plays on it, or even the fast move or anything. It's just Rock Tomb being a guaranteed debuff move that's able to flip that matchup against Dugong like that is just awesome to see.
And these are the matchups that a lot of trainers are going to spend time trying to figure out. Now, of course, I worked the tournament yesterday. We're working this one today. We're going to head over to some snowy weather, though, for a little bit of a change up for Nickname. And this is a really tricky matchup to be in, because Talonflame is so slow up to its charge attacks. Meanwhile, Drapion is gathering energy so fast.
Yeah, and Drapion is able to get to this Aqua Tail before Talonflame is able to get to that Fly or any charge attack for that matter. And now here, if you're the Talonflame, do you throw? Yeah, you have to throw on inopportune timing to be able to threaten a shield before the second Aqua Tail is getting thrown by that Drapion.
3 things that we don't see. We don't see Shadow Sableye, we don't see Guzzlord, and we don't see a Azumarill from Charming Pori either. These 2 trainers are really trying to stay a step ahead of each other as the crunch connects in to that Cradily. Does it trigger the defense fall? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, but now this Rock Tomb is going to be able to get thrown before the Malamar is able to get to any type of charge attack to guarantee the debuff before the Foul Play or the Superpower are thrown here. And I think with this Psywave damage, I believe the 1 Foul Play should be enough, and actually throwing on charge attack priority, this is going to be really close because of that debuff, but we actually see a shield getting thrown up here by Nickname.
This is what I referenced in game number 3. When you have the charge attack ready, it greatly influences your shield decision making, because that Cradily fired on the charge attack priority. It allows for Nickname to lock this Malamar in, take that final shield, and try to find an opening. And now Malamar is forced to throw again.
Yeah, and the nice thing for Malamar here is that you still have energy for whatever Pokemon comes in. Any Pokemon on Nickname's side is going to have to take neutral damage here, but we actually see a swap out from that Malamar to reset that attack drop, and we see the crunch here into this Lapras. This is going to do a lot of damage, about half, and potentially grab a defense drop as well.
Just look at how Charming Pori has opened up this series for his dark types. He scared away the Guzzlord, he scared away the Sableye, and now we've got a Malamar Shadow Drapion team that would have folded like a wet paper towel under the Guzzlord's weight. But it's going to absolutely unleash havoc on this team that Nickname has brought. Lapras still has a few win conditions here, but it's going to be tough down the stretch.
And we see a full undercharge here to be able to try to get a little bit of extra energy with that Psywave to be able to potentially threaten whatever Pokemon's in the back, whether it is the Malamar or something else. But actually, here the Malamar throwing at the exact time right before Lapras is able to get to the Sparkling Aria. We do see a shield getting thrown up here by the Lapras to be able to try to throw this one last Sparkling Aria, but another catch! Charming Pori making the most masterful catches.
I'm telling you, this is when you defeat the final boss and then it revives into an even stronger form. Seeing the Dugong in the back has to take all of the wind out of his sails, but he's going to do his best to throw the Brave Bird here and try to find any kind of win condition. I don't know, Stark. This is looking really, really rough for Nickname.
I think Nickname might have just one final possible play, which is to farm down, but no, not even going to take that chance. GG's. super duper well played. Charming Pori making some of the best catches that I've seen in an amazing play.
Not only that, I think Charming Pori's handle on that Malamar is probably the best I've seen. This is a Pokemon that really flew under the radar. Malamar kind of cropped up. We saw Colin and Boom playing it in an EU regional last season. Malamar Ariado seemed to be the meta for a while, but now that Malamar has that cheaper foul play and it's pacing there in just 10 turns, as quick as a Feraligatr Hydro Cannon, as fast as a Metachamp Dynamic Punch, that's really, really dynamic and allows Malamar to be very flexible. But managing the Psywave energy, hopefully not getting any drop frames in the process, and timing your charge attacks is so critical for that Pokemon. And Charming Pori with the 3-1 in the winners finals, I mean, that was honestly dominant. And looking back, Nickname taking that game 3 victory was really hard fought, and in the end it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think an underrated part of Malamar's resurgence is that it's not only a Pokemon that got buffed, but also it hard counters some of the hardest or some of the most buffed Pokemon, like Lapras, right? It's able to double resist Psywave. It's able to do super effective damage into Galarian Weezing and Swallow. You know, it's got a lot of really intricate factors that are working in its favor, directly and indirectly.
Well, we saw the Guzzler and the Swallower go down, but let's go up and talk with Rise and Heidanis about this matchup. Our winners finals was definitely one to remember, and we want to hear you both clearly. It looks like we're in the clear. All right, Rise, what do you think?
Who is this guy? Who is this charming guy with these one-turn wait CMPs, these catches to win games? This guy's on another level.
Yeah, the plays throughout that whole set were like absolutely insane. I mean, I missed like the first game, but just watching the rest of them, was pretty crazy. And the catches there at the end, I mean, the catch didn't even need to go off at the end there when he in the final game against the Dugong, but for a little bit of flair, maybe to make Speedy a little bit more excited over the plays. But yeah.
Oh, it worked. It worked a lot.
Yeah,
and also, yeah. No, go ahead, Heidanis.
Oh, go ahead.
Also, the fact that Charming is on the winner's side of the grand finals with like pretty much an old team, right? Speedy mentioned like this could very much have been a team 3 months ago, and someone was joking in the chat like, yeah, he just slapped together an old meta team and it's working for him. And maybe he's out here to prove it's not Dugong's last dance.
I don't know what you think about that, Hastar. Can we get a few quick thoughts before we go into our next round?
Yeah, I mean, Dugong always says winter is coming, so make sure you guys prepare for the icy wind. All right, I think it's time.
Okay.
We're
Everyone's like, oh, I don't even know what to follow up. All right.
Stark's allowed to make that joke though.
I'll save those jokes for later. It's fine. I think we're gonna see the I believe it's the losers finals coming up next. Or losers semifinals, my mistake. So let's get to it. Let's watch who is going to be able to try to take down Charming.
All right, we've got a best of 3 on our hands here. I know I mentioned the switch up earlier. Everyone in chat who's paying attention, you remember that, right? You remember I gave you a little hint. We did our best of 5. Now we're back to a best of 3. But after this, we are headed up to the final stage of the tournament. I see you in chat. I see people talking about Emmy Weedle. He's on a generational run. He's crushing everyone in his path. What can Pyro Panda do to slow down the Emmy Weedle?
Well, for one, that Grumpig actually looks pretty interesting into Mii Weedle's team, right? I mean, the Shadow Annihilate and the 2 Pokemon that are weak to Dynamic Punch are not going to appreciate seeing that panda, also known as a pig.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what is the answer for the Wigglytuff?
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking straight at the Wigglytuff. I'm looking at the charm damage that's going to just rip through a lot of this team. If you're Gliscod, you're dealing double resisted Shadow Claws. If you're Grumpig, you have to rely on your Psywaves. It's really, really tricky. And I think that Pokemon behind an extra Protect Shield could be really good for Emmy Weedle down the stretch. But he's got to open up the path for that Pokemon to succeed. How does he do that? Because I think that a Pokemon like Shadow Annihilate got absolutely dismantled by Pyro Panda when he faced Elim earlier on in the stream. So how do you take shields? How do you apply pressure and open the doors here for the Charmer to come in?
Yeah, I think the first step would be to start putting pressure onto that Shadow Dropion from Pyro Panda, because that's the one Pokemon that's going to be able to really threaten the Wigglytuff with not only fast move pressure, but also charge attack pressure, as well as the Credilli. I think those are the two Pokemon that we're probably going to see every game from Pyro Panda, because there aren't really great answers on Emmy Weedle's side other than that Shadow Annihilate. So I think we're going to see the Shadow Annihilate and Wigglytuff core, and then Pyro Panda utilizing something like the Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Dropion, to try to break that core.
Ooh, this looks good. This looks neutral. This looks fun. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of interplay. Another Psywave user as well. Last series, we got to see Malamar Psywave action. This time we're back in the chair with Grumpig with the Dynamic Punch and Shadow Ball combination. And honestly, we're ready to go here. We've got Emmy Weedle on the left, your EUIC champion from 2024, taking on Pyro Panda.
Yeah, and we do immediately see the Wigglytuff and the Grumpig, so facing off against each other, and I believe it's a non-Shadow Dropion in the back for Emmy Weedle, which is a little bit surprising to see, but here we're going to see the Dynamic Punch getting fired off into the Wigglytuff. This is going to be neutral damage, but it is going to hit pretty hard.
In terms of team composition and how this matchup is likely to play out, it looks like Emmy Weedle might be opting for shield advantage, going to throw the Swift here into the Grumpig. Neither of these trainers really want to take control of Switch advantage, kind of ceding over control, but can the Grumpig get to one more Dynamic Punch? Great timing as well, only 5 Psywaves into the charge stack.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, but it is also going to allow the Pokemon, either the Credilli or the Dropion, to just get a hefty farm down. 2 Bullet Seeds looks like it went through there, and now we have to decide, does the Shadow Dropion come in, or does the Golisopod come in into these Pokemon?
Cradily getting a hand up in the matchups has been so important for it all day. We're actually going to see the 3 Bullet Seeds. That is a mile of breathing room that you did not expect Cradily to get against a fast Pokemon like the Drapion. But the farm down you mentioned, Alex, is so important there, allowing the Rock Tomb to connect and forcing a switch now into Golisopod.
Yeah, but those 2 extra Bullet Seeds allow it to throw a Rock Tomb into the Dropion on good timing and the Golisopod on good timing before either of them are able to reach their heavy hitting moves. And now we see the swap out after the debuff. Now this non-Shadow Dropion is going to be able to take these hits no problem.
Yeah, those 2 extra Bullet Seeds on that Grumpig in the lead situation might have been the difference maker here, because I know they're throwing Rock Tombs, but it might as well be an avalanche of boulders slowing down these Pokemon, forcing the swap, and now a switch-locked and debuffed Golisopod is fighting its back against the wall against this Drapion you mentioned, and that normal variant of Drapion is going to hang on quite healthily through these charge attacks.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see this non-Shadow Dropion. We haven't seen much of it because of how useful the non-Shadow is in getting big knockouts, but maybe with the debuff from Credilli, it's able to utilize that a little bit more.
Aqua Tail does connect, taking down the Golisopod. All of the hopes now for Pyro Panda are pinned on the back of this Shadow Drapion. Still 2 Protect Shields for Emmy Weedle. Uses the first one here. Gonna try to get a charge attack off here and apply more pressure.
Yeah, and is going to be able to get this last shield from that Shadow Dropion. Pyro Panda, no more Protect Shields for the rest of this battle, and I believe the Credilli is going to be able to come in here. No, actually, Emmy Weedle trusting in the Shadow Dropion to be able to survive these Poison Stings, and now Pyro Panda is forced to throw this last Aqua Tail to try to get that last Protect Shield, and it is able to get that Protect Shield, but now the Aqua Tail is getting fired back again.
You said it perfectly. I think resisting the poison type fast attacks is really the key here. Emmy Weedle lands the Aqua Tail and takes a dominant win over Pyro Panda in game number 1. The HP margins look close. When you look at this matchup on paper and you take a snapshot of the final moments there, it looks like a close game. But honestly, after that Bullet Seed farm down of the Grumpig, it didn't feel close. From then onwards, that Cradily just helped Emmy Weedle get set up into a really positive position at the mid game.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think is really interesting about this meta in general, is it doesn't really matter who wins the lead matchup. If shields are even by the end of it, it matters more who has energy, and specifically who has more energy on their Credilli or Dropion or something that's going to be able to fire back quickly with those charge attacks. Is non-Shadow Dropion the sauce, Speedy?
It might be. It might be the sauce. I mean, being able to hang on through those matchups and just be a little more annoying to get rid of could be a big difference maker. In the mirror matchup, I don't think it helps you that much, but I think against the broader meta, it's got a lot of interesting counterplay. And we were talking about the Cradily Bullet Seed down. I just want to go back to that one more time because it was so impactful. If you're Cradily and you're stuck in a 12-turn move cycle and you're looking at Glycopod, 10 turns to its moves, you're looking at the Grumpig, 12 turns to the super effective Dynamic Punch, and it's likely to win charge attack priority. Drapion, 10 and 8 turns to its charge attacks. If you get ahead by 6 turns with a Bullet Seed farm down, it really helps you. So I doubt that Pyro Panda is going to allow that to happen again because he realized just how powerful it was in game number 1.
Yeah, and here we actually see a repeat of the exact same lead as before. We are going to see the Grumpig fire off this Dynamic Punch. Phenomenal timing. Once again, Pyro Panda has been known to fire off these moves at great timing.
Great timing on the Dynamic Punch, or DP as Alex likes to call it. We're going to see one charm going into the Swift now against the Grumpig. And just like we saw in game number 1, allowing the Swift through. Pyro Panda did get to that second Dynamic Punch last game. Looks like they're going to be able to do it again. And trying to take control switch advantage. And they actually do this time. Are they going to swap out though, Alex? That's what I want to know. Do we see a swap from Panda?
We could definitely see a swap out into something like the Drapion, but no, actually going to let the exact same scenario go through as before. We're probably going to see, yes, we see the Shadow Drapion come through this time, just like before, but this time we do see a little bit of a change up in the backline from Pyro Panda, maybe expecting the Shadow or the Drapion from Emmy Weedle.
I think so as well. Anticipating it, hoping for the swap. Going to stay in this Drapion matchup. If you remember last game, swapped out of the Drapion into the Glycopod at this point, but instead is going to stay off, fire this crunch into the opposing Cradily. Does a respectable amount of damage. Going to try to paste another one. But again, that 2 Bullet Seed lead helps it so much here. Emmy Weedle is racing ahead.
Yeah, this Rock Tomb is going to do a nice amount of damage and going to guarantee the debuff once again. But we see the swap out into the Drapion and a counter swap into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, one of the hardest answers to that Drapion.
Aquatail will connect now into the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Does a sizable amount of damage, and the Poison Stings are going to be heavily resisted by the ground typing, but I do think the second Aquatail will be enough, so it might command the final shield here from Pyro Panda, and a great team composition might not be enough to get the job done because Emmy Weedle is still hiding behind 2, count them, 2 Protect Shields in the back.
Yeah, and no Aquatail there for the Shadow Drapion, but we do still have 2 shields on the side of Emmy Weedle, and this Cradily is going to be able to threaten some super effective Bullet Seed damage, but at the same time, this Marowak is going to be able to fight back, and throwing the Rock Slide, I believe Bone Club does more damage, but we are going to see the Rock Slide come through and do some heavy neutral damage, and the Poison Sting from Shadow Drapion is enough to knock out the Cradily there.
We have a series on our hands, everybody. This, again, is a best of 3 as Emmy Weedle and Pyro Panda are pushing with all they've got to try to make it into the next round of the tournament. But I don't know. This looked pretty evenly matched, and honestly, I thought that this was going to slip through Pyro Panda's hands. He managed to just pull it back right at the last moment with some really clever combo plays. And I don't know. Everyone, maybe you can check PV Poke. It looked like Rockslide did a little more damage there, Stark.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, no, I think the Kanto Marowak was a really nice bring from Pyro Panda there. Kind of assuming that the Drapion was going to show up from Emmy Weedle's side of the playing field. Dropping the Glycopod, which did have a little bit of play into the Annihilate, but no Annihilate to be found on Emmy Weedle's side. We've seen the Wigglytuff, Cradily, and Drapion in 2 straight games now. Do you think Emmy Weedle switches something up here?
Emmy Weedle seems to have a tendency to run teams back, and it looked like did not quite work for him in game number 2. So a pivot we could see. Again, we talked a lot about maybe a Cradily safe switch or trying to take shields early in the game and getting your Wigglytuff up shields. It seemed like there were opportunities to do that, but we don't have to wait any longer, Stark. Here we go. Game number 3. Let's run it back one more time. Wigglytuff versus Grumpig.
Yeah, and we do see a similar lead and a very, very similar backline from Pyro Panda. But look, on Emmy Weedle's side, we have something a little bit different.
I think this might be a valuable switch up if Emmy Weedle is able to control switch advantage. He can line things up the way that he wants, but it looks like Grumpig will connect with that first dynamic punch. We've seen it once, we've seen it twice. We're going to see it 3 times here, Stark. These two Pokemon playing out the leads. If Pyro Panda shields, can he Sidewave down? I don't think he's even going to try.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think the Dynamic Punch coming through, it looks like the Grumpig did not actually take the extra Wave or the charm damage this time, so it has a little bit more health, which is going to make this Bullet Seed farm down a little bit more difficult than before. So do we see a try to catch a Dynamic Punch on the Annihilate? No, we actually just see the shield show up here for Cordilli.
Emmy Weedle has been getting away with farming this Pokemon down and just carrying the energy into the next matchup, but now he's got to pay the price of admission, and that is a Protect Shield early on in this matchup. Taking control of switch advantage is great for Emmy Weedle. However, Pyro Panda still has a lot of flex play here, comes in with the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and we see the Shadow Drapion. I believe it's able to take one of these, but not 2. So this Rock Tomb is going to show up here and do a good amount of damage. We see the switch out, and we see an immediately counter swapped by Pyro Panda into that Kanto Shadow Marowak. But I don't think it's going to be as happy to see this Shadow Annihilate as it was last game, seeing that Drapion.
Exactly. Emmy Weedle has a feeling, right, that Shadow Kanto Marowak is in the back. He's able to pull it out here with the Annihilate swap and take a shield, but the double Bone Clubs are ready to go. Back-to-back Bone Clubs, call it a boomerang. First one going to come through here and take that shield. We might see a second one get fired off immediately.
And we do not see the Rage Fist get fired off, so we actually see the back-to-back here with no punishment there from Pyro Panda. Do we see a farm down is the real question, because it's gonna be very difficult, but I think that's the only play. Like you said, you have to.
That's the only play. Either you're Emmy Weedle and you force the final shield with the Rage Fist and try to do some counter damage, or you build a double Rock Tombs here and try to outpace the Drapion. Oh, actually, I think he's gonna do it.
It's going to be really close. I believe the Drapion is exactly 1 Poison Sting away from the Crunch here because of that Poison Sting that just came through. And we are going to see the Crunch fire off here into the Cordilli, and it's just enough to be able to get to that Crunch and knock out the Cordilli easily.
M.E. Weedle's historic run comes to an end as Pyro Panda and his Shadow Kanto Marowak Grumpig Shadow Drapion team takes that game number 3. Emmy Weedle, again, running the same thing back over and over, refining his line, making a couple of adjustments here and there, but really relying on that Wigglytuff. It just wasn't enough to get it done at the end of this game. And honestly, I think the wheels started to come off. It all started to come apart for Emmy Weedle in that lead matchup. When you saw the Grumpig not take the charm, survive the Bullet Seed down and get to that Dynamic Punch to force the shield, you start to see the pieces come apart. You start to see cracks in the armor there that is our EUIC 2024 champ.
Yeah, and I think Pyro Panda understanding that in the first 2 games, not throwing the Dynamic Punch as soon as the Grumpig got there, allowed the Bullet Seed farm down to go through twice. And not wanting to do that again, was able to throw on inopportune timing, but able to get that shield against the Cordilli because of the extra energy or health that they had in that original matchup. It was interesting to see. I think the game actually came down to, at the end, that Rage Fist versus Bone Club, and if Emmy Weedle was able to recognize that, okay, Pyro Panda has 2 and they're going to throw immediately, if they were able to charge that priority there, it would have forced Pyro Panda to have to make a decision. Do I shield or do I let it go? And I think that would have been a very interesting call to make there.
Yeah, because at that point, if you let it go and your Shadow Kanto Marowak goes down, Drapion has to take double ramped up counters from Annihilate before it even gets to that Cradily in the back. But at the same time, you have to question if you do shield that second Rage Fist as the Shadow Kanto Marowak, can your Annihilate deal with the Mud Slap damage? Can you actually hang in that matchup any while longer? But the answer we got was that Pyro Panda was able to win that series. And I'm really fascinated because when the game's working correctly, that fast attack damage should not apply until the final turn of the animation, and it looked like it worked correctly there for Pyro Panda. Let's hear from our experts, though, Rise and Heydonis. I want to hear from Heydonis first.
I almost forgot to unmute. I mean, we've seen some big upsets here today in the bracket. I mean, Charming making it all the way into the winners grand finals, and then as well as Pyro Panda taking down the 2022 World's Senior Division champion there. So it's been pretty surprising to see a lot of these plays here. And I mean, Grumpig made it to the top 3, despite probably not even making the top 10 usage if we were to have a usage chart for this tournament.
You know, I'm all about the storylines, and I was subtly kind of rooting for Weedle. I'm unbiased, but I was subtly rooting for Weedle because if Weedle had gotten to the finals, we would have a trainer in Charming that apparently has school in like an hour and a half, and we'd have Weedle, who it's probably past his bedtime at this point, and like who would be more focused in that situation? Lack of sleep, got to go to bed, or you're rushing to get to school. That would have been a crazy grand finals, but Pyro Panda going to put an end to that storyline, and he's going to be taking on Nickname next in the losers finals.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see something like Grumpig show up in the grand finals, the winners finals. Like this is insane. Like we kind of clowned on it, me and Speedy at least a little bit earlier in the day, and now it's picking up steam. It's actually here.
You know, I heard a rumor that the Brazilians are pretty good at team building. I think Rise kind of helped us confirm that rumor. You know, the original team composition was his, of course, as we know, right, Rise? But the Brazilians are very good at team design. And talking with LNDST Steiner, who I know we're all big fans of, Steiner was saying that Grumpig was actually really good. And I did the same thing to him. I laughed at him. I said, no way. Come on. Grumpig? Really? I don't know. It looked pretty impressive in this tournament.
It's gone from 0 to hero, really, in this new meta. And we'll see if Pyro Panda can get the job done with the Grumpig. But for now, I think we're ready to go to our losers finals. Haydonis and I will be doing losers and grands here. So we'll see you guys shortly. But it's going to be an epic clash right now. It's going to be Nickname taking on Pyro Panda and some very new meta type teams. We've seen, I mean, the Sableye has shown a lot for Nickname. The Swalot, Cradily, of course, has just been a staple throughout this whole weekend. And Pyro Panda trying to get the job done with this Grumpig. One of the very few Grumpig we've honestly seen in this tournament.
Yeah, one of the few Grumpigs that we've seen in this tournament. If any other Grumpigs were present in this tournament, honestly. Not that I can remember any of the other ones, but just looking at this matchup again, we're pitted against. I think we've seen these two trainers face off against each other before, so they certainly have played these games before. We got two Guzzlords, we have literally two Guzzlords on both teams, or one on each respective team, of course, and then two Cradilies, and then the rest is varies.
That's right. It's all coming back to me now. This was the Guzzlord square off between these two trainers. Both Guzzlord are completely free, pretty much. They're completely free, and it's gonna be the clash of the Guzzlord to see who can really outplay the opponent. I also like the Golisopod quite a bit for Pyro Panda in this matchup because you can really threaten everything, and it's just a lot of safety, really. So best of 5 in what could be a very epic series here. Pyro Panda's got to be feeling good getting to this point. These trainers already have clinched some prizing as well by reaching the top 3, and they are going to see who can get to the grand finals to take on Charming.
Yeah, and you call it the Golisopod. What I think would be a great pairing with the Golisopod would be that Shadow Kanto Marowak. But if those two were to be paired together, I would anticipate that Nickname would likely want to hang on to his Talonflame, which looks incredible into the team of Pyro Panda, just as a generally pretty good save swap, and even just getting shields down on his side. I mean, it's going to threaten some shields against the Golisopod if you start investing shields, and of course against the Guzzlord, threatening that Brave Bird, because as we know, Guzzlord can eat the attack, and but it is not enough to hang on, you know? It's going to get it really, really low, and that can create some intense farm down opportunities on the side of Nickname as well.
Yeah, I think Guzzlord versus Talonflame is one of those weird matchups where if you look at the simulation, it'll tell you Talonflame wins the ones, because if you can bait fly and land Brave Bird, you win. But it's definitely not a matchup you really want to be in as the Talonflame. But at least you know you have some play there depending on the scenario. And it's this. I don't know whose team I'd honestly rather be in this matchup, because I think I really like the Guzzlord, obviously, on both sides. But like, what other surrounding pieces are going to be utilized? Well, we're about to find out. Pyro Panda versus Nickname, and it's going to be a great lead for Nickname. Guzzlord into Grumpig.
But let's not count Pyro Panda out of the race just yet. Grumpig, of course, having access to that Psywave fast attack. It's one turn, and it opens up a lot of opportunity for potentially Pyro to just go ahead and tank a move from the Guzzlord, or even, well, I'm not sure if it would be able to take a crunch, but even just throwing up the shield and leaving with some energy to invest later in the late game. But Nickname, okay, going ahead and continuing to build up. I believe they're going to reach for the crunch just before the dynamic punch is thrown. And now Pyro Panda, having a lot of energy on the Grumpig, has a couple choices to make here and ends up throwing up the first Protect Shield of the game on his side.
And I believe the Grumpig, with the residual energy, actually does slightly outpace to multiple dynamic punches. So gonna land one here, do a sizable amount of damage. And Guzzler gonna look to overfarm slightly here before that next dynamic punch. Dragon Claw coming through should probably be enough to knock out the Grumpig from here. And Guzzlord will retain Switch, but honestly not as bad as you may think with that relatively spammy dynamic punch.
Yeah, even though the Guzzlord is retaining the switch here, that kind of gives Pyro Panda some opportunity to get some farm, which it seems this energy can really be expended anywhere. And Nickname actually opting in to bring the Swalot, which is really, really favorable for Pyro Panda, as he does not want to be taking those super effective mud shots that Swalot is able to dish out. So Swalot being brought in here to the Guzzlord, crunch going through and connecting, but Nickname is building up to the Ice Beam to go ahead and threaten a KO. Now will Pyro Panda invest his final shield of the game? And no, actually lets it go. This is going to be doing Rise. What is this going to be doing?
Heavy damage. Heavy damage onto the Guzzlord, and the Dragon Claw is about to potentially connect. Is Nickname gonna invest a Protect Shield? No, gonna let it go. Swalot is gonna hang on and could get some valuable chip damage here. Actually reaches the Ice Beam, and this could be critical because this Ice Beam will put it into single Rock Tomb range, but you do give Drapion a big head start. And what is concerning here is if you start to get debuffs with this head start of energy, I wouldn't count out Drapion just yet.
Yeah, hopefully Drapion would be able to get a crunch debuff here. That could be particularly helpful in aiding Pyro Panda towards the end of this game. But no crunch debuff goes off, and the Rock Tomb actually able to get off before the next crunch. Pyro Panda investing his final Protect Shield in the game into this Drapion, likely doing one more Poison Sting and then throwing the crunch. And Nickname is still going to be those 3 bullet seeds away from reaching the next Rock Tomb, which will guarantee the knockout on this Drapion. Now, hopefully trying to fish for a debuff here. Pyro Panda actually able to get the debuff, unloading the next crunch before the next move is reached, and now he has a choice to make. Does he stay in and do the Poison Stings, or does he try to go for a quick swap on to the Guzzlord?
Oh, and it's actually enough to knock out.
Yeah, okay. Excuse me, just
Drapion.
enough to knock out, and Drapion securing game number 1 on the side of Pyro Panda.
We're talking about this new meta, all these new picks. I'm hyping up Cradley all day long, and Drapion says, calm down, everybody. I'm here to stay. Knocks out the Cradley, and with that, thanks to that debuff, I mean, you could call it lucky, but don't hate the player, hate the game. Crunch debuff connects, really steals that win for Pyro Panda. And I wasn't really expecting that to knock out either, hey, Donis. I thought it was going to barely hang on, and you might have to make a catch or something, but no. Drapion able to comfortably take that one in the end.
Yeah, and just again proving how flexible Drapion is as a pick, and ever since it got buffed, it just, like you said, it just seems here to stay. It's just so flexible, gets to those charge attacks so quickly, and even I guess looking at the side of Nickname's team, it has energy that can literally go anywhere, and in some instances is doing super effective damage. And I think we've even seen today when it's pitted against the Guzzlord, which does resist the crunch and does also resist the Aqua Tail, it's still able to chip away, and especially getting the crunch debuff, it's able to threaten shields from the Guzzlord, which is seemingly a favorable matchup on the Guzzlord side.
And Pyro Panda not phased by leading the Grumpig into the Guzzlord, just completely stayed in. My immediate reaction, Dark against Psychic, I'm like, a great lead for Nickname. But if you think about it, the Grumpig outpaces slightly to multiple dynamic punches versus multiple charge attacks from the Guzzlord. So stayed in there, fought it out, and was able to supply, I think it was his own Guzzlord with a farm down. So that was really well played by Pyro Panda. Clever way to work that lead matchup. And we'll see if there's any sort of adjustments here for game 2.
Yeah, certainly any sort of adjustments here for game number 2. Now, Pyro Panda did take the win, but maybe not entirely sure if he wants to invest in the Grumpig again. Maybe Nickname tries to pivot over to the Shadow Sableye to make sure that the Grumpig is not as dominant. But no, getting a favorable lead, and the Sableye is in the back on the side of Nickname's team. Marowak kind of looking very dominant into the rest of this team. I mean, the Guzzlord's going to be able to tank some of the moves, but if Pyro Panda preserves this Marowak for the back, it's going to have heavy damage hitting that Swalot every single time Mudslap connects, and as well as the shadow on shadow damage against the Sableye, it's going to be doing massive damage.
It's not often you see a Drapion counter swapping into a Guzzlord, but I actually really like this play from Pyro Panda because the Bone Club connected puts this Guzzlord within crunch range. And if you're Nickname, I don't think you can really afford to protect shield this. I think you might be better off just going for a farm down. And are we going to see like a crazy mud shot down here? Potentially that could be a little bit overzealous. Gonna try and get the farm down here with Swalot, but you're gonna have to eat at least 2 crunches if you try to farm this all the way down.
Yeah, exactly that. So even if Nickname is able to successfully get the farm down here on this Drapion, Pyro Panda is still going to be able to reach another crunch. And then, honestly, if Pyro Panda ends up bringing the Golisopod, the Marowak is just going to be so clean to sweep in the back. Nickname actually investing the first Protect Shield on his side to go ahead and preserve some health on the Swalot, while also getting the full farm down with all this energy. But could Pyro Panda maybe just come in with the Golisopod as a sponge? No, actually responds with the Marowak and is going to be forced to throw up the Protect Shield here against the Ice Beam, unless he actually lets it go, maybe trying to call a bait. Who knows? Sableye coming in, doing quick damage and trying to snipe the Marowak, but no, Pyro Panda going ahead and responding right away with the Golisopod.
Golisopod up a Protect Shield could still give it some play here, but you see how much these same type attack bonus Shadow Claws are chunking at the Golisopod. They're doing more damage than the non-stab Shadow Claws. And here we go. First Aqua Jet coming through. Sableye is going to let it go. Feels confident you can still reach another foul play and is actually going to save the shield for the Swalot.
Right, and let's not forget how much energy the Swalot has on it, and of course the one shield left to protect against an Aqua Jet plus the Shadow Claws would surely be enough to ensure the knockout. And because of that Ice Beam connecting on the side of Pyro Panda, the Marowak isn't really going to be able to put in too much more work here for the remainder of this game. Maybe just one more Mudslap, but that's not going to be enough to take out. So do we see a potential catch? No, Nickname very disciplined and actually waiting the turn to ensure the catch does not happen. And now Sludge coming through just before Pyro Panda is able to reach that final charge attack of Aqua Jet.
They say patience is a virtue, and Swalot swallows up the Marowak there at the end, coming out with double sludge and enough damage to knock out the Golisopod. Swalot, after leading into the Kanto Marowak, the worst possible lead, finds a way to gain an advantage and get it done. That Guzzlord safe swap ended up being pivotal in Nickname being able to overcome that tough lead.
I was certainly worried that Pyro Panda's Marowak there was going to be able to kind of clean up the rest of the game, leading Marowak into Swalot. Let's not forget that was the lead, Marowak into Swalot, and responding with the Guzzlord, and then opting to preserve the Marowak. But actually, Pyro Panda, well, preserved it in the lead matchup, but then when faced against the Ice Beam that the Swalot was able to get from farming down the Drapion, he opts to actually let it go, maybe thinking that there was a potential, I don't know, Cradily in the back. So great readjustment from Nickname, and the fast move pressure to apply from Sableye actually ended up paying off during this game number 2. Now there's a couple decisions that Nickname wants to make here, perhaps maybe bringing in the Cradily again, or maybe Pyro Panda even adjusts to his own Cradily, kind of serving as a safe swap for this next upcoming game.
Absolutely. And I don't know if maybe Protect Shielding that Ice Beam could have changed the outcome of that game, but that was such a crazy play from Nickname to commit a shield, go for a huge mud shot down to the point where you come out with close to 2 Ice Beams. You can't quite double up on that move, but was completely maxed out on energy. connected onto the Marowak, and I don't know, maybe Pyro Panda knew that it would put him low enough where he couldn't really reach another charge attack. Maybe he thought it wouldn't do as much as it did, and connecting on that Ice Beam was able to help secure Nickname a game 2 comeback victory. If that was a sludge bait, I mean, that game is over if you call that. So a huge decision there from Nickname, landing the Ice Beam through 2 Protect Shields, I believe, to get that win.
Yeah, hitting through 2 Protect Shields, and honestly not really too much reason to bait in my personal opinion, just because it seemed, I think the Swalot was at 100 energy there, so it was completely maxed out. You'd think it's coming from last season, the max out season, with the way it had 100 energy there to utilize. But nonetheless, we're hopping into game number 3 here, decisive game number 3. We have the Guzzlord into the Sableye.
And you got to keep in mind, although it's a tough lead and a tough counter swap as well, the Sableye does have access to that dazzling gleam if that becomes a factor in the end. Okay, so if your Nickname, this is a tough looking spot right away, but at least you're getting a Protect Shield advantage. The problem is you have very little fast attack pressure here against Marowak. I think this thing is going to be really healthy, and you got to find a way where it doesn't steamroll through your team right here.
Yeah, and if Nickname opts to protect that Swalot, the Marowak was still just going to be able to farm down and get so much energy, actually letting it go. But these Mud Slaps, it's not much better. These Mud Slaps are just going to go ahead and add up against this Sableye. And of course, Pyro Panda coming out with so much energy is going to be able to unload these Bone Clubs on to the Sableye and get the shield right back as he has already done. Now, Foul Play coming through. Foul Play, let's not forget, got a damage reduction, but it is Shadow on Shadow. Will the Marowak be able to hold on to get off one more Foul Play? And yes, barely hanging on, just throws the Foul Play, but this time transferred into the Guzzlord.
That has got to be 1 HP and a dream. Bone Club coming through. I can't even see the health on the Marowak. And now you've just got the simple Guzzlord mirror. This looks to be a really comfortable spot for Pyro Panda. And honestly, the Marowak surviving that foul play, I think, is going to be one of the keys. Maybe would have been in a good spot anyway, but that extra Bone Club damage looks to make this really comfortable. And we'll see if Pyro Panda can close this out. Dragon Claw grabs the final Protect Shield.
Yeah, and Pyro Panda knowing that his Guzzlord is going to go ahead and win charge attack priority. So even if this Guzzlord's able to reach a second Dragon Claw, it would just go ahead and be met by Pyro Panda's own Dragon Claw. Pyro Panda actually able to get that farm down and now unloading the crunch onto the Sableye, which might be enough to knock out and secure this game at number 3 for Pyro Panda. No, barely hanging on, but I think one more Dragon Tail will do it, and that secures game number 3 for Pyro Panda.
A couple of really close games to open up this series. Game number 3, a little bit more one-sided. And Nickname, that was a bold strategy, hey Donis, to swap the Swalot as a safe swap, because I feel like you have some safer options on your team, like the Guzzlord is a safer option as a swap, the Cradily a safer option as a swap, but gave Pyro Panda the opportunity to just get so far ahead with that Marowak, and we know how devastating it can be when it gets up energy.
Yeah, it certainly can be very devastating upon getting up a lot of energy. And excuse me earlier, slight correction. I think I said this was going to be a best of 3, but no, we still have a couple more games here, potentially, if Nickname's able to secure it, or at least one more game if Pyro Panda is able to secure this game number 4 that we're heading into. Now, Nickname ran back the same team that he utilized in game number 2, potentially thinking that Pyro was going to go ahead and just drop the Marowak altogether in fear that maybe Nickname, maybe thinking that that Nickname was going to go ahead and readjust to the Cradily, or even again adjust to the Lapras, but no, running back the same team. So now Pyro Panda maybe opting to bring in the Marowak once more, just seeing how powerful it was able to be utilized in this last game.
And we haven't seen the Golisopod as much, or I guess we saw it earlier in the series, but didn't see it in that particular game for Pyro Panda, but I guess he didn't need it. And I think we're seeing Pyro Panda start to acclimate, start to make some adjustments, because I remember in that first series against Nickname, he just could not handle the Guzzlord as well as he would have liked. He's been doing a lot better this time so far. Here we go. Drapion into Cradily, one of the classic matchups, it seems, of this meta. And there we go. Guzzlord safe swap. I love this aggressive play, going straight into your Guzzlord, knowing that there's not a hard response to it.
Yeah, and now the Dragon Tails are also disaligned. So Nickname's going to be ahead by one Dragon Tail against Pyro Panda, which could prove to be pretty crucial if he opts to commit his Protect Shield. Pyro Panda trying to force a charge attack priority tie as he knows he's able to win that from the knowledge of the last game. But now it's really the question, can Pyro Panda actually hang on to 2 more Dragon Tails? There's one going through, and Nickname getting scared, not thinking that he's able to connect that last Dragon Tail without ensuring the knockout, so goes ahead and throws the Dragon Claw. But that also means that Pyro Panda is able to reach another Dragon Claw, and now Nickname has a choice to make. Does he invest his final Protect Shield and get the farm down and take swap? But no, gonna go ahead and opt to let it go, and now he has a lot of farm down play here, coming in with the Cradily. Even though the Guzzlord's gonna be able to connect one more move, the Cradily should be able to get a full farm down and eat this crunch.
This could be a nasty farm down for Cradle. He might come out with 100 energy here, is going to have to absorb a crunch, and no, actually going to hard pivot the Lapras, which allows the Guzzlord to be kept around. But keep in mind, Pyro Panda no longer has a Protect Shield. Crunch coming through, going to be farming up towards that Sparkling Aria, and has a lot of energy banked on the Cradle. This game is far from over.
Yeah, I think Pyro Panda is going to have to hope that the final Protect Shield goes up here on the side of the Lapras from the crunch, and that it does. Nickname investing the final Protect Shield of the game here to preserve all this energy that he has just built up on the Lapras. Now the question is, will one Sparkling Aria be enough to take out, or will Nickname be forced to throw another Sparkling Aria? Of course, Pyro Panda has yet to reveal the Marowak in the back, and it seems like it barely hangs on, but the Psywave is able to clean it up just before another move is reached.
It does just enough. Protect Shields are down, and this could get a little bit awkward, however, because you know there's that Guzzlord that's still around as a catch opportunity. I anticipate the quick swap. He tries to call the swap, but no, Nickname is patient, has double Grass Knot loaded, Marowak not yet at the Bone Club, and Nickname is about to even up this series and send us to a decisive game number 5.
Yeah, Grass Knot coming through and securing that game for Nickname. Now I'm sure both trainers' stomachs are not just they're both not utilizing not just Grass Knot, but both their stomachs are surely in knots as well heading into this decisive game number 5. So we did see the readjustment from Nickname, dropping the Sableye altogether and replacing with the Cradily. It looks a little bit stronger into the Marowak there, as we saw especially at the end of the game, just connecting that Grass Knot, but also just constantly applying pressure to the Marowak throughout the match and ensuring that it doesn't really come in. It seems like Nickname knew that the Marowak was going to be lined up in the back, and that's also why he opted to bring the Lapras in this game.
I think the adjustments each trainer has made in this series have made a lot of sense. Nickname got caught safe swapping the Swala. It let Marowak get too far ahead in that last game. So what did he change? Well, he brought, you could argue, his 3 best answers with Cradily, Guzzlord, and Lapras to the Marowak. I mean, Talonflame, of course, would be solid, but Talonflame seems like a little bit of an awkward pick against Pyro Panda's team, and was able to just bring like his safest 3 Pokemon and manage energy in a way where it was too much to handle in the end. Had so much energy on the Lapras, had so much energy as well on the Cradily, and it was too much for Pyro Panda to overcome in that game number 4.
Yeah, so what kind of adjustments are you anticipating, Rise, for Pyro Panda to make heading into this decisive game number 5 then?
I think you have to lead something where if they safe swap Guzzlord, you're not behind. So I think you have to lead either your own Guzzlord, maybe you lead Marowak or Cradily, but it doesn't feel like you want to lead something like the Drapion, where if they swap Guzzlord, you have to counter swap something and be behind. So I guess that's the one thing I take away from that game from Pyro Panda, because if the Guzzlord is swapped directly into something like the Drapion, you really have no choice but to swap out and be behind something that doesn't love the Guzzlord. So that's probably my one big takeaway there. If you're Panda, you can't really afford to lead the Drapion in this decisive game 5.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. You can't really lead the Drapion in this game number 5. Potentially Nickname also just trying to maybe pivot back to that Swalot lead. Maybe Pyro Panda feels comfortable thinking that since he got the Marowak on it one time, maybe, or at least 2 times, one time in the lead and once in the back, maybe Nickname's not going to opt to bring in the Swalot. So it could be a pretty interesting readjustment if he opts to do so. And we actually see the Guzzlord on the side of Nickname into the Grumpig. I would have to give the favorable lead to that of Nickname.
The Grumpig makes its appearance once again in game number 5. Pyro Panda can't help himself but bring the Grumpig. We were saying that I think in the previous matchup, it was the Grumpig that kind of costed him in this series. But no, he's doubling down. He's saying, go pig or go home. Dynamic Punch going to be queued up here and actually going to get it off before the Guzzlord even elects to throw its charge attack.
I actually believe this was a charge attack priority. Both shields going down on the side of the Guzzlord. And now Pyro Panda, I believe, can just comfortably choose to let this Grumpig go. And now is up 2 shields. And if we take a look into the backlines, Pyro Panda opts to bring the Guzzlord again in the back so can safely shield 1 Dragon Claw. But what does Nickname respond with? He has the Sableye, which is dishing out resisted damage both in the Foul Play and the Shadow Claw. And also resisted damage from the Bullet Seeds that Cradily has as well. Actually opts to bring in the Cradily, but is met with the Drapion. If this if 2 crunches can go off, this could be pretty devastating to set up Guzzlord for a farm that could carry Pyro through the rest of this game.
I think you called it. I think you need to land double crunch here before this Cradily can get off another Rock Tomb, and that might be what you need to set up your Guzzlord to sweep. First crunch is going to connect, and you are 4 poison stings away, so you're going to slightly outpace here. Now, this doesn't look like it's going to be enough to knock out Cradily, but if you can force it to expend energy, put yourself in a situation where Cradily cannot land an attack on Guzzlord, that's what you need. Cradily is going to be forced to throw the Rock Tomb here, and this is going to be Guzzlord with the shield. Can you get this done if you're Pyro Panda?
Yeah, great recognition by Pyro Panda and realizing that this Guzzlord is going to be enough. Looking at the rest of the team to likely carry him throughout whatever Pokemon is waiting for him in the back. Of course, we, the viewers, know that it is going to go ahead and be that Shadow Sableye. Now up a shield. The only saving grace that Nickname has here is maybe connecting that Dazzling Gleam. Maybe Pyro Panda tries to be like, all right, I'm going to save 1 Protect Shield to flex on you a little bit here. But I'd expect Pyro Panda to invest that final Protect Shield here. I don't believe this crunch is going to be enough to take out. Sableye is going to be able to hang on and reach that last charge attack of the game. But of course, Pyro Panda still utilizing his shields and being very mindful of where he brings them and has it here at the end of this game.
And with the switch timer not up, it makes this much more simple for Pyro Panda. We see the swap out to clear the debuff, but Sableye is not at a charge attack, and just 1 Dragon Tail is going to knock out Pyro Panda. Takes down Nickname in an epic series, gets his revenge, I believe, since Nickname sent him to the loser side of the bracket. And Pyro Panda will be moving on to the grand finals to take on Charming.
Yeah, congratulations to Pyro Panda for advancing to the grand finals here today. 2 trainers that, I mean, we haven't really seen too much of in any of the official play Pokemon scene. Of course, I mean, Pyro Panda just had a very impressive performance, actually taking down me in round number 2 at the San Antonio Regional Championships and making it all the way to the top 8 of that tournament. So congratulations to Pyro Panda on another just incredible performance here today. I also do want to call attention to that beginning lead play. It didn't look particularly favorable for Grumpig, but I believe Nickname just threw a little bit too late to not threaten any shields off Pyro Panda, and he was able to successfully get that charge attack priority tie, which made sure that, again, Nickname invested both of his shields, and then Pyro Panda was just able to leave up 2 shields.
Yeah, that charge attack priority was massive, a massive start to the game for Pyro Panda. And, you know, these trainers have been battling all day. It's been going a while, and maybe just a small error there from Nickname to give that advantage to Pyro Panda and their Grumpig. So, man, what a series, back and forth, back and forth. Both trainers able to knot up the series a couple times. And in the end, it was Pyro Panda on the back of the signature Grumpig to get the job done. So with that being said, we've got a grand finals in store, and you gotta think Pyro Panda might be a little bit of the underdog just because of how dominant Charming has been looking throughout this tournament. But it's shaking up to be a good one.
Yeah, quite literally the underdog coming from the loser side of the bracket and now having to fight his way to the top here. Now, let's not forget, since Pyro Panda is coming from the lower side of the bracket, he's going to have to reset the bracket and then beat Charming once more to ensure that he is the victor here today. And again, congratulations on Nickname for placing number 3rd in this tournament. He's not left completely empty-handed, as this was a cash prize tournament for the top 3 finishers.
And I'm seeing some chatter, just one last note from that last match, that apparently the Guzzlord Grumpig charge attack priority is stat dependent. So it does look like Grumpig will normally win that charge attack priority, but yeah, I guess depending on the IVs, it could be dependent. So here we go. Grand finals time. Charming taking on Pyro Panda. If you looked at all the names entering this tournament, I don't know, chatters, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe we've got some big Charming fans that know them better, but I don't know if these would have been the 2 trainers that people would have bet on to make the grand finals. That's what I love about this game, is you never know what's going to happen. And here we go. Charming Pori on the winner's side. A chance to end this with a win in this best of 5. Pyro Panda would have to beat Charming in 2 consecutive best of 5s to take the championship. And we take a look at the matchups, and right away, it's kind of the clash, right? That's kind of been the story every time we've seen Charming so far, is the old sort of meta that they're running versus the new stuff that everyone else is trying to try out and test out.
Yeah, and we know, I think we've provided some commentary on this in the previous times that we've seen Charming here on stream, but Charming's team is extremely flexible, and it kind of just, again, reiterates this idea of this new meta, just how flexible a lot of the picks are, making matchups less linear and also less like line dependent as well. Like if you were to charge a bug into, let's say, a Marowak, it's not game over from there. There's still a lot of play and opportunity. Charming also still has, you know, the Malamar, the Dugong, the Azumarill, the Drapion, all of which are really extremely flexible picks. But I'd say the standout pick from Charming in this matchup would have to be the Dugong. Even though Grumpig does have access to that fighting type damage of Dynamic Punch, the Sidewaves, the fast attack damage, is not going to be doing super effective damage. It's rather neutral. So Dugong also dishing out neutral damage, and neutral into the rest of the team, or even super effective into 3 of those picks. We got the Marowak, we have the Guzzlord, and the Cradily, which are all taking super effective damage from the Ice Shards and Icy Winds, which, let's not forget, also debuff all of those Pokemon. So I'd expect Pyro Panda maybe to lean on that Golisopod just a little bit more.
We saw that Dugong Cradily matchup play out before, and it seemed to be a little bit more favorable for Dugong, strictly because the Ice Shards are a little bit more damage intensive than the Bullet Seed damage. So I agree with you. If you consider that a favorable matchup, you could argue Dugong has 4 out of 6 favorable matchups here. I really like the Malamar for Charming Pori. It's only really threatened by the X-Scissor from that Golisopod, as well as the Guzzlord a little bit, because it has such heavily resist the Psywave damage. But I think that maybe Malamar Azumarill core could go together quite well for Charming Pori, because Azumarill really is only afraid of the Cradily, and you really shut down that Guzzlord as well, which is probably maybe the biggest obstacle for the Malamar.
Yeah, exactly that. The Malamar and Azumarill look extremely flexible, and the Azumarill, again, can kind of be that response to Golisopod as well, and tank those Aqua Jets and tank those X-Scissors as well. But what's a better pairing to Azumarill and Malamar? Also putting in that Dugong, and there you go. You have that line of 3. So maybe Charming Pori ends up leaning on those 3 Pokemon, as you called out. Insanely flexible as well. And we've seen Charming Pori's plays throughout the day of just getting up energy on Malamar and just being so fluid and swapping out, banking energy after he gets up on energy and coming back in, surprising trainers, I guess, by throwing a charge move, quickly responding, which ends up actually forcing shields, or just the energy ends up being utilized later in the match to dwindle down a Pokemon so something else can come in and farm it down.
I will say, from Pyro Panda's perspective, the Drapion looks awfully safe for them. When the best answer to Drapion is Diggersby, well, that's hardly an answer. It's more so an answer if you're on even energy, but as soon as Drapion starts to get ahead, it quickly becomes uncomfortable for Diggersby. So although we're talking about Charming, and I do agree they have some really safe picks, the Drapion could be a bit of a menace for Pyro Panda. So we'll see if he's able to use that staple of the meta, that Shadow Drapion, to his advantage in this matchup.
And then, of course, also getting up energy on the Charjabug could prove to be pretty devastating for Pyro Panda. It seems like X-Scissor has many targets for super effective damage in Cradily, the Guzzlord, and even the Grumpig, and then even just Discharge again, hitting that Golisopod as well. So, I mean, we've talked about a lot of picks that Charming can end up running, and that just goes to show, again, just how flexible his team is, and he knows the insides and out of it. And I think it's no surprise that that's why he's on the winner's side here today in the grand finals.
Another strategy I could potentially see from Charming is the Charjabug looks pretty good as well. It's only really afraid of the Kanto Marowak. So what if you like tried to lure out the Marowak with Drapion, maybe land an Aqua Tail, farm it down with something, and then open up your Charjabug in the back? Well, I might be getting ahead of myself in terms of strats, but we are locked in. Grand finals time, Charming Pori against Pyro Panda, and it's going to be Charjabug versus Drapion to start things out.
Yeah, and this is likely exactly where Pyro Panda wants to see this Charjabug, as he's not going to have to worry about that super effective damage from Volt Switch, Discharge, or X-Scissor onto the Cradily and Golisopod that are just waiting in the back. First Crunch going ahead and connecting, and actually going ahead and getting that attack fall too. Now, Charming Pori can just go ahead and throw these moves right away. I don't think there's really anything that he's worried about Pyro Panda catching on, or at least it's more obvious to the viewer because we know those backlines already. But Charming Pori is going to have an interesting decision to make here, and actually a full Volt Switch coming through. Gonna go ahead and throw up that Protect Shield, and now potentially just doing one more Volt Switch and leaving with so much energy. And taking a look into the back, I don't think anything can quickly snipe the energy on this Charjabug, so I believe it's going to be able to connect those two charge attacks that it's building up for.
I don't know if 3 Shadow Claws is enough, so if you come in with Pod, I think that's what they're going for. But if 2 more Shadow Claws are not enough to knock out this Charjabug, it very well may get to another Discharge. I wonder if you do go for 2 and they do knock out. Okay, so 3 Shadow Claws was enough. Only had to take 1 Discharge and was able to protect shield. So not the worst scenario for Pyro Panda here.
Yeah, and that could have been proved to be very devastating, but fortunately for Pyro Panda, he was able to take that out in 3 Shadow Claws. So now Malamar responding to the Cradily swap in. I don't think Charming is too concerned now on the switch here. I believe that Charming can just go ahead and throw both the superpowers into this matchup, threaten 1 shield from Pyro Panda, and these Psy-Waves really put into the work to where I think Azumarill's Bubbles plus Ice Beam is going to be enough to ensure the knockout if Pyro went ahead and shielded there. But no, actually going ahead and letting that first superpower connect. Pyro Panda investing his shield here, likely going up probably 2 more Bullet Seeds just because those Psy-Waves are now debuffed, and then unloading this move off to ensure that he doesn't get too low. Rock Tomb coming through. Does Charming choose to invest his final Protect Shield here? He goes ahead and actually invests it, likely not wanting the Rock Tomb to go off on the Azumarill, so that he'd be permanently debuffed for the remainder of this match.
Oh my gosh, that could open up a potential win con here for Pyro Panda. Was able to bank the Grass Knot. However, I think the problem is I don't know if you can get your switch timer up before Azumarill gets to double play rough here, and that's all Azumarill is going to need. We're seeing 2 charge attacks come through. I think there could be a play that opens up here. Hey, Donis, can you withstand a play rough, maybe get off another Aqua Jet just to open up your switch timer and combo with the Grass Knot? I think that's what you have to go for, but in the end, I don't know if you can get rid of the Malamar then. So this is going to be a close end game here.
Yeah, Rise, I agree with you completely. Aqua Jet coming through here right now. So, but even if Pyro Panda goes ahead and responds with the Grass Knot here to ensure the knockout on the Azumarill, I believe that Malamar is just going to be able to come right back in and get the knockout. Pyro Panda opting not to swap out to his Cradily. Now the Cradily is going to be forced to come in as it is the last remaining Pokemon. Azumarill, I think the bubble damage is going to go ahead and add up, and 1 bubble was enough to take out the knockout, and game number 1 is going to Charming Pori.
I was getting kind of excited there. I was trying to think of like a crazy win condition for Pyro Panda, but I think I was just trying to speak it into existence, maybe, because even if you do combo there, as you pointed out with the Grass Knot, I think the Malamar was just a little bit too healthy and Psy-Waves everything down. So wasn't really a win condition there. But Pyro Panda still was able to make things interesting and well maneuvered despite maybe a tough situation after that Charjabug was able to gain the alignment and get the shield back.
Now, I think that in the leading scenario, that was a little bit of a mistake, letting a full Volt Switch go through. Of course, because Drapion has access to a 2-turn fast move, whereas Charjabug has access to a 4-turn fast move. Drapion every time should be trying to throw in the middle to ensure a full Volt Switch. All those 4 turns come in, and all that energy does as well. But now it seems like we have a Drapion Mirror matchup, which, Rise, we're both very, very familiar with. I think it's just going to come down to these IVs.
Yeah, the Drapion mirror, I enjoy this mirror. There's some mirrors I very much dislike. The Dugong mirror, not a huge fan. The Azumarill mirror, I mean, sometimes I pretend it's a fun mirror just for the heck of it, but I got to be honest with myself, don't really love that mirror either. This mirror is actually a little bit more intriguing because with the double Aqua Tail, you leave the opponent super low, and do you ever aggressively swap to maybe snipe that Drapion or get a head start with one of your back Pokemon? Well, here's the thing. Pyro Panda has the Kanto Marowak in back, and I don't know if it really has much place to go here. But at the same time, Cradily looks awfully threatening.
Yeah, Pyro Panda has the Marowak and has the Cradily as well. But look at that Dugong on the side of Charming Pori. I don't think Charming Pori should be too concerned about Switch here, and actually goes ahead and catches the Aqua Tail and sneaks a bubble through. This is going to be a great for Charming and getting ahead on energy. So even if Pyro Panda is able to respond with that Cradily, gonna be able to build up closer to that Ice Beam and threaten super effective damage to be offloaded onto this Cradily before a debuffing chance happens.
I actually love that decision to build the Aqua Tail for Pyro Panda and then swap in the Cradily, because I think you're providing maybe some great use to that Drapion later on. Grass Knot coming through. We know how bulky Azumarill is. I think it may reach another Ice Beam here before going down to this Cradily. Yeah, withstands that Grass Knot quite well and is going to be able to reach this Ice Beam. So you're going to be forced with an awkward decision here. If you are Pyro Panda, do you put up the Protect Shield to farm down, or do you let this go? He's going to opt to let it go.
I think it was a little bit too risky, as let's not forget that Charming saved energy on the Drapion the lead, so potentially a Peekaboo play was in store. Now Marowak coming in, Charming actually opting to let this Azumarill go down, knowing that the Dugong can still bulk through, the Rock Slide can still bulk through the Bone Clubs, anything that's being thrown onto it. Pyro Panda investing in this Rock Slide right here from all the energy built up, and Charming investing his final Protect Shield into this matchup. Now let's not forget, like you said, Pyro Panda did build up to an Aqua Tail, but actually just goes the way for the Crunch, does one more Poison Sting. Crunch able to be offloaded here, and I'd actually just expect Charming to be able to farm down and unload an Icy Wind on to the Marowak and potentially outpace to the second Icy Wind before Bone Club is reached.
It feels like Charming is making all the correct calls, was able to correctly shield that Rock Slide, now going for the Icy Wind, and I believe has an Aqua Tail banked. So even if, Marowak, even if it knocked out Dugong, you still had the Aqua Tail here, and this should be enough to knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Charming Pori takes a 2-0 lead here in the grand finals.
Yeah, 2-0 lead from Charming Pori, and really just that whole game, he seemed to be in a very, very commanding position, having access to that Dugong in the back, when of course there was the Marowak and Cradily just waiting for it. Super effective damage was even coming from anywhere, and like you had called out, you enjoyed the play from Pyro Panda and just building up to that Aqua Tail and having that insurance for whatever's in the back, but that actually just allowed the Azumarill to reach that Ice Beam quicker than the Cradily would be able to reach a Rock Tomb, quicker than the Cradily would be able to reach a Grass Knot, which I'd argue was a little bit more devastating than having that Aqua Tail banked there.
That's a great point. In the moment, it seemed like a smart idea, right? But then allowing Azumarill to get to the double Ice Beam. So I think that's a great point, that maybe just instantly swapping the Cradily, playing it a little bit more simple-minded, would have been a lot more effective there, because you were forced to let it go, knowing that they had the Aqua Tail. Like you said, if you shield that second Ice Beam from Azumarill, you put yourself in jeopardy of getting combo played. And here we go, the verge potentially of taking the Dez is the Best Open Great League tournament. Here is Charming Pori, up 2-0, but probably not where he wants to see this Golisopod against his Malamar here.
Now, in the leading matchup, both of these Pokemon are pacing to their first move at the same exact rate. Psywave taking 10 turns, as well as X's are taking 10 turns to be able to be breached. But, of course, Golisopod is going to go ahead and be able to win charge attack priority against that Malamar, as well as this Exeter is going to ensure a knockout regardless of the health, just because of the duality typing of Malamar, both being Dark and Psychic, both of which take super effective damage from Bug type charge moves. Now I'm curious, Pyro Panda was able to draw both shields on the side of Charming Pori, so potentially he has the opportunity to go ahead and try to pull off a catch here, but no, Charming Pori throwing this foul play right before the third X Scissor was able to be reached, and actually Pyro investing the shield here, knowing he was this charge attack priority, and Charming seemingly just okay with not even trying to swap and catch this energy anywhere else, but instead looking into the back line, seeing that Drapion, knowing that it's okay that he can get up on energy here.
Interesting. The catch seemed inevitable to me, but it's not going to happen. Actually going to just let it go down and try to get the shields down. Now, that was a little bit slow on the swap for Charming Pori. Is there any way that Pyro Panda gets the 2 attacks before the drill run here? I think you're 2 ice shards away. So yeah, you got to throw this drill run immediately. And I don't know why we're waiting a turn, because I think they're switch locked. But here we go. Drill run coming through. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out. Oh, it actually is. It does knock out the Drapion. And Dugong still has some utility here as Grumpig enters the battlefield.
Yeah, Dugong still able to reach this Icy Wind before this Dynamic Punch coming off. And because of that Drapion-Dugong matchup, I believe the switch timer is going to be up on the side of Charming Pori. No, actually not quite. So Pyro Panda still able to build up on a lot of energy here, which could prove to be particularly impactful. But no, Charming reaching for that swap, and Pyro Panda quickly responding with the Dynamic Punch right before he's able to reach 2. Now, I don't believe an Aqua Tail is going to be enough to take out this Grumpig here, and he'll have to go ahead and reach for this this crunch, but no, quick response from Pyro Panda. It comes down to the charge attack priority here. Who ends up winning it? And Charming Pori ended up winning the charge attack priority with the crunch. This is going to be enough to take out the Grumpig, and I think this will secure a clean 3-0 victory on the side of Charming Pori.
Pyro Panda almost pulled off an insane play with the double Dynamic Punch, but because Dugong got off the debuff, it wasn't going to be enough to knock out. And the crunch from the Shadow Drapion, the staple of the last meta, and now here to stay, maybe the staple of the new meta, Charming Pori is your champion. Wow, what a series. Charming Pori said he had to go to school in a few hours. He stayed up late. He got the job done, and I think the student has quickly become the master. Hey, Donis, what a run from this trainer, Charming Pori, taking first place.
Yeah, and walking away with that big cash prize as well. Charming Pori just able to completely just be the commander, the captain of his extremely flexible team. Now, we got 2 other captains that are going to be joining us back here for some commentary on this last match. I'm curious to hear their thoughts. It's Hal Stark and Speedy.
Unreal. What did we just witness, everybody? What did we just witness? Speediest Chief Dose. Dude, what are your thoughts on this guy? Charming Pori.
I was standing up. I was cheering. I was clapping. I was clearing my throat. I'm sure chat heard at least some of that because I forgot to mute. But honestly, that was an insane end game, and I feel like right there in those final moments, the loose condition for Pyro was actually to switch into that Glycopod and try to catch. If he just stays the course, maybe he's able to get to that second Dynamic Punch, because like Donis expertly called out, the Aqua Tail is probably not going to be enough to get the KO. But man, what a series. The older meta still works, right? I know a lot of trainers who don't have the TMs, don't have the Stardust, don't have a good Spoink, which is honestly super understandable, are probably happy to hear that the Pokemon they've invested in are still good. But at the same time, man, that was a really fun finals, and we always get something special. With the last Dez is the Best tournament, we got Starmie in the grand finals versus Emmy Weedle, which was a psychic type Psywave user. Now we've got Grumpig, so we're keeping the trend going here.
Yeah, something that I loved was Dugong's last dance is not over. You know, it's clearly there's still some merit to running Dugong, and despite Golisopod being so dominant in this meta, despite all of the different Dynamic Punch or Karate Chop users or whatever Pokemon are in its way, Dugong will always find a way to make it to the top and rise to the occasion.
I like it. I think we have a look at some usage from this past tournament here, and get a slight idea of what's been most popular. And what I've seemed to notice with this Drapion Cradily core, it's been top usage in a lot of the recent tournaments we've seen. But outside of that, it seems very spread out. I mean, Lapras at 40%, but nothing else over a third of players utilized in this tournament.
Now, I believe that we saw yesterday Z's Wireless was able to utilize Claydol to, the win yesterday and having the Ice Beam and the Rock Tomb. But actually, I don't think we saw any Claydol on stream today. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a long day. But again, with that Charger Bug, I guess that Charming was able to bring. Looking at the top 12 usage, it seems like it has a lot of targets that he hit here. It has the Drapion, it has the Cradily, Lapras, Jumpluff, Guzzlord, Primeape, Azumarill, and even things like the Wigglytuff. It's not necessarily too hard of a matchup, so that was a great call to, I guess, stick to the guns there and continue to bring the Charger Bug.
Go ahead, Stark. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, even something like Dugong just like breaks that core of the Drapion Cradily. Guzzlord looks really good into that top 2, which is why it was probably number 4. Yeah, I mean, the meta itself is still kind of formulating around a lot of these different Pokemon, and it's just a matter of time until it really formulates into something that we can all agree on as the meta. But it's constantly shifting, it's constantly changing, and I think we're going to see a lot more fluctuation in the coming months.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to how everyone forgot about Dre. People better not forget about Dugong, right? Because a lot of these matchups look pretty solid for it, and we could see it return to the meta in a big way. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding, seeing Charming Pori play the way that they did. Very, very well executed, not just in terms of team composition, but also overall gameplay. Golisopod sticking around is good, but I got to call it out. Where is Steelix? We saw Steelix pop up in Fortaleza Vancouver, and it is nowhere to be seen in our top 12 usage graphic here.
You know, I think Steelix might have just been like a fluke for one weekend there when people weren't expecting it. But all in all, what an incredible weekend this has been of some cool tournaments. Yesterday, like as Haydonis pointed out, we saw a Claydol win with a Furret, and we saw a completely different style of team. Yeah, Skeledirge as well. Completely different team take it all today. So after I was kind of subtly hoping as a competitor I'd cast these couple tournaments and like get an idea of what I want to run, and I think I'm just more confused than when I started at this point about what I want to run. But thank you very much to my co-casters for joining me. Thank you. We'll do some more thank yous in just a moment, but I do want to give a second for our tournament organizer Dez to make an announcement here. He's going to join us and talk to us about the next tournament that that he's going to be planning on.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me?
Up, Dez? Yep, we hear you.
Yep. How's it going?
Good. I had a blast hosting and also playing the tournament myself. I've started brainstorming for the next tournament. It'll be the end of July, and to kind of give everyone kind of a sneak peek of what it's going to be. It's going to be really an invite only. If you make the leaderboards at the end of the season, after NIC is done, it's going to be an invite only, and I'm going to try to make it the biggest tournament before Worlds I can, with a lot of help from the community. So that's all I'll have for now. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dez. That sounds like a really cool, exciting idea, and invitational to end the season before Worlds that I'm sure a lot of us would appreciate, that are competing at Worlds for some more practice and to try and figure things out. But with all that said, before we sign off, I'll give you guys like one more word if you have any final thoughts here as we wrap up this tournament. Speedy, if we could start with you.
Sure. I just want to bounce it back to Dez one more time. Again, one of our lead organizers, also contributed to the prize pool. Sponsors were Dez is the Best, Lager Gaming, as well as Bad Hand, Kevin, and Haydonis, who is right up here as well, or excuse me, right up there. I pointed the wrong way. But yeah, thank you all so much for putting in some real money, some real dollars in order to get these trainers something to battle for, to compete for. Whether you spend it on Pokecoins or a hamburger, whatever you choose to spend it on, just know it was very, very well earned because these competitors were definitely top notch. And I agree with you, Rise. I thought I'd have an idea of what I wanted to do or what I was going to be casting this season, considering these tournaments in the meta. But man, I am so lost. I don't know if House Stark can lay it out for me. I mean, what are your thoughts on this whole experience, House Stark?
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun casting today. Obviously, all of you guys are very well, very knowledgeable about the game. I just wanted to run through some. I took some notes while the grand finals were going on. Some of the people that were in this tournament: Elite, Ashtonash, Colin Six, Dylab, Dunebug, Elim, Meweedle, NTC, Pocket, Polasha, Sceptile, Sophtoph, SS Thorn, Pokemango, the Torian, Wood Dodge, Zardy. That's just a handful of people that were in this tournament, and it just is a testament to how great our community is and how strong of a run Charming had today. So really well done, and hey Donis, bring us home.
I mean, you guys already summarized it perfectly. Just as Speedy and Rise said specifically, I'm even more confused about what I was going to run. Actually, some people were reaching out like, what should I be running in this new meta? Actually, Pyro Panda was one of the people who reached out to me and was like, I have no clue what to run. I need some ideas. I was like, dude, you're going to have to wait until at least one regional happens or these tournaments happen because I'm equally as clueless. Now I'm even a little bit more clueless. So again, I'm excited to see what Dez has in store coming up. I believe he wanted to correct that it's not the end of July, but actually the end of June. And if he offers the cast, I'll do everybody else a favor, and I'll sit out of the top 75 competition to give everybody else a chance. Thank you. I'm a really nice guy. I'm just trying to help out here. But of course, also thank you again to Dez for hosting it, as well as Miss Mystic for just putting this all together, doing all the transitions, putting up all the teams, making sure a smooth tournament can be streamed for viewer entertainment. So if everybody could put some hearts in the chat for Miss Mystic and say a thank you.
Absolutely well said. Thank you to the three of you, Hey Donna, Speedy, Stark, for joining me today. This was a ton of fun. Thank you to Miss Mystic. Once again, this wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you to our judging staff, Just Dirk, Kevin, Saludaris, Carlos, RTG Dallas, Buckeye Fitzy. Thank you guys for helping out with the disputes. I know the state of the game isn't where we'd like to be right now, so thank you for helping the tournament run smoothly. And thank you, of course, to Dez for our tournament organizer and putting this all together. So a whole lot of fun. I hope you guys watching enjoyed it. And we will be back in a few months, whatever Dez, the big man, says, to maybe have another nice tournament. And congratulations again to Charming for winning this tournament. What a performance. And also Pyro Panda on the runner-up finish as well. Thank you, everybody. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Signing off. See you next time.